The hero sat down at the table together with his comrades. He was gnawed by the question, would he be able to work in a team because of the curse, or would he even manage to create something cursed from the available materials today? At that moment the blonde shouted his name. Gale raised his eyes to him and replied, after which he announced, "They are tearing up the contract." The man said that he was being kicked out of the Wolfpack team. The main character froze at the words he heard. He did not understand what was happening. Gale scratched his head and wanted to understand why this was happening, and Cash, the boss, said that he was fired and repeated it several times. Another part of the team began to mock him. Melissa asked if she should calm him down one last time. Luke told her to stop. Nari noted that it seemed someone did not consider that he could be fired. The protagonist instantly jumped to his feet, ordered them to wait, and asked why they made such a sharp decision. Cash asked again why suddenly, and wondered if he really did not understand the reason. Gale thought about how they had assembled the team 3 years ago. Due to his low rank, he connected by selecting appropriate curses for the team. He said aloud that he did not understand. Cash replied that it took him a long time to figure it out. He said that his class was terrible support. All he could do was weaken the crowd with an expendable curse and nothing more. Moreover, he was the lowest level in the team. The main character said that he knew. His class had no potential, but thanks to his curses, quests could be easily completed even if the curses themselves were not very effective, and priests could remove them. Gale said that he used not only expendables. He pulled a decoration from under his collar and declared that it worked passively on mobs. His team immediately responded, "That's terrible, is he sane if he wears something like that?" After that, Cash said that they found a replacement for him. It was the support mage Mara. She could both strengthen and weaken. The girl said that she was pleased to meet him. Gale thought that she was beautiful. The rest of the team greeted her and said it was nice to meet her. After that, Cash turned to him and asked if he now understood everything, then added that they no longer needed him. The protagonist asks to wait and give him one more chance. He has a powerful curse that he has not yet used, and a bunch of other things. But he did not manage to finish speaking. He stumbled at the look of his boss. Gale asked if they would regret it, and he replied no. He remembered how he had always supported them since the team was formed. Money still painfully tore at him, hinting that he would give up and try his luck in the curse shop. Melissa said that it was true. They could be sold to suspicious people. Nora said he would put up advertisements for his shop. Luke said that at least he did not hate him. Morris stood silently at that time. Then the main character said that it became clear to him. He understood everything. After that, he thanked them for everything and left, but no one even looked his way. Gale had no idea what was wrong with them. They had been together for so long. He also recalled what Cash said about paying rent, and calculated how much his curse would cost so that he would not be paid. The hero looked at the symbol in his hand and pondered. He could not tell them everything to their faces, but he cast a spell on their equipment to enhance their abilities. Gale decided that it was no longer his problem, so he canceled the spell. A magical seal flared above him. It hit him a little. After a moment, it disappeared. The main hero tried to catch his breath. It seemed to him, curses are not only curses, there are also those that enhance characteristics by a certain amount. After that, Gale felt that everything was finally all right. The body became lighter. The team was no longer cursed, but he no longer cared. He would join another team. After that, he opened the statistics window. He saw that the cash level was holding around 50, and his personal level had already risen to 48, and now he was in the Curse Master class. Other indicators and personal points also increased. The protagonist said that Cash has about 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, so he had leveled up quite well. The innkeeper asked how much longer he would stay here, because he had already left and had to go. He apologized to her. After spending some time, he got out of the hotel area and wondered what to do next. No money, but plenty of abuse. Then he heard the seller calling people and selling fresh apples. Gale was already thinking of opening a shop, but he does not want to hear people say. Opening his own shop is his long-standing dream. He likes the very idea of a workshop tools in the middle of the backwoods. After this, the hero decided, now he is free sleep and eat whenever you want. He hides the curse and spends time on research he likes. He is free to do whatever he wishes. A smile appeared on Gale's face. He suddenly raised his hands and shouted with delight. After that, he decided, first, he would start earning money from sales right now. At that moment, the Silver Wolf Pavilion was operating in the hotel. Melissa sat on Kesh's lap and began to say how the food had refreshed her greatly and how nice it was that the main character had finally left. Nari turned into Mora and said he was ruining her only because he was a novice. Luck declared that they should have kicked him out long ago. Then the girl was silent. The boys, looking at her body, immediately blushed and swallowed their saliva. Kesh said that he and Gale had known each other since the team was formed. Melissa admitted that it seemed to her he adjusted to each of them as if by a spell. At that very moment, magical seals appeared over the entire team. Kesh immediately jerked upward and exclaimed, "What is this?" They began to say that their equipment was glowing. Mora asked if it was a dispelling spell. The seals began to disappear. The boys started talking about not knowing what it was, but everyone felt. The magical power was weakening and the body was filling with weight. Mora was stunned. She asked the guys what exactly they said, and then said that, in her opinion, it was an advanced form of dispel spell. They immediately started asking her about it again. Kesh immediately asked if it was really Gale. Melissa replied that probably yes, he had already done something to them. Nora said they just thought he was taking revenge on them that way. Luke said he should have been killed. Mora felt that it was strange. She did not know if he had cursed them, but usually lifting a curse did not bring a person to such a state. Kesh said he does not know exactly how they acted, but has no idea what Gale is capable of right now. Melissa supported him and added, if he tries to do something, they will outpace him. Mora said it was not an attack but a curse, but no one listened to her. Kesh said he was the leader. If he sees an enemy in him and does not talk to him, then he is the enemy of the group. He reminded Tem, when in Rome, behave like the Romans. Nari said that if he sees him again, he will simply burn him to death with his magic. Luck said that he told him, he is becoming a devil, but it turned out even worse. The first replied that it is just his imagination. Luke said that if he were in his place, he would cut off his fingers so that he could never cast spells again. He wants to see how Gale lives on the streets. Norman said that Luke is clearly capable of that. Mora felt this was not a fiction, not a phantom. She definitely felt it. After casting the spell, she had a barely noticeable premonition. Vinka is afraid that their status has been cut. She felt as if they had always stayed on top, thanks to the main character. Mora turned her head. Melissa asked if everything was all right and handed her a mug with a drink. Manga thanked her. She thought, if a curse had such a useful function, it would be strange. Mora thought that in this world there exists a cursor capable of such a thing. Could a group of S-rank wolf pack really do that? She decided that it was definitely impossible. Then she remembered the participant who left. At that time, she did not yet know that he had been kicked out of the team as a comrade and as the main force of the wolf pack. Meanwhile, Gale was walking through the forest, cursing the owl for not returning the curse to him. After some time, the hero reached the Merchants Guild. He turned to the man and asked if he really wanted to open a kiosk. The man answered affirmatively. After that, the man began to offer him placement options. When they decided to take the bench, the man said it cost 4 gold coins a day because the place was popular and expensive. At that moment, Gale began to rummage through his pockets. He took out the coins and thought he had only 3 silver ones, and then the man said that the street stalls leading to the square were cheaper. The boy fell silent and did not respond to this. After some time, he reached the place. The main character decided that this day had turned out successful. He stood in front of his stall. It was in a miserable condition. Gale smiled, thinking that it was a bit dirty there, but for him that was enough. He remembered the conversation with the merchant who shared with him a starter kiosk kit and thanked him. Then he decided that he was kind. The protagonist thought that it was time to sell some magical tools and part of the household equipment. He had already finished laying out his goods. Then Gale pondered at what price to sell them, and anyway, if he could earn more than the cost of the materials, it would be profitable. The main character, looking at his goods, thought that they looked hardly attractive. At that moment, a merchant ran up to him and said he forgot to explain. After that, he stated that the appearance of his stall was bad. The man immediately rushed to help. He said he would fix everything. In a few minutes, everything began to look much more attractive. The main hero thanked him for that, and the trader replied that a shop can have its own individuality, but if it does not see what it sells, it will not be able to sell either. And if it does not sell, problems will begin in the shop. The man said that now, when the training was over, he would return. Gale thought that he had a lot of bad memories with that team, so it was touching to tears. The man was really very kind. After that, the main character pulled out his curse from the gates. It seemed to him that he truly liked this talisman, but he could not wear it on his neck, so he hung it on the stall like a product. Then Gale smiled and decided that it was time to sell. He had never done business before, so he was nervous. He was eager to know how the townspeople would react to the curse, whether they would accept it or not, whether they would be glad. The main character loudly began to shout that the traveler was at their disposal. He had curses, all of them, and at a cheap price. Some guy approached him and asked if it was a curse, adding that it was unusual. Another girl asked if magic that can be weakened does not work more effectively than a curse. Gale said that a curse is a consumable item. Anyone can use it. No magical power is needed for this. Therefore, among some seekers, there is demand for it. One of the men said that 5 coins for poison for the general is a good deal, to which the protagonist replied that he advises buying it. He thought to himself, mainly because it is free. Gale said that there are also curses for various states, curses with debuffs that reduce stats, and much more. Besides good performance, it is cheap, and he can buy it. The man's gaze fell on the weapon. He asked what it was. Gale said it was a cursed dagger. When used, it applies a debuff to the monster, reducing defense. As a side effect, the status increases by 1.1 times. Then the man took the dagger in his hands and immediately saw the curse on its blade. After that he screamed. Gale was surprised by his actions. The man asked what it meant. The protagonist explained, it is a defense reduction. Then the potential buyer said that he was done because the dagger is cursed. Then the man turned to Gale and said that all this is good, and honestly good, but who the hell will buy these cursed goods? Then the main character decided to approach him from another angle. He showed the man that this dagger can be used as an interior element, and asked if he considered the handle very cool. The buyer said that using it in the interior is not bad, and he does not mind the design. He also chose other products and added that he would buy this one too, because it serves well as decoration and protects the home from evil. Then the main character threw him an additional repelling spell 3 pieces as a gift. The man said that it was very thoughtful of him and thanked him. That is exactly how Gale sold it, telling about the consequences. For example, if you use this cursed artifact, all indicators multiply by 1.5, but people are covered by the curse. He understands that the design here is intricate and beautiful, of course. He will give them a spell to remove the curse. He also has cursed boots. In exchange for increasing agility by 2.5 times, it will curse them. The servant either puts them on or removes the curse. Of course, yes. He also has a cursed crossbow bow. It has 1.3x all other stats and the effect you won't miss, but it is cursed. It was sold for use at the annual hunting party. The hero exhaled from his head, and at that moment, another man asked about this curse. He smiled and said he had heard of it before. He just remembered the story. The legendary hero was heard about having a berserker in his team. He almost always wore cursed armor because of this. Rumors spread that cursed equipment is incredibly powerful. The word curse may sound disgusting, but that is why the spell set includes a curse remover. He also added an explanation of the curse's effect, because it can be removed, and described side effects and mood improvements. After his story, a crowd gathered in front of the kiosk. Everyone started talking about how strange it was, and whether he really sells removable curses for his goods. After some time, the main hero stood before an empty counter. He said everything was sold. Other people were here today. One of them stated that his cursed metal death is wonderful, and he considered himself quite energetic. Then Gale noticed several people running straight toward him. They began asking if this was the only place where cursed items are sold. Then they asked if there was anything else. Gale replied that everything was already sold out. The men fell to their knees before him, begging him to place this curse right here and now. To which the boy replied that the shop would open tomorrow, after which he said goodbye to them, apologized for today, and quickly disappeared. One of today's buyers told his friend that he would now put on the cursed ring they bought at the kiosk and say it to the sea, and the interlocutor told him not to faint because of the curse. He replied that he did not intend to do so. Then they both noticed his status increased by 1.5 times. What was surprising was not even this, how a single ring could have such an effect. They began to ask how this could be at all. After that, the buyer asked if he knew how much boggle costs, which is above in Dispel's spell. He said you could make a fortune reselling this spell, and in response, he said he shouldn't dare say such a thing. The blonde said there is a master of spells there. The brunette objected. No guild would overlook this. The blonde replied, he meant, who is this guy? He was the most incredible mage sorcerer they had ever seen. Whispering and babbling travelers did not know that one cursor remained, which carried the curse of the 4, and despite its poor health, continued to help the team. And even more so, a cursor that can create a curse with such a wildly great effect that it reaches S rank. They would never guess that it was expelled from the team and sold cursed items as a cursor on the streets. Meanwhile, Kesh and his team were fighting the monster. The leader was thrown into a tree and he hit his back so hard it hurt. The others were shocked. They did not understand why all this was happening. The ogre began to shout loudly at these words, holding a sword in his hands, and asked why this monster does not fall. Once the team asked if it was really okay to take a novice on this task, since it was an S-ranked quest, the leader replied that everything was fine. He had found out everything, and had also heard that they were among the best in the guild. Then that guy turned to Mara and said that everything was fine, exactly what they needed. Then they saw a huge ogre and decided to pull this off and negotiate with him. Later, Melissa shouted at Luke for what he was doing and called him a foolish person. He replied that he was failing. Then the girl said he was a bad person, but at that moment she was struck down. At that time, Nari stepped aside and cast his spells. Kesh asked him how much longer he would keep singing, to which he replied that he would wait a bit, and just then a magical seal appeared before him. But as soon as the seal disappeared, literally a small flame remained in its place. Kesh asked what kind of magic it was, then said that with it he would not defeat the ogre. At that moment the monster swung at him, but he used dodge. Mora said she would do it. She would take revenge on everyone and apply buffs one after another. The girl mentally felt the mana reserve was running out. She raised her staff and with a crash struck it on the ground, and under each of them appeared a magical seal mark. She declared that their stats were now twice as high as usual and ordered to kill the monster. Kesh was delighted by her words and he rushed at the monster at full speed, swung his sword, but the ogre stopped him literally with one hand and asked in his language if he really wanted to fight. Meanwhile, he was picking his nose. The team commander was stunned his strike was stopped so abruptly. At that moment, Org lifted the boy from the ground with his sword and immediately threw him into the air. The money was terribly beaten. When the monster wanted to strike, he ran away and Mora raised a small barrier. He told her she was a bad support mage, then asked to double her stats while declaring she was useless. Morrissey then said that she would use this cursed artifact left by the previous owner. The girl said that it would weaken the organ, to which Kesh immediately jumped to her, grabbed her clothes, and asked if she really intended to use Gale's curse. He also said that the curse would not work. She recalled the letter where Gale wrote that within the experience he was conveying to her, he intended to list some ways and methods of support he had used before, as well as share a few curses. Mora said that even before her arrival, they were already cursed even before they started fighting with anyone. Kesh immediately let her go, and she fell to the ground. The man said that it was not a spell but a curse. The whole team agreed with him and confirmed he was right. They knew they were cursed. The boys continued to humiliate Gale with words, then decided to continue their journey. They were still far from the mountains where the hippopotamuses live. Meanwhile, they forgot about Mara. Org asked if the game was really over. Kesh thought it was a dangerous road full of cool monsters. His comrades began to insist that they did not understand his disappointment. The curse meant that they could not even use all their strength, so they had to be in better shape. They started talking about not running away, just strategically retreating. And also, their opponent is now confused. Kesh said it was good if the curse worked, he didn't care. Mora asked if they were already giving up, if it was still too early. Smiling, Kesh replied that they were shocked because she hadn't even given her all yet. The girl was stunned by these words. The other team members agreed with him and said that she was new here and had hardly fought. After that, they decided to leave. Mara was angry at them for these words because she was a support mage and had no means of attack. She shouted after them that if it was true, they had no right to act that way. They turned around with a smile, told her she could do the rest herself, and then ran away. At that moment, the girl was left alone with the monster. Org told her that he also sympathizes with her. Morris stood trembling with anger. She screamed that they were probably joking, then threw a curse into the air. After that, she suddenly rushed to catch up with the boys. She only said aloud that these boys were wrong. After spending some time, Kesh and the team stopped to rest. They began sharing their emotions. Someone said they felt disgusted. Someone lost their favorite stick. Melissa said she felt like she was about to die. Nari said that he usually has no problems with a few spells. Luke replied that they should not be tired from a short run. Melissa stated that it was all Mora's fault and her great virtues. Nari said that this is not the only explanation. In any case, even before the auxiliary magic, everyone's movements were clumsy. Luke asked how it happened that the spell took twice as long. He did not like it. The boy replied that he had overdone it a bit, and if he had been in a good mood, he would have burned everything to the ground. Kesh said that under any circumstances, the protagonist is to blame. He wondered how else he could take revenge on them. At that moment, Mora appeared in the clearing. She said she had caught up with them. The leader told her that she was late, as if she had already completed the task. Mora became insanely angry and a small monster stuck to her cloak. Kesh asked what it was, but she did not answer. At that time, the main character was walking through the city streets. He was on cloud 9 and humming various songs. He loudly declared that being a street vendor is fun. There are people who look into the shop but do not buy, just stare blankly. Even if the curses are left for travelers, many of them still only seek spells. Kramer, recognizing him, said they had not seen each other for a long time, then asked how things were going. Gil replied that he was thinking of changing the location of the shop. The man asked where he wanted to move. Gale immediately remembered the aristocratic quarter. He set up his tent 10 meters from the main street. Luxurious aristocrats want to be dressed with taste, not like ordinary people. They need the very heart of fashion. At that moment, Mora was telling the other team members that she did not come for flattery. Behind her back, the monster returned to its original form as soon as the cursed object was exhausted. Everyone immediately shuddered with fear. The girl shouted to them that she would somehow manage on her own, then passed them the relay baton and ran away. To this, Kesh replied that he did not care what she would do next. Then the whole team stared at the monster. Melissa immediately began to give orders to the boys, and Luca responded to the monster that meat is softer and tastier in women. After that, everyone decided to run away from him, and he watched and, looking at them, said that he was some kind of vegetarian. 4 days past, the team returned to the pavilion. They sat at the table, and their faces were closely hidden in its surface. Kesh said he wanted water, and Melissa said she wanted a bath. They talked about how they did not think they would be so exhausted from running away that they would end up in yet another forest. It was terrible, and they smelled terribly. At that moment, the hostess asked Maru if they were from the same group, and the girl replied that they deserved what they wanted. At that very moment, a voice came from behind the table. It was all Gale's fault, after which they called the hostess. Kesh asked the woman if she could give them water or a towel, and Luke supported him and asked where her service was. At that very moment, a glass of water was placed in front of them. She said she was ready to give only one glass of water because it was not free. They immediately flared up with indignation at how she spoke to them. Who did she take them for? The woman said not to refuse payment for accommodation. The hostess also told them that they were low-grade clients. These words angered Kesh. He looked at her and asked what she had just said. The woman said she had been paid in advance for the previous day. If they drank water today, they would leave the hotel. Then she extended her hand and asked if they wanted to pay extra for another day. Kesh felt anger overwhelm him and reached for the money, but he realized they had none. His comrades demanded payment immediately, saying the hostess should not underestimate them, and then they saw the man's face turn pale. The man tried to deny what was happening. He looked at Melissa, and she had a new dagger because she loves everything new. Luke handed over a full set of equipment for service. The gloves were destroyed in battle, Naris received a new spellbook, and the Wandal were lost. Kesh's custom sword was repaired, but after the same fight with the monster, it started falling apart again. Suddenly each of them realized their group had no money to pay. The hostess immediately asked what had happened. She said that they have to pay 5 silver coins per night for 5 people with extra op, 6 if there is food. Then she asked if they can pay, and the guys went crazy in response. At that moment, Melissa looked at the glass of water and thought that she wanted to drink. She apologized to everyone and greedily began to drink the water. They tried to stop her. Mora did not even look at them. She turned to the hostess and asked for a glass of ale and something to eat. Meanwhile, the team watched as Melissa drank all the water with an indifferent face. Then Mora noticed the whole team was looking at her. They said they had problems. Mora did not give a single coin to the common treasury, which made the girls start to get nervous. It looked scary. She firmly told them that this was her personal money. Mora recalled an old conversation when Kesh said she didn't need to worry about money because they would be paid well, and then they would figure things out themselves. After all, they are Usrenka. The leader told her not to talk nonsense. It was related to the quest. Melissa confirmed his words, then grabbed the girl and declared that now everything belongs to her, and what was shared belongs to everyone. Mora tried to stop them, but their faces were already burning with the thirst for blood. Nari said, if she has any grudge, let her hold it against Gale. After that, they took the bag of money and declared that she would serve everyone even with her own money. They opened the money bag, said there was enough money, and even encouraged her. She is rich for a support mage. Mara replied that she would beat them all. The old man chuckled and said he wouldn't believe it. The support mage would initiate the attack, but that's as clear as a mosquito bite. At that very moment, he was struck. The man lunged aside and shielded himself with a chair, also throwing a barrel. Melissa immediately shouted and managed to lift the chair to hit Moro. She said that one must not allow their great virtues to prevail. Melissa struck, but instead of the girl, only a cloak remained in place. At that moment, Mora appeared behind and hit her. Luke and Nari immediately called her by name and asked her to calm down. Such behavior is unbecoming of a girl. To this, the enraged Mora ordered them to be silent, saying they were insignificant. Lucas and Norris told her to stop joking because it could cause harm. During the clash between them, the girl put everything in its place with each one. A satisfied smile shone on her face. She apologized to the owner for the mess and said she would pay, but the owner replied that she didn't even need to pay. Mara rejoiced at these words, then rolled over to the boys lying on the floor and announced that she was leaving the group today. At that time, the main character was selling his goods. A blonde woman with a fan approached him and said that he had some strange antique items here. She especially emphasized the lizards. Their live performance was unusual but interesting. Gale decided they were basilisks. He said aloud to her that she had sharp eyesight and that this, damn it, was his Cantora. She was surprised. The woman immediately started panicking and asked again about the cursed one, after which she added that it scared her a lot. Then a man with a mustache jumped out to the bench and asked to leave the matter to him. The main heroine was so shocked she almost cursed. The stranger told him that he dared to sell the cursed thing to some nobleman. To this, Gale replied that no, it was just a decoration for the interior. The man immediately asked to hear more details. After he told everything, they left. The protagonist sat on the box and thought that she was truly a noble woman. Even if he had set a high price, they would still have bought her for more than she was really worth. But even if they sell it, is his own creation. He does not need disposable spells for battle. Gale decided that everything was going well with the sales, so he thought he might close up. He remembered what happened today, and as soon as someone saw his cursed goods, at first glance people were already trembling. Although every nobleman insisted that it was unusual and interesting, the design was truly eccentric, but no one said that they liked it. He felt it, but there was no time to sort out his thoughts. The protagonist saw a young girl approaching his stall. He decided that she was also noble, but she looked too simple. It seemed to him that she was hiding something, and he noticed someone was watching them, lurking around the corner. The stranger asked him if he was working, after which she glanced at one item. She said it was a strange design, but she liked it, then looked at it with a smile so bright it was blinding. To this, Gale said he was surprised. She loved it. She was holding a ring in her hands. He thought he did not know who she was, but she was here on business. The protagonist said he was closing up, so he could give it to her for a lower price. She was delighted but said all the money was in the castle. Gale asked her again about the castle. She explained that she forgot her wallet at home, so she had little money. He laughed. The main heroine said the price was so high that she could not afford it. The girl tried to argue, but he replied. She was the first to praise his design, and besides, he had a discount for regular customers, and he even winked at her. Then the girl gave him a large gold coin. Gale froze in shock, looking at it, and wondered if maybe this coin was really too small for her. He was about to call out, but the girl instantly disappeared, ran away. She smiled and waved at him, and then suddenly it dawned on him. He forgot to explain the effect of the curse and how it dissipates. He looked around, but the stranger had already vanished without a trace. Immediately he grabbed his head and began to think about what to do. The effect, of course, is small, but the defensive power triples. Even if it has instant lethal resistance only once after she puts it on, she cannot simply take it off because it is cursed. Gale decided that since he saw her as wealthy, he was sure she could break the spell in the temple. Next time he would apologize to her and give her the cursed spell. But suddenly he remembered the castle and wondered what she meant. At that moment the stranger was grabbed and forcibly dragged into the gateway. She screamed in surprise. She asked to be released and screamed again, asking where exactly they were touching her. The night girl said that she was finally taken. Later, they moved to the castle. 4 guards were sitting on the floor. The warrior told the stranger that he was not worried about them at all and called her Princess Kara. At that time, the main character was walking down the street. He was grabbed by the shoulder and told that some man was looking here for a young boy with black hair and a blue jacket who was trading from a stall. He looked very much like him, so the hero asked to see the face. Gale turned around, looking at the man face to face as if he had just come off the road, and said that he still looked young. The man replied that he was probably mistaken, so he apologized. It turned out that the protagonist used a cursed item to change his appearance. He was gnawed by the thought, why is the royal guard searching for him? He needed to prepare faster and get out of this city. At that time in the castle, the princess was told that the item she bought was blasphemous against the church, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The night girl looked around the room and said that she still could not figure out her plan. To this, the princess replied that she was still far away and called her Vivian. After that, they said that in the morning they had a meeting with ambassadors from a neighboring country, so it was better to prepare. At that moment, Kara put a ring on her finger. Vivian asked angrily if she was really going to the meeting wearing that ring, and the girl replied that she was just trying it on. At that time, Gale was in the Adventurers Guild, eating delicious food and thinking about what he had thought about before when he was alone. Now he could do anything, and he was talented. And he needed to get the material as soon as possible. The quarry was on the edge, and gathering and repairing what was about to be discarded was not difficult. That's how. At that time, Kesh and his team were asking why they were not allowed to borrow money, since they were an S-rank team. They asked to borrow 10 or 20 gold coins, and the female administrator hesitated with her answer. She said that since the promotion, they have not been able to make progress in the search, not to mention funding. She asked if they had met with the client, as complaints had been received about their absence. After that, the cash replied that it was an unexpected monster. Then the administrator said that he was A rank and they were S rank. The guys claimed that he was some kind of mutant, clearly unusual. The girl smiled at them and said she knew they and others trained near the organization by the city and that they had done something else. Could they really have underestimated the guild? Kesh got angry at her. She said that Mora left the group a few days ago. There was a complaint and a bill from the hotel owner in the pavilion, so they had to pay her money because of the fault. Gil was watching them and realized they got into very serious trouble. The administrator's face became even angrier. She asked if they really wanted to borrow money right now. They got a little scared, and then Kesh said it was all Gale's tricks and she was quite surprised. Melissa said that due to the main character's curse their statuses dropped, so the buffs have no power. Luke added that Mora is useless too. The administrator sighed. Then she said that Mora is one of the support mages, and she is in the top 5 across the entire capital. She had problems with the previous group, so she proposed a new good one as a replacement for the old one. Kesh and the team were surprised by her words. The heroine thought she was already so skillful, but they still managed to lose her. The girl said, regarding Gale, she was not sure if he was evil, but few curse casters could be as skilled as he was. She immediately remembered the antidote potion and asked. She was curious how much they cost. Gale recalled how he used to make spells for the guild. Kesh no longer wanted to listen to this, so he gathered the whole team and said it was time to go. Melissa asked him about Gale. Nari insisted that they should choose a quest they could handle. Luke supported him. The leader ordered them to shut up. They began to interrogate whether it was really Isringa now, to which Cash said that it seemed so, but it turned out he was mistaken. Gale suppressed doubt, whether they were okay, what they meant by the curse after all, he had removed it long ago. The protagonist said it was time to go. He did not want to run into them again. He thanked the cook for the food. Upon going outside, he saw 2 guards running down the street. The one who asked where they were rushing to in such a way inquired, could it be that the enemy is really attacking them? The second replied that he had heard the princess and Vivian were arguing again, and this time even more fiercely. They talked about the fact that only the power of many adults could stop them. Gale pondered, even in that case, the royal army would still be sent. He was walking down the street and suddenly thought about it again. At that moment, the guards in the palace tried to stop Vivian, insisting that she was in the palace and needed to calm down. The princess wrapped herself in a blanket and glared at her fiercely. Vivian shouted that the ring was cursed. Everyone was frightened. The knight remembered how the princess said, supposedly just trying it on end immediately on the finger. Dark shadows immediately appeared next to her. The girls were frightened. They did not understand what it was. The older man sat in front of Kara and asked her to quickly take off the ring, but the girl replied that she could not take it off. Then Vivian said there was no other way, so the finger had to be cut off. She grabbed the sword and struck with one swing. Immediately screams poured out of the room. Someone asked to protect the princess. Later, the princess entered the hall. She apologized to the guests for being late, calling them dear guests. They told her that she was incredibly beautiful. Kara thanked them for that. They asked about her finger, and the girl replied that she had slightly injured herself. The guards reported that guests had arrived from a neighboring country. The princess said that they were probably tired from the long journey and suggested having some tea. She was told it was unnecessary. Then they pointed to a large chest and said it contained good tea and tasty candies. Kara commented that there seemed to be many of them there, and then agreed to try. She was told that they really brought a lot. Then 2 bandits appeared from the box. They pulled out weapons and declared that they were going to taste the flavor of their empire. Vivian shouted that there were enemies here they needed to prepare. The guests who came also drew their weapons. They said that the crossbow bolts were coated with a fast-acting poison. It would cause a quick and painless death. The guards immediately shouted that they needed to protect the princess. A crowd of arrows flew towards Kara. The opponents froze in surprise. Vivian was also stunned, but they rushed at her aginand. The arrows again seemed to hit an invisible barrier, after which they completely scattered. Princess Kara opened her eyes and asked when she managed to set up the barrier. She believed it was all thanks to the protagonist. Vivian sat opposite her and asked if she was hurt. The girl said everything was fine and thanked her. The knight wondered why the guests pretended to be the Empire, but first they needed to reach a safe place. After this, 2 men came to the princess. Vivian asked the opinion of Mr. Uriel and Arizul. Kara asked if it was really a terrible curse, to this, the priest Uriel replied that removing the curse itself is simple, but here the curse is too advanced. It seems that the one who created it has already mastered the craft of making cursed objects. This ring is given the highest level of complexity to maximize the benefit it provides in return. Of course, the status of the one who wears it will be incredibly high. Several curses are laid on this ring so that it disappears, the main thing. The man also added, next time Irizul will take care of this. He replied that he apologizes to the princess. Then he took her hand. Vivian immediately called him. The man who was examining the ring said it was a cursed relic class ring. He could not even imagine that in his 10+ years of life he would see such a wonderful, cursed thing. Vivian immediately hit him on the head and asked how long he was going to keep Kara by the hand. She also said that she believes the church relic angel shield has a similar effect, to which Irizul replied that if he is not mistaken, he also has this skill. The priest said that he had never heard of anything of such size instantly resisting death, to which the princess replied, "It is the treasure of the empire, the heart of the demon king. This is an item that gives various high-level effects, increases resistance to instant death and reduces magic cast time, but when used it takes life force. It can kill." Vive N said that to achieve a high effect, one must pay a high price. This is true about the whole world, only here you don't have to pay for anything. It is not a relic, it is more than a relic. The princess called Vivian by name and asked if she remembered that boy. Vivian replied that she did, and then realized Kara bought a ring from him. The knight smiled and asked if she really wanted him to get caught so she could kill him. The princess replied that she wanted to thank him, so he needed to be taken to the castle. Although it is a cursed thing, this ring saved her life, and that is the main thing. Therefore, she wants to see him again. The main character bought new clothes, a coat with inner pockets, gloves, boots with built-in protective shin guards, sturdy clothes with steel wire. He thought it looked simply wonderful. His luggage consisted of spells and a homemade dagger. Now it remained to deliver it to where he was going. He looked at the city and decided, it's time to move. He wanted to know what it would be like to look at the royal capital after some time had passed. He exhaled. Gale was happily walking down the street when suddenly he noticed something in the alley. He stopped and looked. It turned out that they were members of his former team. They kept cold, trying to warm up. Melissa asked not to touch her with hands, and Norris replied that there was nothing to touch there. The girl began to get angry because they called her a board, and the boys replied that they did not call her that. The main character felt that there was something familiar about these people to him. Gale reached the market, bought an apple there, and began to nibble it finely. Suddenly he heard guards on horses were rushing past him. They were talking about needing more people. Apparently, they were guarding the castle gates, so everything would be fine. The protagonist looked at them and wondered why the royal knights were here. Nearby, he also noticed the royal guard. Then he turned around and saw a wanted poster for a young man selling uninteresting costume jewelry with dark hair. Witnesses are asked to contact the castle. At that time, the knights asked the guards if they had inspected the square. They answered affirmatively and added that the royal capital army was already patrolling there, so not even a fly would pass unnoticed. These men tried to find out whether this young man was in the inn-yard or in the guild. Gale believed that his stop was a gamble. This time he did not fit the description. Suddenly one of the knights told him that he looked a little like him. Gale did not feel the same passion for jewelry, and it did not seem that he was selling them. To this, Gale replied that it was rude. The knight dragged on, and that boy was dressed not so neatly. The jewelry he sold had a destructive power, and because of this, everything looked even dirtier. The man told Gale that she could leave, and she got angry. He decided that he felt like an idiot. He had given in to his emotions. He needed to get out of this city as soon as possible. The main character looked around. There were so many horse-drawn carts here that one could choose where to go. If he wanted to work, he had to go to the big city. He looked at the map and saw that nearby there was the trading city of Imbalance and the military city Grossius Fort. It was also possible to reach the ancient city Grandstadt there. Then he saw only 2 months left. They are leaving soon, so they give a discount. The man began to persuade, saying, for 1 silver coin they would take him to the agricultural town farm age. Gale imagined a farm and a pile of vegetables. He immediately raised his hand and declared that he was leaving, and another hand appeared next to his. The main character looked at her carefully and thought he had seen her somewhere before. He tried to ask about it. It was Mora. She took off her hood and, smiling, asked if he was really Gale, to which he replied that she was in the cash group. After that, they both got into the carriage. He remembered that he once said something unpleasant to her, and she slapped him in the face. Gale said they wouldn't stay long. She said she hoped so too. The main character quietly smiled to himself. At that moment, the girl said he was too close. They both tried to move away from each other. He replied that nothing could be done. It was cramped here. She turned away. He looked around, goods brought from neighboring countries, iron products for sale, and an escort of mercenaries plus a few ordinary civilians, and a strong girl who was afraid of nothing. He remembered her early departure from the team. The protagonist thought he wanted to rest but couldn't. He told Mora aloud that they had their own opinion, but they wouldn't interfere too much. The girl said something she hadn't even thought about. Gale thought he was mutilated not because of that girl. Most likely, Cash was enchanted by her beauty. From the way he behaved, it seemed he had long been trying to pull something off with him, so everything happened for the best. The protagonist asked her why she left. Mara said she wanted to tell him exactly that, but didn't know how he managed to hold out among them for so long. The girl said that Cash was worthless as a leader and couldn't fight, and the other three were so bad at holding a sword, and she didn't even mention the bow. The protagonist asked her if it was really Cash money. She nodded sharply and asked who else it could have been. That's why she was taken to the guild, and now she can't stay in the capital for some time. Mora said that when they have problems, they blame each other and then forget about it. She is sure that he knows this. She apologized to him for her words, and he replied that it's okay and that he feels sorry because they caused her so much trouble. The girl said that he doesn't have to apologize. The heroine looked at her and thought that she probably left the group and the city easily and unnoticed. He took food out of his backpack, made a sandwich, and handed it to her. He said that they are both victims of that group, so he wants to get to know her better. She smiled and replied in a way that couldn't be better. She looked at the food and immediately her mouth watered. She thanked him. Gale handed out several sandwiches to the other passengers. Mara said that it was incredibly tasty. She said that he prepared it in such a short time, and he replied that he used wonderful ingredients and wine. The girl immediately asked what he wanted to do with her and gave her some wine to drink. She noticed that it was expensive wine and asked if he was sure he was drinking it. He replied that he earned the money in his shop. Mora said that a terrible noise arose on the streets because of the artifacts found on the stall. She immediately asked who it could have been. Before that, the girl took a sip of wine and said that it seems the princess herself is looking for this man. That sweet girl immediately appeared before his eyes. Then he shook his head, thinking that it couldn't be. Mora said that she didn't know he earned money at the stall. He smiled gently and asked if he looked like the one who sells artifacts. The girl laughed and said that he was right. He replied that it was terrible. He would like her to say that it was true even if she was lying to herself. Mora said that if you were going to do something big, you should have gone where holiness is greater than in this city. Gale agreed, or said that you could become a hermit. Laughing, she agreed. They continued on their way. The girl said that he made her laugh and that she liked him, to which the protagonist replied that she was not unpleasant to him. Either they slapped palms. If one of them were in the vanguard, they could unite. Mara would be the support, and he with his cursed spells. At that moment, the carriage abruptly stopped. Org stood in their way. It was clear they attacked the column. From the sounds outside, it was evident. The combat situation was very bad. One of the men said that the mercenaries were killed, then asked for help. Looking outside, they saw several orcs there. Mora said that things were bad. It seemed they had already seen their carriage. The girl thought even if she and Gale stayed in the rearguard, it would be difficult, but there was no one else to fight here. She asked the protagonist if he had a weapon, then added that there was no other choice. She only had a magic staff and a small knife, to which Gale said that he had one-time debuff curses and a small dagger. Then she suggested going to deal with the enemies. Mora said dying without doing anything is much worse than falling in battle. She was confident in her supportive magic, so he must trust her. Gale said he understood. He was being placed on the front line, so she had to take care of him so they wouldn't be approached from the rear. She agreed and apologized. He replied that it was all right. The protagonist smiled and offered to show the enemies the former power of S-rank. They immediately jumped out. Gale thought that they still underestimated them. They needed to attack immediately to kill at least one. But suddenly, he noticed something. The protagonist said that the protective wall would withstand several attacks. Mora ordered him to go and not worry, she would strengthen him. He agreed. Suddenly, she saw something dark and incomprehensible stretching from his side. She asked what it was. Gale was holding a dagger in his hands. Mora said that bonuses don't activate that quickly, so timing is crucial. If they hit him, they would take down the org with one strike and then stop the enemy with a spell. In that time, they would manage to kill another one. Gale said he understood. If they delayed, the patrol would come to see what happened. It turned out they wouldn't lose anything. The girl was furious and replayed what she had just said in her head. Mora asked what he had in his hand. He said, a regular dagger but with a curse. She asked again, but he only asked her to stay behind. The girl tried to stop him. She fell to one knee and began drawing a magical seal. It would hold worse, but they would have to be stronger than them in any case. She activated the skill, maximum strength increase, At that moment the protagonist strengthened. He swung the object towards the org and declared that it was a favorable position, a good flight radius. Time to act. There was writing on the object, and it began to spread, covering the monsters with its effect. Mora was shocked. She wondered if it was Gale's curse. Apparently they only affected monsters. Their condition only worsened. The protagonist began shouting that he would chop them into small pieces. Mora tried to stop him. It was still too early. She noticed Gale was not completely suspended in the air. He swung and struck the org with an axe, decapitating it in one motion. The girl was stunned. Mara couldn't even say a word. Meanwhile, the protagonist beheaded another enemy with one blow. He rushed into battle with every monster that stood in his way. They trembled with fear. The protagonist looked at his dagger and laughed. Then he turned to Mora and said that her buffs were wonderful, to which she replied that it was not about the buffs. The girl decided that this debuff was a curse on the square, and surviving in such a place was not so easy. Even if it is acknowledged that this is true, ignoring the protection that stops recognition still hardly escapes lasting impact. And after that he still calls the legendary artifact ordinary. She does not understand. She touches her forehead with her hand and says that he is a foolish person. At that moment Gale's body was enveloped in magic. He looked down beneath him. A seal was blooming, and the effect of the Mora buff raised his status. He said it was all thanks to her support. She replied, he is mistaken, not so. The protagonist said he could keep fighting, and the girl decided that he was fighting anyway without buffs. Here she saw that his status had dropped, but the boy did not even notice. She apologized and said she would fix everything now because the buff effect had already passed. The protagonist said, as long as their combination works, he is invincible. Mora asked if he had really lost his mind. Gale attacked the orcs again, dealt with one and immediately turned back, seeing several more. They made a bad sound. He realized there were even more of them. After that, he threw the artifact towards them. Hitting their bodies, it caused minor wounds, and then the bodies began to dissolve. The protagonist immediately launched an attack and plunged in a dagger. He said that thanks to Mora's buff, the orcs fell under his slowing curse and froze. The girl, looking at this, decided that he really called it a slowdown, although it was not so. And then she saw him rush to attack one of the biggest monsters. He dealt with him quite quickly and cut off his head. At that very moment, several skeletal spirits seemed to emerge behind his back, but it was thought that these were the very moments of death. This is a huge rarity, and you can't do this by hand. She doesn't understand this at all. At FFFF. At this stage, the main character said that he had won, and she replied that he had defeated them. Gale said that it was cool, especially with Mora's support. Other passengers in the compartment peeked out from behind him. Gale and Mora waved to them. They immediately ran joyfully to meet them. After some time, they made a stop. The main character said that this was his first fight with monsters. He was a little afraid. Mora immediately recalled his actions and asked again. He nodded. The girl asked about the fact that he had long been on the team with Cash, and he replied, supposedly, he was just one of the first participants and nothing more. He was only a master of cursed artifacts. Mora said that Cash was wrong when he kicked him out. Gale replied that he said the same but believed it was the only right step. She said that he had too low self-esteem. The girl said that this dandelion coffee was incredibly tasty. He said that she was capable of a lot. She said it sounded as if he were almighty. The man said that she was exaggerating. Then she got up, said she was going to sleep, and thanked him for the coffee. He wished her good night. Gale pondered that he was almighty. He had never thought about it before, and today everything was going well thanks to Mora's support. The protagonist recalled that time in the group. Everyone was fighting, and he stood behind like a shadow. Today, when he fought monsters, he was not ashamed. Then, Then Gale laughed kindly and said that the girl was very kind. A smile played on his face, and the girl was just trying to fall asleep. A new day dawned and they set off again. After some time, Mora said they had already arrived. Her words surprised Gale. Then they rushed to the rural town, a land dominated by farms. When they reached the houses, they had to go on foot. They were extremely exhausted. The main character said that about an hour remained to the border, so it was better if he did not get off the wagon. She replied that, as expected, it was a continuous crossing. Mara asked what he was going to do. He answered that he would go to the guild, deliver materials from orgs, and then look for tasks. She said. She said that they needed to check if anyone was looking for people to join their squad. For now, they would stay together. He agreed and said he wanted to be among ordinary people, and their mission would not be so simple. After that, after some time, they reached the Travelers Guild on the outskirts of the farm. There they began to study various quests. Mora asked if one person could handle it. He replied that everything would be fine. Gale F. Then Gale asked if she could go with him to finish off the undead. This is a Class A mission. To this, she replied that both were rearguards, so it was unlikely they would succeed. He thought that she was ready to help him. He said aloud that this type of mission was his only salvation. Next to them appeared a girl. She said she did not remember them, then asked if they were newcomers. Gale replied that they were from the royal capital. The stranger said that was wonderful. She briefly held the protagonist's hand and looked at him gently. Mora stood angrily behind them. Then the girl asked the mage if they were friends. He replied that they were comrades. Then the stranger smiled and said that they were a support link. This position was very popular. She asked Gale what his position was. To this, he replied that he himself held the rear a master of curses. She brightened up lively. Then he added, his main task was support, but if necessary, he knew how to fight. In response, the girl apologized and said that it was rare to see a master of curses. She probably chose the appropriate job for herself and then winked at him. She said that she wanted to offer them a few missions so they could get used to it. Then she studied the quest and stated that they had chosen a successful one. There are still a few more like that. Well, there were only a few priests here, not to mention evil spirits that could destroy them. And now, few are ready to take on this mission. Then she said that maybe they would be lucky. The stranger asked if they wanted to take it on like a fight with death itself. He agreed. The girl also said that she would give them some advice. As she said earlier, whoever did not take on the mission would not be able to pass on the rescue team to them. The protagonist asked if she had a map of the area. She smiled and said she did and also offered other things. He replied, only the map is needed. After that, she stamped the guild seal on the mission, the STR. The stranger also said that there was something else, the skull of a man who was just found. It turned out he belonged to one of the adventurers, the one who wanted to complete this mission alone. She approached Gale and asked him to be careful because they already had a few avant-brists, and the situation in the city was not very good. Then she looked at Mora and, laughing, said that they were really friends. Then the girl seemed to remember something. She greeted them in the town of Farm Edge and said that her name was Gimli. After that, Gale said that everything was already fine and they would start the mission tomorrow. Then Mora asked why they were in such a hurry after the journey. It would be better to rest. When they left the guild building, the girl muttered indignantly that Gimli was so persistent, just terrible. The protagonist asked what she meant, and she replied that she was not doing anything like that. Mora lowered her head and said that now she had to go on the mission with him. To this, Gale said he did not mind, but asked why she had changed her mind. The girl immediately shouted that she did not care, she was just worried about him, that's all. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Then the main heroine said, with a smile, that it would be better for her to stay. There is no need to raise her hopes. Mora said that everyone who challenges the undead faces mortal danger, that's why she is worried. To this, the main hero replied that it was not a problem for him, the curses would only help. He was eagerly awaiting tomorrow. At that time, Gimli was sitting and thinking about Gale and his words. She was impressed that he was a master of curses, but at the same time, he had no ordinary curse. A new day came. The protagonist and Mora had breakfast. She said he slept too much, it was already lunchtime, and he replied that he could not help himself. They noticed that others were watching them. There were almost no armed people or adventurers in the city. Such people were very few. That is why they were being watched so closely. After some time, they reached the place where the mission was taking place. The main hero said that they needed to complete this task to earn money. Gale asked what she had taken with her. In the bag lay a silver knife, an amulet of incense, and holy water. He said it was a pathetic set. Then the main hero said that it was all right. The undead were his specialty. The girl replied that she was more worried about this very zone. They went down. Mora said that if something terrible happened, she would run away. Gale agreed and replied it was better if she was nearby because the dungeon was not simple. He said she should run with her. They moved toward the light at the end of the corridor. As soon as they came out, they saw skeletons lying on the ground. Mora whispered that it was horror. Gale asked if it was the work of the undead. Then he began to dig up the skeletons, and here at the site they noticed traces. The The girl said that once this place was a dungeon, but now it had become a cemetery, a rather sad place. So many bones and no punishment for it. After that, Gale asked if they went deeper. Would she say the same? Mora at that moment wished the bones to rest in peace. The man said she was so religious. At that moment, the protagonist lifted the skull and brought it to the girl. She did not move. Then he began to move the jaw and she sharply hit the skull, shouting for him to die. Gale apologized to her for not wanting to scare her. She replied that they were monsters and asked him not to do that anymore. Gale thought, if she was so afraid, she could wait for him outside. The protagonist said he wanted more rewards, so he would go deeper. If you are afraid, you can wait outside. Gale said that holy water was wasted, then handed her a lantern and apologized, saying he was leaving. Mora was impressed. He just took and left, leaving her alone. She turned around and saw a dark corridor. After that, she shook her head and immediately rushed after the protagonist, telling him to wait. They found themselves among a pile of coffins. The girl pressed against him and said she heard something. He replied, maybe she just imagined it. She apologized and admitted she was very scared. Then Gale said it was just a bat, to which Mora replied. She knew herself that it would only surprise a little, and there were plenty of undead here. At that moment, the girl turned her head and saw a skeleton behind her. It shuffled and made strange sounds. This filled her with fear, so she rushed into the protagonist's arms. Closing her eyes, she said they were moving. The boy asked her to calm down. She fell to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. Mora said it was impossible, asked not to scream so loudly, and then she saw undead in front of her. A panic attack overwhelmed her. The girl grabbed the protagonist by the collar and began to shake skeletons off him, using the strength of her body. The boy froze in shock. After some time, when all the undead were defeated, he asked her if she was okay, if she had calmed down a bit. She answered affirmatively and apologized. The protagonist said he was a bit surprised. If she was so afraid, then why did she follow him? To this, Mora replied that she couldn't do otherwise. It was better not to risk a solo outing on a mission. She said she was worried. Then Gale smiled and said that everything was fine. Besides, he loves fighting undead. With a smile, he thanked her for caring about him. The man said he would get to the very bottom, so he asked if she was ready to go with him. He suggested, if she was scared, she should close her eyes, take his hand, and follow him. When Mora actually listened to him, she closed her eyes and grabbed his hand. They both blushed. Gale thought he was joking, but she did it for real. This time in the capital, just before the protagonist left the city, the events unfolded in the smithy. Kesh and his team asked if it was really a fake, then offered to buy equipment from the man. He replied that they were too dirty, so they should get lost. Over time, they huddled by the wall, wrapped in rags. Kesh said he was hungry. Melissa said she was cold. Others insisted that they needed to get money. They would have to spend another night in the field. Lucas brought several missions. Looking at them, Hesh said they were S-class and that all the missions were too easy for them. To this, Neris asked them to calm down. The man said that today they were all exhausted, so they wouldn't be able to complete a difficult task. It was necessary to get back on their feet again. Hesh looked at the tasks once more and said that they were all low paid. The most expensive was to kill an org for 60 coins. They recalled an old enemy. Then Melissa suggested taking on a C-rank mission because D and E were too cheap. Others suggested doing an org. Kesh said that they will take at most level C. The girl said that skeletons are easy. Lucas thought that he had not yet thought about how he would have to spend the night in the field on an empty stomach. Norris turned to him and said that they would do it because he was going to do it, and added that skeletons are just small fish. Nari asked if Melissa and Kesh would manage, to which Kesh replied that they would quickly kill them and eat the bone-in steaks. The man said that these two received the most serious injuries, and Luca replied that the most important thing is your health. After some time, they reached an abandoned church on the outskirts. Lucas looked around and reported that there were many of them. He drew his weapon. He drew a diagram and explained that 20 are hiding in the darkness at the cemetery. Kesh replied that it was easy, and Melissa supported him. She asked others what they thought about her and about how the leader burst through the door. The leader replied that he would show what a knight is capable of. After that, later they carried out their plan. Kesh used the holy light. Melissa began cutting the enemies with a dagger. She ordered Nari to start acting. He pulled out a book and began to read a spell. At that moment, Luke also got rid of several enemies. They were happy with their victory. Cash was very pleased. It turned out that this was his plan. He said, "Here are Knight's abilities in Melissa's attack. Nari will burn them and Luke will finish them off. This is perfect." Nari clarified that it must work. Lucas said they would wait behind the wall. When their turn comes, they will cover. The leader agreed. Then he and Melissa approached the gates. Kesh asked if she was ready. She answered affirmatively. At that very moment, the servants' barrier temporarily opened, the two of them. They both rushed straight at the skeletons. Kesh said he would gather everything and pack it up, and Melissa muttered that they wasted time under the sun for nothing. At that moment, they jumped into the air and launched an attack, but failed. The skeletons immediately struck back. Kesh and Melissa flew back. Luke and Naru looked at this indifferently as if they were already ready. The skeletons surrounded the pair and began hitting them. They screamed that it hurt. Luke called Neris and said it was bad they could die. He opened his book. He immediately created a flame for himself, but it was too small. Luke said it was useless, and the man replied. He concentrated heat in it. It was small but incredibly strong. But when it reached the skeleton, it caused no harm, only angered the undead. Then they grabbed their comrades and fled. The mission failed. The next day they decided to take a mission from Org. Melissa said she would take care of him, then jumped on his back and knocked him to the ground. But he suddenly stood up, grabbed her hands, and tossed her into the air. She asked for help. After examining her, Org let go and walked away. The guys said she was not right for him. The girl was almost crying from offense and asked what was funny here. At that moment, Kesh said that Org was distracted in vain, then struck with his sword, but the weapon simply flew off his back and went aside. Or he got angry about it and turned around. The leader said things were bad, after which the monster threw everything aside with a club. This task also failed. A few days later, the whole team came to the Capital Guild. They looked exhausted and sad. They sat at the table and began talking about how their failures were because of the main hero. Their pockets were empty, so they sold cool equipment. Nari said they need to earn money and catch up with Gale. Luke suggested opening a shop, to which Kesh replied that it was an option, then added, "Today they have a quest with goblins." But later they still returned to the guild all beaten, bruised. The administrator asked if they had failed again. Kesh said that this is some kind of fraud. The head said that since they arrived, the residents no longer need to worry. The residents replied that they would help them with everything. The man said that this was their first meeting with the goblins, and Kesh declared that they would take the initiative themselves. There would be nothing for them to do. However, when it was time to fight the goblins, the peasants dealt with them themselves. Kesh's group suffered greatly from these monsters. Kesh told the administrator that the peasants declared, "They are useless, they have no meaning, so they will not be given money." Then the girl suggested lowering their rank even further, as long as the skin is intact, to which the leader immediately tugged her clothes and asked for something lighter. The administrator jerked his hand and hit her in response. It was his fourth defeat in a row, and then, at this moment, the main character thought, "The deeper you go, the higher the density of lost souls in this underground cemetery. Here you can wait." Morisette stood nearby, her eyes still closed. They stood on the high stairs, and Gale shouted if anyone was alive, but no one answered. They were. They went down, and he said there was nothing to hold on to, but Mora felt something. Then a large skeletal hand emerged from the pile. The girl immediately jumped up at the scream. She said she felt there was something there. Then she asked if she could open her eyes because she was scared with them closed. The main character decided that it would be scarier with them open, and said that there was no one here, after which he cast Dispel Magic on this huge skeleton. The undead immediately began to disappear. Gale turned to the girl and said that maybe she could be made to open her eyes. Mora asked if he had really just dispelled the undead with Dispel, and he replied by asking if she had really seen it. It was simple, but there was no time left. He didn't manage to finish speaking. The girl asked if he even knew what the word simply meant. Dispel is a spell to drive away curses. She had never heard of it working on the undead, to which he explained that it is used by priests and others, to which she said that it is exorcism. It is the priest's duty to perform cleansing with divine magic. With that, the main character said he understood. It's not quite right, and the girl asked what he meant. He replied that he would explain. Let's start with this. In his case, it's not that he throws out, he listens to the undead. He held a skull in his hand and looked at it kindly. Then the main character turned to the girl. She froze in shock. She asked what he meant by listening to the undead. How is it related to the work of priests? He asked her not to rush. He would explain everything. Gale asked if she knew what causes the undead. She replied that it is magic malice. He confirmed her words. At that moment, another undead appeared behind them. The protagonist continued telling the story and dealt with it. He said that this tendency is especially strong in cemeteries. He asked if the undead hate banishment and cleansing, and Mora replied that it is natural. Phil said that from their point of view, exorcism is when some stranger suddenly yells at him in a condemning tone, even though he is holding on in this world because of an offense. Mora asked what he was doing. The protagonist replied that he was collecting ghoul fluid. After that, he asked her if it made her angry when she was scolded in childhood. The girl immediately remembered her childhood when her father told her that she wouldn't manage. She argued and insisted that there are plenty of adventurous women, but then she was silenced and told that she talks too much. At that moment, the main hero called her name, and she snapped out of her memories, then apologized for being lost in thought. Gale said if there is a complaint, he listens. If someone died of hunger, he wants to feed them to their fill. If someone died lonely, he mourns. Someone was slandered and handed over to cruel torture. The protagonist explained, everyone has resentment, it is part of our life. In this case, it is better to make them clearly understand that he understands them, then the undead will calm down, and everyone will be happy. Suddenly, another skeleton jumped out of the nearest coffin. Mora shuddered. He was big and angry. The girl flinched again at the main hero out of fear. She looked at the undead and decided that this skeleton was the Dark Knight. She clung to Gale and thought that the support would not cope with such a monster. If he came closer, he would become much more dangerous than liches. The boy asked to be released because he had nothing to breathe with. The protagonist stood up without letting go of Mora. She asked why he was trying to hug her, and in response heard that it was she who did not let him break away. The girl saw that the skeleton was about to strike, so she screamed. However, but at that very moment, Gale approached the skeleton, poked his finger into its skull, and a magical seal appeared there. He used Dispel again. The skeleton stopped instantly. The protagonist told Mora to come down, it was all over. She turned to the undead. The skeleton was replaced by the outline of a young man. He hovered in the air above the skeleton. Gale smiled at him while the girl was in shock. Words of gratitude and the spirit of this person melted away. Only the skeleton remained on the ground. Mara stared at this with her mouth agape. Gale said that this is exactly how it happens. She admitted that she didn't understand anything. It was a level B monster, and then a young man climbed out of it and disappeared, to which the protagonist said that the guy never managed to say goodbye to his fiancée, and he deeply regretted it. Mora asked him how he knew which one exactly. Gale replied that for some reason, by creating cursed things, he learned to read the souls of the dead. Then when he heard his story and finally understood, he calmed down. Mora asked if he really wanted to say that the undead simply seek compassion. He answered that once they were people. The protagonist said that this was his unique exorcism. Compared to the rough cleansing by priests, this is the best way to obtain quality materials for creating cursed things. The young man explained that after magical dispelling, no components with traces of the curse remain, and the undead are immortal enemies. The girl, listening with a dissatisfied face, angrily replied that he had destroyed all her notions about the undead. The man and the girl were walking on the sidewalk. Both were wearing short cloaks. The girl held a staff as a weapon, and the man had only a bag. The girl looked at him openly, so he couldn't resist and asked why she was looking at him like that. The girl thought he probably thinks that the undead are something simple and can be dealt with easily. He tried not to scare her, reassured her, and kept repeating to himself, the undead are just working material, easy to handle. Then the girl got wildly angry. She suddenly turned to him and repeated his words with fury, then made him apologize to all the priests for the working materials. For some reason, she felt this was right, but the guy didn't understand and asked why she was reacting like that. The girl and the guy stopped near wide stairs leading down. Although both hesitated, the guy told her that dispelling on the undead is a win for everyone, but doing it was still not so simple. Suddenly, the girl sat up straight and shouted that his way of thinking was terrible. The guy asked her not to shout. The couple descended the stairs. The young man carefully held the girl's hand. They walked side by side, very close, always alert. The young man smiled and announced that they were already at the place. The man replied that they were on the very lowest floor, where all the dead gather. However, wasting time, the girl hid behind a column and quietly and boldly said, although this is the lower floor, there is more light here than upstairs. The young man began to tell about the inhabitants of this floor to surprise the girl. There are humming modikniki, night skeletons, and even dark ghosts and snow whites, and all this, he said, is connected to this world. They continued to hide behind the column. The girl was noticeably nervous, looking at the corpse. There are about 50 of them here, that's why it's so bright here. They emit a blue spiritual glow, she said in a trembling voice. The boy understood. The girl was afraid, so to lighten the mood, he asked if she would close her eyes. But she got angry and said she was used to it. He thought, she is lying. The man thought about it. His partner immediately noticed. The silence they exchanged silently with their glances did not last long. The man explained that there was no Lika. The girl was extremely happy. She hoped that they would leave this place immediately, because without it they could not. Then we need to return, she said, but somehow without any confidence. and suddenly the staff slipped from her hands. The sound was deafening, sharp, and incredibly loud. From the other side of the screen came a sound as if from that same other side. From the other side of the city, a young and beautiful girl sat solemnly in two expensive clothes and with a crown on her head. Next to her stood a girl in full uniform. On the table in front of the crowned lady lay a photograph of a boy who was fighting the undead. The girl turned to the other and asked if she knew him. The guys noticed that the monsters were not attacking them, and hearing the sounds, the girl pushed the boy from behind and asked him to hide. The dark undead in the staff hovered above the ground at the threshold. The girl watched as the dead entered the passage from around the corner and realized he was not like the previous ones of his kind and definitely kept this place under control. The Duma Necromancer was the most powerful of all undead sorcerers, and when he appeared on the surface, he could personally raise an entire army. He was spoken of as a harbinger of disaster and death for humanity. The girl did not understand why he was there at all. The boy interrupted her thoughts. He said the undead was just in time and that he was looking for him. The girl looked at her friend in confusion, surprised by his words. The girl whispered indignantly, asking what he was talking about, because such a sorcerer requires a priest of the highest level. While they were negotiating behind the columns, the undead noticed the presence of unexpected guests. A magical attack hit the couple, destroying one of the building's columns. The boy managed to dodge, and then, saving the girl, repelled the attack and answered her question. The man warned his companion to stick together. They fled from the wizard's attacks. The sorcerer's attacks did not cease, but they cheerfully dodged the enemy. The girl suggested running around them and escaping the room because after one attack they would become corpses. The boy replied that they had only one left from the magical arsenal. To this, the girl asked in confusion. The man stopped and stuck a magical object with a skull into the ground. The piece burst into flames and spun in place. A magical circle appeared with a blessing that dispels spells, and the mage fell right into the very center of the trap. The girl watched with admiration the secret art of priestess magic, which saves cursed people, and did not understand where the boy got such a valuable artifact. The girl watched and froze in amazement as the boy dealt with the herd with one blow, and the spirit of a man from the undead appeared. The monsters melted one by one, releasing an atmosphere of silence and peace into the air. The couple climbed out of the dungeon into the clear sky. The main character took a deep breath of fresh air as he pulled himself up. The girl curled into a ball and swore she would never go to a cemetery again. Mara was impressed. They managed to defeat the undead army in one day, and she could not believe such a fact. The boy, calming her, said she was wrong because sorcerers are everywhere. The girl objected. Usually the church forms temple knights and destroys threats with strike forces, and if sorcerers are everywhere, the world should have ended long ago. The winds. Dale stood up, surprised by the girl's response, and added that they usually end up in old and large cemeteries, because that sorcerer was once a nobleman who held this place. The girl replied that this is why the sorcerer walks through cemeteries all over the city. The boy happily hugged his bag and said it was cool to get so many materials, so now he could create even more new spells. The girl agreed with her friend and noted that he really adores cursed artifacts. The man, pulling things out of the bag, replied that making them was pure pleasure. Wrapping his favorite cursed beads around himself and taking a knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, he asked with satisfaction if he had just been cool. The girl replied that she could not agree with his sense of beauty. Gale warned her. He said she was losing too much if she did not understand this. The boy sharply turned away, muttering offendedly that there were no more people who would understand. Gale suddenly remembered that he said he has a small shop. Gale replied that there was a girl who really liked his design, and many said it was fresh and cool because cursed things were in demand. They could be used as interior elements and as talismans. The man said that one day the world would catch up with his style. The girl assured him that this would not happen, and this caused an indignant question from him. The man joyfully declared that he would try to achieve this. Mora smiled, recalling how she first met Gale. Mora was addressing the girl when she suddenly heard a conversation nearby. The man scolded Gale for his sluggishness. The girl, along with them, asked the man to be more patient with the hero. Morris sarcastically noted what a friendly team they had. The girl at the reception explained that it was a pack of wolves, each member with a difficult character. They were a C-rank team with proven abilities. When Mora noticed that the boy was following her, it was Gale. The girl told the employee that she would take on the task. Dale was dismissed from the team, and the girl eventually ended up with him. Mora recalled the first time because of the betrayal of his comrades. Gale was scared, and his gaze was directed only downwards. But now, together with her, the boy blossomed, and hope for the future burned in his eyes. The girl said that she felt so good now, and in response received a puzzled question from the boy. Mora replied that she enjoyed spending time with him. The boy was embarrassed, turned away, and asked how the girl could say such things when she had tears in her eyes. The girl shouted, "No tears." The man apologized, smiled, and decided to thank her. Gale said that he was kicked out of the team and came to the village. It would be sad if he were left completely alone, the boy admitted. Clenching his hands, the boy replied, "Even if there is money and the city is not that bad, it is still hard to be alone." Gale, without showing his eyes, smiled and said that laughing with someone is pleasant, and all thanks to Mora. The girl approached the boy with surprise and looked at him. The girl blushed and lowered her gaze. She felt embarrassed. Stepping back from the boy, the girl asked why he was so straightforward. She was shy about kind words from Gale. The girl resigned herself. She pulled the hood of her robe over her head and quietly thanked the boy. The boy asked again. He did not hear the girl's words, so she decided that he was insensitive. Mara asked the boy what they would do with the reward. The boy replied that it should be split in half. The girl shuddered at Gale's words. Mara objected. She said she had done nothing. She went on the journey with him but just walked alongside, not a step more. The boy replied that everyone in the team has their own role. The girl took one bag and said all she could do was carry a very small amount of things. Give. Gale took all the other bags with the reward, and Mora screamed in surprise, asking how strong her companion was, because even a high-level porter could not pull so much at once. The man pointed to a bracelet with skulls and said it was all thanks to the artifact. It allows increasing carrying capacity, physical strength, and endurance. The girl opened her mouth in surprise at such decoration and realized that with such an item one could change the course of the war. The man replied that he made it himself. The girl covered her eyes with her palm, and the man looked doubtfully at his companion's behavior. Mora asked the boy if he had ever seen cursed items in shops, and the dad replied that the girl was behaving boldly. The boy said he was a master of cursed items and had researched what was fashionable now, but it all turned out not very good. The girl objected. The point was not how these items looked, but their abilities. Usually, each item has only one effect from the cursed artifact. Otherwise, the vessel might not withstand it, so it would be good if the effect could be enhanced by at least 10%, exclaimed the girl. Mora said that things that have 2 or more effects and significantly increase power are called artifacts. Gale laughed and said that then it was something like a national relic, and he considered his inventions no more than trinkets. The girl thought that the effectiveness of magical items grows together with the master who creates them, because with him grows his ability to understand and think, but she was annoyed that the boy never listens to people. The man replied that it didn't matter what effect that thing would have, everything depended on ingenuity. They could be combined as much as desired, like sorcerers working with magic. The girl pondered the words of her companion. Mora replied that if one follows that boy's logic, then cursed things can be equated to simple toys. The boy objected, saying it all depends on how good the thing is. The girl, like everyone else, knew that cursed objects cause terrible consequences, so she remained silent, not responding to his words. The risk of the curse was great. As soon as a person wears the cursed item even once, they will no longer be able to remove it on their own, because a special skill is required for this. The price for using the item was high. In return, it gave increased striking power, but the user could weaken from the sun on the battlefield and fall to the ground powerless. Nothing could be done. It was also possible to fall into an improper state and attack one's allies, not distinguishing them from enemies. Perhaps the objects could be tamed by the hands of the master of cursed things. And if the curse is lifted, then the effect of the imposition will disappear along with it. But could the creator fully control the created object and not lift the curse, leaving only the positive effect of its use? Having reached these thoughts, the girl stopped. Mora asked the boy if he wanted to shake to the core the very essence of their world, calling it a terrible master. The boy gladly agreed and said that is exactly why he needed the perfect design item. The girl smiled at Rylyu at these words. The girl replied that the era of Gale could not come, to which the boy cut in, "Do not let go of your hands." Mora agreed. As long as there is a limit to the power of cursed artifacts, the world will not notice Gale. Mora stopped on the road, and the boy walking ahead said he saw a dogwood, so he suggested taking the cart. Gale ran out to the peasant with the cart. The girl pondered over the master of cursed things. Laughing, Mora thought that this guy was funny, and in her thoughts asked herself if she could be with him, at least sometimes, in that team. A dark-skinned elf named Gamli met the guests and said that the Travelers Guild accepts them. The girl recognized the boy as Gale and said that he came early, then asked if he could resign. Gale denied her words. He replied that it was the opposite and showed the contents of the bags. Gale stated that this was not a fake and asked the girl to check for herself. The elf began to examine the skeletons. The man threw the skull of a sorcerer who brought misfortune at the girl's feet. The elf was quite surprised. The girl's eyes flashed, and she said she would buy everything for 10 more than usual. Mora interrupted, stating that she wants 30 more. Mora explained. The letter said that the territory needed to be cleared, but in reality, they had already gone further into the dungeon, and suddenly that slime appeared, so they were lucky not to have died there. The hero's companion said sternly, the information in the letter is unreliable, and she only wants 10, and for the guild, this is unacceptable. She looked confidently at the girl, but embarrassed. The family apologized to the heroes, explaining that they are still a small guild and the information may be unreliable, and tried to bargain for 20. Mora reluctantly agreed. The man did not understand why his companion was angry. Mora replied that she must say everything to their face. When completing a quest, you also need to take countermeasures, and gave an example that she might take a task to destroy fire monsters, but in reality, there will be ice monsters. The boy, smiling, replied that Mora is already kind, and the girl shyly said that this is not so. Gamli burst into their conversation, apologizing in advance for spoiling the sweet atmosphere, and she apologized to the boy, explaining that she was just inexperienced. The boy assured her that everything was fine. The girl lowered her head guiltily and said that she naively believed the gravedigger's words and that she was wrong. Gale thought embarrassedly, what a cute elf. The boy, with desperate diligence, tried to hide his excitement and admiration, insisting that the cemetery is his path and that he would come there alone from time to time. Gamli joyfully threw herself into his arms, saying that her words were a real relief. The man decided that the girl was a true guild master, and for the first time, he was valued so highly. The embrace was interrupted by Mora, who said to stop. The elf rushed to the second floor and said it was time to start evaluating the goods, warning that she would return soon. Mora asked Gale if he liked this girl. He asked in surprise what she was even talking about. The man asked why she suddenly became so interested in it, but he categorically refused, saying he didn't feel anything like that. The girl declared that she had behaved so sweetly with him and posed for him, and Gale muttered embarrassedly that nothing like that had happened. Mora calmed down and left. Gale did not understand his companion's behavior. The girl blushed and frowned. Mora shouted back that she was not angry, was just trying to explain to the boy that the elf was over 100 years old. The spear flew past the couple and crashed into the floor. Galmi apologized, explaining that her hand twitched by itself. The boys knew she had hit the target exactly. The girl replied that it was time for them to receive a reward. Before the class coins were placed, Gale replied that they would split everything in half. Mora wanted to object, but the boy calmed her down. Hamel saw the boys off, ordering them to come for the rest of the reward later. Hamel. Gamli studied the new product and got angry at the girl's words about returning it. Hemley spoke to the shadows, asked what had happened, as her guest rarely came here. The voice replied only that she needed to wait a moment. He would tell the elf exactly what she needed to hear. The family ordered to publish the information, and the girl began her story. The elf pondered over the commotion in the capital, which was called an assassination attempt. Gam 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 gam. The family asked if Princess Carla was alive and received an affirmative answer because she used a cursed artifact with an effect that repels instant death. The girl clarified that only the shield possesses such a property, and a voice from the shadows replied that he has no information about church relics. The elf smiled at the unknown artifact with terrible power. She asked who the killer was. The girl replied that she did not have such information and only knew that someone from the military was involved in the matter. Hamlet smiled at this complicated case and decided that the criminal was from the special unit of the Imperial Department. The girl assured that there would be more details. The elf asked the informant to try to inquire if there was anything else interesting, to which she received a refusal. The family knew the Empire had taken a decisive step to secretly kill the heir to the throne and guessed that there was strife inside them. The girl remembered the cursed artifact in Gale, and a familiar image surfaced in her thoughts. Under his cloak, she saw a terrible number of cursed things, but despite this, the man showed not a drop of concern. Moreover, that guy managed to defeat the Lycan together with his partner, and the girl decided that he was playing with cursed objects. Gemly washed off the sweat in the shower, plunging into thoughts about how they were victims of dark elves, cursed artifacts, and recalled his old longing for family. Gamely remembered how she bowed before her people. The girl wanted to get the heart of the Demon King, because without it the curse on her family could not be lifted, and the former rights could not be restored. Working part-time as a guild craftswoman, the girl simultaneously gathered information and dreamed of joining the Imperial Guard. The girl thought if disputes flare up between the capital and the Empire, a new chance might appear for her. Moreover, she recently met a strange master who works with cursed objects. Putting the puzzle together, the girl concluded, the very artifact was made by Gale. Having changed clothes, the girl said that Gale really turned out to be an interesting young man for her. In the church in the capital, the man asked if the visitors were cursed. Gale's former group froze in shock, looking at the church preacher. The man stated that the curse had no effect at all, and they were completely clean in response. He received objections. The team leader scolded Gale and said that he had cursed them out of revenge, so they wanted to remove him and regain their former powers. The man replied that the traces of the curse were still on them, and it was a miracle they survived, but if Gale disappeared, everything would return to how it was before. A group of people froze in the corridor. The guys realized their current state was the level of their true power. The commander flew into a rage, accusing the priest of his own incompetence, and the guys were expecting the same. The shadowed man looked at his hand and could not believe that he was a below-average mage. The commander ordered them to listen to him and advised looking for Gale. The man suggested that their former comrade was begging in the alleys, and then he called out to Cash. The man asked this guy to stop, because they themselves would soon be on the brink of poverty. The guys sold all their equipment to lift the curse and have funds for living. Now they could not live in a regular hotel. Instead of clothes, they wore ragged rags. The state of homelessness affected them directly. The man grabbed his comrade and asked what kind of despair he was chasing away now. The guy stopped struggling in the commander's hands and asked to pay attention to the bulletin board. Cash glanced sideways. Cash asked what was there. Noticing the announcement, the boy jumped up, grabbed a piece of paper, and seized it. His comrades asked what was in the announcement, and Luke replied that, as the commander said, they were not here for nothing. Cash laughed and said he was right, and they were just incredibly lucky. The man showed the announcement and said, "Look at it." On the sheet was an image of Gale, a royal decree, and an announcement about searching for a person. Find him alive or dead for a certain reward. Similar features immediately pointed to this boy, and they could not believe he was on the wanted list. The boys laughed, and passers-by looked at the group strangely. The boys were fired up with the idea of catching and handing over Gale to the kingdom, dreaming of the reward. The princess and the knight walked by and discussed the informant, deciding that they would no longer pay for misinformation. The knight replied, the informant is a guild member and a Class C adventurer, and the girl added that he recently took part in a raid. The Wolfpack team settled barbarically around the table, and knights sat around them. The boys discussed that the furniture here was expensive, and the food was incredible, and they started devouring candies. Cash threw his feet on the table and grumbled that informants like them were kept waiting and even forced to demand extra money for it. The princess and her knight sat down, hid behind the knight, and whispered that their guests were ill-mannered. That boy. The man noticed two ladies and said that they were the best adventurers in this city, and only the royal family had the right to talk to them. The princess, stopping the knight from unnecessary actions, replied that she was busy, which was why she was late. The princess introduced herself. Carla de Glucken and the boy started dealing with the princess of this country. The girl reminded him of his words, asking him to apologize for her being late, and angrily demanded an apology. The girl sat on the chair, while the travelers bowed to the floor before her. Cash begged forgiveness for his impudence. The girl ordered to get to the point. She directly asked if they knew the man from the announcement. The guys looked around and smiled threateningly, and those clung to words that they knew him. The cavalier suggested starting with the signs of the one they were looking for. Cash replied that the guy had an average build and dark eyes. The girl from Cash's team said he wore a primitive blue cloak. The princess asked to continue. The guy recalled, he did boring little things and had a nasty taste. The princess said he was mistaken. The team froze in shock, and the princess did not understand how that could be called little things. The guy muttered to himself and asked to wait. The bearded man said his name was Gale. He was a master of cursed artifacts and a former comrade of their team. He extended 3 amulets and offered to look at them. The girl replied that there could be no mistake. The princess asked what she was talking about, and she explained. She was convinced of this when she was looking for the guy. The man told this to the princess's knight, and if he was to be believed, they were looking for the owner of a shop that sells cursed items, and an amulet that he gave out as a bonus. The princess took offense and said that she had never had anything like that before. The girl replied, maybe because they hadn't managed to do it before closing, or she was in too much of a hurry. The girl turned to Luca and asked if he had anything else from the stall, specifically from Gale. He replied that he took that thing from another man, but he has one more. He had with him a ring made from an animal's fang, a palette knife covered in slime, and a chain with witch powder. The boys, stunned, asked that boy why he carried it with him all the time, and decided that it was precisely because of this that they were so shameless and unlucky. The princess, covering her mouth with her palms, almost looked at those things in amazement. She happily took all these things and was happy. The traveler was frozen in shock by the girl's behavior. When the storm of emotions subsided, the princess sat down and believed the informants. The princess ordered them to be rewarded and a light flashed in the traveler's eyes. The girl asked the princess if these trinkets attracted her, but the princess lied and refused. The princess turned around and counted the money, gave it away, and said that this would be an advance for the completed work. Carlo approached him and said that she needed to thank Gale and asked if he understood her. The boy knelt on one knee and asked to be trusted. The boys were happy about the award and were already preparing to set off in search of Gale. The commander gave the boys tasks, ordering Melissa to check the street stall and the Merchants Guild, Morris the Adventurers Guild and the inn, and Luca to search the carts. Kesh did not understand why the princess needed to thank Gale. The boys insisted that he should properly thank him for such an award from the princess. Team Wolf Fang completely misunderstood Princess Carla's request. The princess and her knight were watching the travelers from the window. The girl asked Her Majesty if she really believed that they had instilled trust in her. Clara replied that she had no other options. The knight looked at the announcement where the princess described and depicted the boy. The princess wanted to test them to find out what the C-rank adventurers were capable of. The princess turned to the table and grabbed the paper, talking about Gale. Holding a notice with a photo of the boy next to her, the girl replied that she wanted to learn more about him. The city of farmers called Farmer's Corner. Gale sat down and created a new artifact. The man sneezed and pondered further, insisting that he has admirers of his cursed Thinksty discuss them so passionately. The young man quickly came to terms with it and continued. Gale laughed and began to reason that if the gleams on the edge were polished, the resistance to magical power and the properties of the dark attribute would increase. But instead he will receive an effect in the form of a decrease in the properties of the light attribute and a decrease in physical defense. However, if gunpowder from the dark skeleton's ground bones is added, the previous drawback will be offset. The boy added a pinch of thunderfire. It increases resistance to light magic. Gale happily finished his creation, assembled from the ashes of Lick Claymore. It was his first memorable work during his time in Farmer's Corner. The youth forged the sword of the sage and gave it the name Split because it had good qualities. The man wanted to swing, but the girl suddenly hit him on the head and demanded silence. Gale asked what she was doing in his room, and in response heard that she was complaining about the noise. The man did not understand what the problem was. The girl wanted to forgive him because of the unpleasant living conditions, but changed her mind. The girl asked the boy if he would open his shop today. Mora replied that she would go with him because the weather was favorable for profitable trade. The boy agreed. Gale, like other sellers, lured customers asking them to come to his stall. The girl was confused and silent. On the street, people approached everyone except Gale. The man tried to lure two boys who had just bought meat. Gale handed them sticks made from bone. The boys refused such an offer. The man offered another custom sword, and that buyer fled from Gale in horror. The girl asked angrily what exactly that boy echoed. The boy handed the girl a sword, promising a special price for friendship. The girl threw the sword away. The boy grabbed it with his whole body, insisting that it was too valuable and could not be treated that way. Mora told that boy that he was sick if he sold something like that in this city, especially among food stalls. The boy replied that trade was good only in the morning and until evening. The girl said that was not the point. She asked if he was familiar with the words supply and demand. The young man said yes and explained, it is the connection between buyer and seller. Mora asked him to kill those words in his head. The man began to guess what might work here and made a decision, saying out loud, those cursed headbands. The girl dragged the boy, insisting that they needed to return. Gale asked her to wait. The shop was still open, and all the goods would be stolen. She retorted that no one needed his junk for nothing. The boys arrived at Gimli. The girl told her what had happened at the market and added that she could no longer handle him. The boy sat aside, offended, and declared that Mara was no longer his partner. Gale, pressing against the sword, said that Mora did not understand the beauty of his creations because he had spent 3 days on them. Gimli advised the boy to listen more to the opinions of others. The boy objected to the elf. Gimli explained, asking him to think about what kind of man this should be and for what purpose he would buy this product from him in this city. The boy pondered. The boy suggested that it was for interior decoration. Gimli realized how serious the problem was. The elf asked why he would open a shop in such a place. The girl said that the appearance of a shop of cursed things next to food could disrupt the trade of other goods and attract security. The boy reproached his companion for complaining. She defended herself, saying she was talking to a wall. The elf laughed at the couple, declaring that they were a perfect pair, but they denied it. The man said he had paid the trade guild 1 gold coin for the trading spot. The girl froze in shock. Mora objected to such a price in such a city, and Gimli replied that they were simply making money from it. The boy could not believe his loss. The elf told the boy that if there were many people on the street, it did not mean that the goods would be sold, because that part of the city hardly used cursed things. The boy completely lost strength and stopped with his head bowed. Gimli tried to cheer him up and said that it did not mean there were no buyers here at all after all. There were travelers who were members of this guild. Gale rejoiced. But this did not solve the problem, because first they needed to change the location. Gimli asked if they had already consulted about a profitable place for trade. The youth replied that it was already taken. The girl asked if he had definitely seen that place, and if there were spots crowded with merchants. The man recalled there was enough space in the square, even empty. The elf understood everything, and replied that there are capital guilds that have their own branches. They opened shops in small towns and the guys had to go. The couple asked where exactly. The girl replied that she is going to the guild of blacksmiths. Meanwhile, the blacksmith was forging new weapons. Kovalevska Guild, the guys came to look for a good place for a shop. Gale asked why exactly Smith's Guild and not Merchant's Guild. Gimli replied that Farmer's Corner has a special balance of power. The girl explained that there is almost no power there, so they lose to the Guild of Blacksmiths both in terms of money concentration and number of people, and the guys from Glassbreaker will pay an official visit. Mora added that the Trade Guild aims to become #1 in the city. The elf praised the girl for her cleverness. In rural areas, the Guild of Blacksmiths was extremely popular. It made metal products, repaired equipment, and built new buildings. It also sold excellent tools for a certain category of people for land cultivation, which was not surprising given its reputation. The boy asked if they would say hello to these influential people. They will help them open a shop. The girl agreed and asked if there was any gift for them. The boy pulled out a cursed chain and a sword. Schism, as Gale called it, and he assured, if he gave it to them, they would definitely be delighted. Mora tried to calm the boy, and Gimli asked in horror what kind of sword it was. Mora remembered. They had to make a circle at the elf's request to go shopping. The companion asked the boy to simply bow and assured him she would give him a gift. He, on the contrary, believed that the blacksmiths would like his gift. The girl asked the boy to turn around because he had already attracted their attention. The boys entered the room, where the work was already in full swing. Mora said that her stove was hot, and Gimli replied, there is no reception area, there is a workshop, but in the papers it was recorded as a guild. The man addressed the guests and said that they were behaving disrespectfully. Gale apologized. The boy asked if they could go further now, but Gimli objected. They need to call to them. A pair of travelers exchanged glances, and Mora apologized, shouting to the workers. Gimli said it was not loud, and she herself was about to call them. The elf jealously pronounced the name Shaelin so loudly that the heroes froze in stupor. During the girls' call, a hammer fell on them, and the boys jerked in different directions. Gimli grumbled in response to such a greeting gesture, and the girl immediately ordered him to be quiet because he was disturbing the work. The girl with 2 ponytails on her head and glasses on her eyes replied that if she called once, he would come. The boys were surprised that this girl was a dwarf. Gimli sat on the hammer of her interlocutor and laughingly replied that she called her, but she did not come, for which she received an insult. The girls exchanged insults, and the heroes felt their relationships intensify. Gimli addressed the boys and said that it was all nonsense. Gimli introduced the gnome. The girl's name was Shaelin, and she managed Smith's Guild. The gnome raised glasses and, smiling, announced that he was glad to meet his new friend. The man shook her hand and noticed. The girl's hands were bigger than his, and also full of scratches and experience. Mora turned to her partner, puzzled. Gale and Shaelin spoke to each other in unison. The boys realized that they were professionals in their field. Gimli, smiling, interrupted the master's handshake with the words, "Why are they looking at each other like that?" The master was stopped by a remark to the girl. Mora ordered to get to work. Gimli replied that today she had an important guest. He wants to open his own shop. Shali did not understand why those shops were needed and asked not to waste her time anymore. Shalina thought that if they were allowed to open a shop, she would bring trouble to the Merchants' Guild. The girl said she was not against it, but there was one catch. The girl explained that they had no plans to capture the city, but unlike the city, they were not just inventing something, they were repairing. It would be easy for her, just do one thing. But before she could realize this, she became a guild master. The girl again asked the boy his name and warned, "Do not believe everything Gimli says, because half of her words are lies." The man was silent, and the girl objected, how cruelly Shalina treated her. The girl said she would sign the document right now. Gale and Mora were happy they had managed what they accomplished. Shalina turned to the boy, who said that it was not so simple. She replied, "In the world you cannot be so naive, there are mutual concessions here. If they need her permission, then there is no place for kindness in this matter." The guys did not understand what she meant until they remembered the gifts. The girl handed them a keg. Mora bowed and asked to give a strong alcoholic drink. Gale decided to show his sword too and ran into Mora's angry look. The girl tried to stop the boy, asking him not to draw the sword, but he said the master should like it. Shalina was surprised. What had the guys just been knocking with exactly? The man handed her a sword wrapped in cloth, and the girl, unwrapping it, shouted in surprise and began to beg, "What is this?" Mara and Gimli stood and looked at the boy and the dwarf. Shalina was delighted with such a weapon and replied with a serious face that she understood them. He said that it was not just a saber. Happily, the boy said that she understood, and they repeated the word together. Meanwhile, the boy thanked the master for it, while the girl grabbed the young man by the shoulder. The girl asked not to address her so formally and to switch to informal familiarity. The boy said that she was a real pro, and immediately burst into tears and was even glad that he finally met a person who truly understood it. The man barked and wiped away tears of happiness. Mora looked at Shaylin. The girl cleared her throat and the boy asked if she was feeling unwell. Gimli asked what happened, smiling sarcastically. In response, the girl told him to shut up. Shalina advised the girl to go outside for fresh air because of the dust in the workshop, but the girl refused. She said she already had two masters very close by. Shalina approached the boy and asked if that was exactly what the girl meant. He immediately changed his mind and joyfully declared that Shalina was a master blacksmith and still a skilled master who understood him. The girl admired the sword and said that such things do not just fall out of monsters, and only when he took it in his hands did he feel all its power. In her personal assessment, the sword had vampirism, a property of a dark attribute that enhanced the cutting attack. Gale replied that the girl had a diamond eye and that she wanted to tell him about its other features, but Shali suddenly stopped him. She said that the cut weighed a little less. The girl was swinging the sword. Mora noticed this. Gale explained that the master was training the sword in practice. Shalina joyfully declared that it would be wonderful to arm oneself with such a thing. During the attack on the enemy, the sword activated vampirism, which allowed restoring strength right in battle. Shalina said that this sword was large but felt light so it could be held and wielded with one hand. She clarified, such a weapon is ideal for a frontline swordsman in a team. Then she corrected herself again, saying it would also suit a lone traveler. He happily added that the sword had resistance against magic, and it could also summon protection from dust and such, and the sword was considered cursed, so everyone saw how quiet it was. The girl copied the boy's words in praise, but as soon as she heard about the last ones, she asked again. Shaylin nervously asked what he rubbed it with. The sword began to curse and grabbed the girl's hand. Shaylina did not understand what it meant. Mora noticed. It was the action of the skull. The girl asked to release her hand. The young man stubbornly insisted that she could not have known about such power. Shalina shouted at him to take his sword. Morris sided with the young man and asked him to dispel the curse as soon as possible. Gimli laughed, looking at the mess they had made, and it clicked in her mind. Besides the curse, the boy's sword was highly praised for its properties. So Gale is a master of unique cursed items. The boy used the amulet and lifted the curse. Gimli waved his hand and looked at the boys from the side. The girl held her mangled hand in front of her and did not understand what she had gotten herself into. Mora apologized, saying they had tried to be careful. The girl treated the hand and said it was too late to apologize. Shalina denied that it was necessary to say right away, the object is cursed. The man did not understand why, because he could have just removed the curse. The girl replied that if it was normal for him, it did not mean it was normal for others too, calling him selfish. Shalina asked her colleague if they came to harm her. The elf told her not to fool herself. Gale had no evil intentions. Shaylin, irritated, realized she had succumbed to the traits of a tasteless sword and said, now they will never see permission. Gale replied that she was confident because gifts had come to her, and she was just that. The girl changed the subject and asked why he did not give such a sword to some guard. The man puffed up and spat back that he had put his whole soul into the sword. The girl cursed him and asked if he even knew what clients needed. She considered him hopeless and could not allow the shop to open. If his things went on sale, the world would end. Shilinya thought that such a person could become useful if kept in reliable hands. The girl replied that she was not so heartless. The girl asked how much he wanted to invest to open a shop. The boy brazenly replied that he wanted Tone. Mora immediately pinched him for that. The man grabbed his side in confusion and was already asking to open the shop for him. Mora added an apology and justified herself. She said he sometimes lost his mind, but he was not a villain. Shalina looked down at him and replied that it was funny they were still discussing this. The girl agreed to open the shop, but she needed to put a signature somewhere, a commitment that she would bear responsibility. The girl leaned forward and said that the boy had not paid yet and demanded to see his real identity, looking him straight in the eyes. Mora asked if she needed money. She replied that the girl thinks badly of her for offering that, because she does not intend to take money from the alien, she just wants to ask for a favor. The boy asked what exactly they were asking for. The girl replied, if you ask the travelers, they will point to one place. This place was the only mine in Farmer's Corner. The girl wanted to give a task to exterminate the monsters inside, and everyone who stepped on this land disappeared. She did not know exactly which monsters lived there. The quest had difficulty AA and was called Inanaki Mine Safety. The girl asked if the guys were ready to take it on. Meanwhile, in the palace, the princess's knight asked what it meant, for she was certain it was the work of those acting under the emperor's name. The princess did not want to admit her guilt. The girl replied that they were ambushed by assassins and she had no doubt about it. The princess decided the attempt on the servant was not accidental, but had a hidden meaning. The girl stated that they were dealing with an assassination attempt on Princess Carla, and that the imperial struggle for the throne had already erupted. Continuing her version, the girl knight said, the first prince of the empire hired a killer to kill the princess. The servant replied that he had heard. The emperor fell ill, and a struggle for the throne had erupted between the first prince's son of a concubine II, the legitimate heir. The princess asked what this had to do with her. The girl knight replied that there is none now, but in the future the princess might arrange a marriage on favorable terms with the second prince, and asked if the princess had not forgotten about it, to which she replied that she had forgotten and is now confused. The princess said that this does not mean she agrees with her fate. The steward father replied that such a decision is not subject to the persuasions of Princess Carla, and this consent is of an international level. The girl replied that the princess's marriage would enhance the empire's reputation and strengthen the kingdom, thus, ultimately, supporting the second prince, and his behavior showed that his attitude toward the princess was purely political. Even if the plan fails, the first prince will lose nothing. Perhaps he was even aiming for this. The girl said that now the fragile imperial path has two directions. It is necessary to seriously take this idea and pay a friendly visit to establish relations. The knight continued to insist that they needed to lure out the murderer sent by the first prince. The girl screamed. The knight replied, even if they catch the murderer and force him to talk, it does not mean they will have direct evidence, because if the empire remains silent about this incident, it will not be beneficial for the kingdom, and the most they can do is express concern about what is happening, unless they do not wish to go to war. Carla stood up and said that then they need to cancel the engagement and break the agreement, and as a princess, she will refuse the engagement with the second prince. The girl confidently looked straight into the eyes of her personal knight. Throwing off the crown, the girl fell onto the bed. The knight replied that they could not break the agreement between the countries. Lying on the bed, the princess said she hated it and looked at her hand where the ring was. She added that they had already chosen the ring. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, in Aki Mine, Shaylin intended to prepare rolls. Gale stated that he is a master of cursed artifacts. Aura said that he is support. Gimli claimed that she is the guild leader and asked not to be taken into account. The man asked if more participants were needed because he and Moro were standing at the back, and the elf was not participating at all. Shalina sadly lowered her head and answered, yes, so they decided not to change anything. The girl replied that at first she wanted to give them a level CB quest, but after thinking it over, she decided to choose a high level because the heroes had been through a lot. The boy replied that they had recently arrived in the city. Gimli's smile reminded her that the boys hadn't told Shailini. If she took the task and failed the difficulty, it would increase. Shailini almost lost her composure, and her colleagues said that she made this decision after talking with her. Mora thought and realized, if she doesn't start the quest soon, the difficulty won't change. The boy asked if the quest rank would increase in case of failure. Gimli agreed and warned that then the quest would become S rank. The girl replied that many travelers had recently disappeared there. Mora assumed that in 9 out of 10 cases everyone got lost. The boys stared at the stone, resembling a monster's mouth, and at the tunneled entrance to the mine. The boys heard a noise as he hoped for the wind, but immediately understood. A monster lived there. Their thoughts were interrupted by Shaylin Ash asked why they had frozen. The girl asked why, if they are travelers, they simply do not find the problem and solve it, and recalled saying that they had often been there before. The boy reminded her that most people from there never returned despite claims. The girl replied that for such a task at least 10 gold coins should be paid. Shalina told the guys that this mission used to be low difficulty and the reward was very small. Mora replied that then no one would have taken the mission. Gale asked if he could try himself as an attacker. Mora was surprised. The girl reminded that the guy earlier single-handedly destroyed the army commanded by Lick. Gale replied that the undead are different, and they still haven't figured out exactly which monsters are hidden there. Shalina cut off their conversation. The girl with the hammer declared that she would take the initiative into her own hands. Shaylin decided for everyone, and the guys were surprised by such a proposal. The girl asked why they had such faces. She said she would simply take command over them. The guys were surprised that the client went into battle against them as an attacker, fulfilling his own order. Gimli said that for the girl it was not a problem. Shaylina said that she was strong and showed off her biceps. The man asked skeptically if Lita could handle it at all. She only ordered him to rely on her. Mora marveled at her team, the guildmaster, the master of cursed artifacts, and the support and thought about how absurd it was. The girl thought whatever monsters they might encounter, they could always rely on Gale's abilities. The guys moved forward, praying that everything would work out. Gimli wished the guys luck and waved her hand as they parted ways. The team went inside and lit up the corridors. The man looked in the direction from which the sound fell into the abyss. The guys began to fuss. Shaylina quickly calmed them down. The girl told the guys hiding behind her that it was just the wind. She explained about the holes through which the sound passed, resembling a dog's hell, hence the name. Shalina threw a stone to the girl and asked her to look. Mora caught the stone and looked at the iron ore together with Gale. Plina said that ore or deposits occur here, and from time to time they found mithril, so she said, apparently, the mine here is not bad. The guys turned their heads and looked at the shaft. The guys sat at the very bottom of the minivan. The heroes were surprised by its beauty. Shalina explained that this was exactly why she settled here, and that this place was important to her, so she could not be afraid. Mora thought that at least now they were not in a cemetery where the undead live, and there was no reason to be afraid, when suddenly she twitched and asked what that was. The girl saw the stone statue of a man and froze in horror. She recoiled backward, screaming and trembling. They're an undead. The boy was happy, and Shalina replied that such a thing could not be here. The girl hid behind the guild master, while she asked Gale why he was so happy. The boy replied that a runny nose in such a place is very special. The boys concluded that these were not statues, but complete works of jewelry art in appearance. The man replied that it seemed as if he saw a living person before him. Shalina asked the guy if it was not cool. The guy decided that everything was fine normal work, and the girl behind him said, "They are stupid." Mora turned around and pointed to the passage, ordering the boys to look while she discussed the intricacies of the statue's work. Mora pulled the boys aside, saying it was not the time to discuss such things, and ordered them to look there. Shaylin stood up and looked around, amazed at what she saw, just like Gale. Fill the room with statues of people. The girl who was swearing did not understand what was happening now. Shalina asked why there were so many statues here. The man replied that they were all different. Mora realized that something strange was happening and asked her companions to speak up. Shalina carefully examined the statue and recognized her friend in it, informing the boys about it, and they were surprised. The girl recognized a few more statues. They were travelers from the farmer's side. Shalini could not believe her own Aisthi had just found the missing people. The girl's face instantly tensed. The guys understood. Before them stood people turned to stone. Gale understood why it seemed to him that such statues were like ornaments, and admitted how wrong he was. Shalina said in panic that it was like turning to stone. The man realized that this was the work of a monster, and grabbed the guild leader by the shoulder. The guys took a fighting stance, covering each other's backs. Mora shouted that they were already near the entrance. The girl ordered the guys to look to the last side. Gale turned to Mora and said that things were bad because not many monsters were capable of this. The girl nodded, noting that such monsters are like basilisk or gorgon, which belong to a class above Class A. The guys realized the cave smelled of chicken and feathers were scattered around, and also this creature could petrify. The call of a chicken sounded. Gale exclaimed that their enemy was a cockatrice. The wall began to collapse. The The cockatrice is a monster that is half chicken and half snake, considered an evil creature in many religions. It has high defense, capable of withstanding attacks from throwing guns, and also has sharp claws and poisonous breath that turns nearby creatures to stone. Additionally, the monster has high mobility and calculates its attacks. The wall on the Moorish side was on the verge of collapse. The girl did not understand what was happening. S.A. Chelina said that they needed to switch places. The man called out to her in response and switched places with her. Gale lunged at the noisy clacker as it rushed straight at the heroes. The monster began its attack on the boys. The hero prepared to respond with a strike, clutching 3 darts in his hand. A snake crawled out from under the huge chicken, baring its fangs. The man threw the darts. One hit the snake's neck and the other hit the bird's body. The monster was struck by electricity, and the boy joyfully exclaimed that the monster wanted to ruin them and had already opened its jaws, but in the end, it became the target itself. Shelley asked the hero how he managed to pierce the monster's body with such strong defense, adding that it would be normal if it were a dungeon monster, but there was a boss in front. The man replied that it doesn't matter what kind of monster it is. You have to hit it as quickly as possible because these were single-use darts with a paralysis spell and ignored protective power. Gale added that such an effect on the monster would not last long. Shelley swung her hammer and went on the attack in response to the fact that she didn't care. She just rushed into battle. From the force put into the strike, the ground beneath the girl's feet crumbled. Shelley gathered strength for a strike and glared fiercely at the enemy. With precisely measured strikes, Shelley cut through the monster's body, separating it from the head. The monster's head flew into the air, and Mora noted that she could throw it up if she hit 5 times. The boy said it was just a direct hit. Shelley proudly replied that this was her heroic form. The boys warned the girl there would be even more to come. Shelley fell into the snake's jaws and screamed. The girl called Mora, and she began casting a spell to enhance her strength, saying to rely on her. The muscles on Shelley's arms noticeably grew and this surprised her. Mora warned her companion. In enhancement magic, the speed of application is important, so the effect will last only a short time. On the go, flying by, Shelley thrust the hammer into the snake's mouth and replied that she could handle it. The girl tried to tear the snake's jaws apart. Shelley said that now they would show the strength of a first-class blacksmith from black work. The guys watched what was happening. Shelina tore the monster's mouth in half, showing her power. The monster tore along the jaws. The girl landed not far from the defeated one, and steam was coming off her. Unable to stand, Shaylee fell to the ground, laughed, and said that this was a complete victory. Shaylee sits on the ground while the guys run to her. Mora shouts at her to be careful and says that the slowness of Curatrix saved them. The dart's effect was still holding. The girls began to ask about the dart artifact and learned. The man found it on a ghost who ignored the protection in the capital. He did not remember very well and described it as a skeleton in a black cloak. The girls asked in unison, looking at each other. The girls asked if the skeleton had a sickle and a scary tin lamp in its hands. The guy remembered, snapped his fingers, and answered yes. Gale, who looks like a little skeleton, passes through walls. The girls shouted in horror that this was the god of death. The messenger of evil and god of death did not appear in the human world. The girls began to remind the guy. Gale, smiling, replied that it was nothing special. Such a skeleton can be seen in underground catacombs, although as soon as he looked at the guy, the skeleton froze in shock, or she cast a shocked look at him from what she heard. The partner grabbed him by the collar of his coat and began shaking him, poking. He said he couldn't see her. He replied that he had seen her only twice. Mora screamed at him for what he did to him. Gale replied that he used the skeleton for a cursed thing and added, he could do nothing more. Mora froze in wild shock. Closing her eyes, the girl repeated the guy's words and understood why the dart affects the boss monster so much. Shali looked at him reproachfully and asked what kind of character this was the main hero. Mara, recalling her comrade, replied to Shali that she needed to be more careful, explaining, her life could be destroyed in an instant. Shelley justified her actions by saying that she couldn't just sit in a corner and be horrified by death, and that anyone in a dangerous situation loses vigilance. Mora stared at the girl until she added that next time she would be more careful. Mara remembered and wanted to say something, but the boy interrupted her. The boys came closer to each other and said that the quest in a key mine safety difficulty AA was successfully completed. 3 people in the team jumped for joy as soon as the task was completed. Gale was collecting monster feathers while the girls sat behind the boy and waited for him. Mora told the girl that they needed to inform Gimli about helping the travelers, and then asked if they could use the mine they were currently in and received consent. Shali replied that various monsters had already been there, but the most unknown creature was the cockatrice, and added, It would be sad if he settled them there. The girl recalled that she debuted for the first time as a traveler. The boy thought it over and turned back to Mora. Gale asked if this monster could be eaten. The girl replied that she didn't know, and thoughtfully added that maybe some parts of the body could be. Shali, disgusted, told the boy that it couldn't be eaten because its body was poisonous. Gale deliberately questioned Shali again and made excuses, saying the monster looked like a chicken. They were already used to that. Mora approached the boy and asked why he was hiding right here, and said that they needed to tear off even more details. The boy warned the girl to be careful. The boy considered Mora's words and replied that for such a large monster, this mine was too small. He wondered if the creature could have taken this place as a chicken coop. He could only guess what was going on in a chicken's head. Gale raised his head and added that it really smelled like a chicken coop, chicken droppings and rotten eggs. He heard a crack and the man asked what Mora stepped on. The girl looked down at her feet and something crumbled. The man examined the object. It was an eggshell. The girl asked if it wasn't too big, to which the man agreed. Gale asked Mora why chickens build mounds. Shali looked around and immediately understood everything. Mora replied, so that chickens could lay eggs there. The curse of Shali made her catch several curious glances, and the girl added that there were chicks there. The deafening squeak of the boss monster echoed behind the valley of small statues. The children of the grisly monster gnawed on the frozen remains of the miners. The chicks shifted their gaze to the children. A group of people watched the monsters in horror. The boys were confused and realized they had ended up in the nest while the chicks pounced on them. The girls screamed that it was time to run, but the boy did not understand why. The monsters had just hatched, so they probably mistakenly considered them their parents. And the hatched chicks with snake tails were already running towards the hero Esto feast. The boy was quickly snatched from the crowd and 3 of them rushed away from the mob of monstrous little ones. Mora replied that they wanted to eat them. Shalina supported her and added, they need to run because if they are eaten, the responsibility will fall on her. The boys ran full speed down the mine corridor until they realized they had hit a dead end. Shali replied that the entrance was blocked, and Gale asked what they should do. Shelley replied that the best defense is offense, and she herself launched an attack from the very first seconds, asking the guys to cover her. The girl hit one of the chicks in the face. The monster shattered into pieces. Shali joyfully declared that this hammer would even break stone. Seeing that pack of monsters, she replied that it doesn't affect them. Mora asked the girl to endure a little longer, and she agreed. Mora realized this battle would be many times harder than the fight with the cockatrice. Small cockatrices have bodies slightly smaller than the cockatrices themselves. Because of this, their number can easily exceed 100. The hens were prolific birds, and these monsters managed to acquire a snake trait. These monsters had innate rage fueled by hunger, but if you kill a few adults, the children will start running away in fear. But the children of cockatrice are reckless. They see only what is preying before them. At this time, Shali was counting the monsters she had already killed. The girl enjoyed the fight, but there were still too many monsters. Mora finished writing the rune and apologized for the wait. A magical circle flared up under Shali's feet, and thanks to Mora's magic, the girl's abilities were enhanced and her speed increased. Magical hieroglyphs appeared on Shali's body. Shalina exclaimed joyfully that she had energy to spare. Mora thought, this is different from the previous enhancement. If she can direct her magic to this output, the ability will also increase, though not as quickly as needed. The reason is that to destroy the baby cockatrice, Shaline needs only 1 strike, so she increased her agility and boosted the rest of her abilities. Shali, shouting with joy, jumped on the monster. The girl's strike swept away everything like a tornado. They completely broke the small cockatrices, and the magic, which noticeably enhanced it, sharply increased combat effectiveness. In this situation, Shali became almost invulnerable, but there was one drawback. Shali grabbed the monsters and shouted about how many little ones there were. The tired girl said that her strength was already at the limit, and Mora replied, her limit was very close. She asked Gale if he had any cursed instrument that could deal with these creatures, same as the one he used against the orcs. The man replied sadly that he had not had such for a long time, and that the circumstances with the orcs were different, because the power of strengthening evil spirits in cursed instruments poorly affects monsters with weak egos, like small cockatrices. Charlie asked Gale what he was talking about. The man replied that a spell can be compared to a conditioned reflex. When an adult shows a lemon, their mouth starts watering. Then he added that the chicks did not know what a lemon tastes like, and this meant that spells sowing fear and confusion, affecting the enemy's psyche, would not work on monsters with a certain level of intelligence. Oaths will not help them this time. The little cockatrice continued to attack the boys. Shali was exhausted, but still ready to repel a new wave of attacks. Mora could not believe it and decided to ask once more about Gale's personal belongings, those that might help. The man replied that his belongings were powerless against such things. The man decided to check the bag and replied that there were items for sale. He came across a cursed bandage. Moreover, in the bag lay a dark mask and an ornament made of weeping horns. Gale replied that the design of such cursed things is a source of pride, and they should be used for interior decoration. Shaylee noted that the guy's bag was just full, to which she was answered, "The effects they give are weak." Gale answered sadly, "The defense was 3 times better, agility twice as much, fatigue was ignored, and resistance to poison was enhanced." The girls were amazed at the weakness of the effect of his cursed things. Shuli replied that this was exactly what they needed. Mora warned that she would now raise the protective barrier, and at that very second the monsters were already at a decent distance. Along with the enthusiast Shaylin, she accelerated and wanted to test the new items for strength faster. The guy agreed, though he warned, these items were not made for combat. Fight, the girl grabbed a bandage and suddenly saw pores on it, after which she quickly threw the thing into the air. The boy was shocked by Shali's behavior. The girl stood up straight and forced herself to believe that she would perceive it as an increase in her strength. The boy agreed and said that the thing has qualities that give it 3 times more protection and ignore fatigue. Gale fastened this thing on the girl's forehead while she tensed up. Suddenly, the girl's aura flared up and Shali replied that the fatigue had truly evaporated from her body. Monsters waited behind the barrier, while Gale placed item after item on the girl and explained their properties. The girl noticeably changed and replied that she could see in the dark, although nothing was visible under the mask. Mara noticed that the chicks were about to break the barrier and ordered the boy to quickly put on the rest of the equipment. The man replied that the last ones were crying horns, and they were the ones enhancing agility and strength. The girls were impressed by this statement. Shaylina was fully equipped with Gale's cursed armor. The girl asked what had happened when she turned 100. The boy remarked how cool she was. Mora simply pressed her hand to her forehead. Shali considered that a 5-fold increase in strength was simply incredible, and looking at her own palm, she felt immense power with every touch of her fingertips. Monsters began attacking. Shali Mary warned the girl about the danger. Angelina sharply turned and swung the hammer. With one strike, she tore the monster to pieces. Moore and Gale stood watching their comrade mastering new abilities, hardly believing their eyes. At that moment, their thoughts trembled even though Galena was without Mora's enhancement. Shalina also exclaimed in surprise and joyfully repeated that now she was invulnerable. A new move suddenly surfaced and her mind spun and struck with the hammer. Shali called it the endless spin attack. The girl went crazy because of the new abilities and laughed. The boys observed the girl's behavior, and Mora decided to ask if there were any dangerous components in the artifacts. The boy answered uncertainly, "No, but they can have an effect when combined with each other." The complex effect of cursed items can be compared to the growth of a reaction, how cursed items with different effects add up together, and how the combination of a mask and horns gives a greater result than separately. The girl noticed that Shaylin was not afraid of fatigue and acted like a runner, and Shaylin herself was just preparing to finish off the last monster and hit it right on target. The girl stopped by the body of the last monster. Shali removed a leaf from the mask and the curse dissipated. The girl relieved herself of such a bulletproof vest. Noticing this, Shaggy said, as soon as she put on that armor and walked around in it in public, she felt ashamed. The boy objected because recently she had praised them. The girl began to explain. Her praise was fair only because their strength had increased. Gale sighed irritably and replied that now these things were already worn out. Shalina objected. What she wore could be sold for more. The guys looked at her warily and asked again what she was talking about. At that moment, Helena fell to the ground, trembling, and begged that her whole body hurt, and asked why. The man clarified whether she really thought that all the fatigue she had accumulated would disappear, because the effect of the curse only creates the illusion that she was not tired. The man continued the explanation. The girl increased strength 5-fold and doubled agility to scatter and destroy the crowd of monsters, and her body was endowed with resistance to poison. As soon as the curse effect spreads to the item, it goes further, but as soon as it is removed, the entire curse dissipates, and if there is poison in the body, it continues to act. In this world, there are not so many mad people who like to experiment with the cursed, and usually consider the craft of the person who makes cursed items worthless and unnecessary. But if this curse allows you to completely defeat a flock of cockatrice babies, then the price for such objects becomes incomprehensible. Yale replied that some time would pass and the pain would subside, and asked the girl to rest. While Shalina lay on the ground in a star pose and wearily exhaled after the battle, Mora, smiling, moved closer to her and hinted that she had behaved indecently, and then sharply stated that she lacked the strength to get up. Mora sat down and bowed her head, saying that she had exhausted all her mana, but later it recovered. The man sat down, rummaging through his bag, and added that he also spent a lot of cursed items. The boys said that despite everything, the AA quest of difficulty and Acumen's safety was completed. The boys rejoiced and smiled at the victory. Moore said that if she had known it was a cockatrice's nest, she wouldn't have taken the quest. Gale agreed, adding that he'd rather have stayed behind the counter in the shopping district. Shaylee agreed too, saying she wouldn't have taken the quest. This boy thought about it and asked. Gale had a feeling that something was wrong. Anxiety overwhelmed him as soon as he saw the egg. A huge cockatrice was trailing behind the boys. The monster swung its paw, trying to crush the boys. The man said confusedly that the first bird that appeared before them was a chicken, but the creature before them now was a rooster. The boys rushed aside, trying to dodge the attack. Gilbey said that there were 2 cockatrices in the nest, that's why most travelers there were falling. Shaylee, swearing, did not understand why the male was so huge. The snake on the rooster's tail took the frozen cow in its jaws and swung it. The rooster monster threw a rock at the heroes, thrown from the cow. The boys scattered and shouted, asking if this wasted one round. Shaylee took her hammer and lured the monster to herself. The girl cursed and threatened the rooster that she would make it crispy because she was tired and because it had woken her from rest. The girl realized they had broken into its nest and made a mess, that's why the monster was furious. The monster screamed, and Shali did not stop talking to him, further saying that he had captured this mine and did not understand why he was outraged. The girl shouted to the monster that this territory belonged to her guild of blacksmiths, but not to the rooster. The girl was already preparing to attack, still angry at the monster. Gale tried to stop her, warning, "Be careful." Gale grabbed the girl and jumped with her to the edge, where the fog had not yet reached. The body of the dead chick right before the couple's eyes turned to stone. Shali asked the boy in surprise what it was. The boy replied that he had not been interested in it before and had only heard about it. When the monster's chick completely turned to stone, the boy finished with the words, "Katsiritsa has a stone breath." The hunter of the Rumak monster continued to release fog. The boy explained, if it were not for him, the girl would have very quickly turned to stone. The hero further insisted that those travelers had been attacked long ago. The cockatrice puffed its cheeks, and the boys rushed away from the new wave of fog. There were even more reasons to believe that this turned out well for them. The breath had a short radius of destruction and a slow speed of spread, but their location was enclosed. The girl stood in the middle of the corridor and realized ahead was a dead end. The boys distracted the rooster, and Mora tried to come up with some rescue plan for them. Gale and Shalina did not hold back for long and ran to the sea. The cockatrice chased after the boys. The girl was stunned and did not understand the actions of this boy. Mora asked the boys why they were still cornered in the corners. Gale answered the girl affirmatively, and together with Shali ran towards her while the monster was rushing straight at them. The cockatrice began an attack from the tail, and the snake with its gaping jaws sneaked up on the travelers. The boys froze in fear. The snake rushed through the collapsed tunnel, and the boys flew forward. The boys lay on the ground. Gale and Mora looked straight into the face of the monster and waited. Mora said that they had nothing to defend themselves with now, and they needed to find something that would become a shield. The young man rhetorically asked the girl what exactly and immediately answered himself. Shalina's hammer was thrown back, and the mine cart was smashed. Shalina stood before the boys and replied that their shield was right there, right in front of them. Gale and Mora wondered what she was talking about. The monster observed the boy's actions, and in the reflection of his eyes it was visible. The girl spread her arms to the sides. Shaylee stood before the heroes and covered them with her body, replying that they would manage, and then ordered them to hide behind her. Gale objected that the girl did not understand what exactly she was saying. The girl replied that she had said before, she would be at the forefront of their team. Shalina rushed into the clouds of fog and with a smile said that she was fulfilling her duty. The boy in panic tried to pull the petrified girl back, and Mora, shuddering from the horror of what was happening, covered her mouth. Shalina replied that Gale was strange to her and a person with a very deep voice, but for some unknown reason she could not know him. She said, by using her body as a shield, they could survive. Maru tearfully replied that they needed to stick together. Almost frozen, Shalina wanted to ask the boys for a favor. The girl remembered her guys from the guild and said that this was for them. Shalina also recalled how Hemley said that she was truly a good elf. The girl did not intend to keep the guys in suspense for long. She realized there would be no more chances. Gale reached out to the girl and used magic to break the spell. Shalina opened her eyes again. The girl lowered her hand. Shalina silently looked at him, then at her hand, and did not understand what was happening. Unable to bear the tension, the girls asked what it was. The guy replied that, touching the petrified Shalina, he realized he might be able to cope with the spell. Scratching the back of his head and smiling, Gale said he decided to try dispersion. The girls were simply speechless. The guy began to answer what he thought. The magic of the cockatrice is a poison, similar to the principle of the Gorgon's poison. It was a revelation for him. Some monsters can cast such types of curses, and it seemed strange to him to call petrification a poison, so a new discovery followed this one. Shalina interrupted the guy, who was pointing at the monster and saying that its crest was swaying. The girl said that such attacks exhaust the monster too much, and if Gale understands the principle of the spell, then the monster would no longer seem scary to the guys. Mora replied that then everything changes. They would have to rush at the monster before it regained strength, and only then say that she could apply one boost. Clenching her fist, the girl said she would enhance Shali's physical strength, to which she replied, relying on her. The girl came up with a plan. Shali would take care of the snake on the cockatrice's tail, and Gale would hand the last gift to the rooster. Gale and Shaylin quickly moved forward to the monster while it was attacking the snake. The girl suddenly lunged straight into the snake's jaws and attacked it with her hands. Lowering her hands, she sharply swung and hit the monster on the head right in the air, then landed on the ground. Shali began to think that a sudden strike from two flanks for them was their own way, but a smart one, and earlier they could not think otherwise. The poison must be absolutely deadly. At this time, Gale was walking along the snake's body towards the rooster. The man rushed forward to the monster. Not looking back at the scream, he had no right to hold back. Gale was already lying on his back, and the rooster woke up. The boy unleashed his cursed artifacts on the monster, showering it with various weakening spells. He did not know which curse would be effective against the boss lord. Maybe one would be enough. The young man warned with a smile. Today the monster's curses are on discount. He activated a tool with a series of multiple attacks without any intervals. The speckled monster got stuck in the curse. The girls were descending from the mountain covered with skulls. The man was still fighting. Gale was falling down from the coca. The young man stretched out his hand on the move and addressed the monster, luring it to come to him. The rooster was sinking deeper into the turtle, screaming madly from pain, casting spells and curses. Gale descended from the mountain to the girls who were running towards him. Mora asked the boy if he had used all his arsenal, and he agreed. Looking at the mountain of skulls, the boy said he did not know for sure which of the curses might work against the boss, so he used them all. The girl was shocked and stared at his back. Dark rays rapidly burst from the mountain. The girl shouted at the boy, "If all his magical items are activated, the world will end." The boy laughed out loud and said she was exaggerating. The monster flew out from the fallen mountain slope and flashed with dark rays. Shali noticed. Although she herself told that boy not to hold back, he, as always, went too far. The boys hid from the bright light of curses. In a second explosion, the boys were thrown back by the wave of the explosion. At the sight of the explosion, a red rain was pouring. Shalina woke up saying she smelled bad, got up and shouted to the girl. Mora replied that she was barely alive. The girl was wiping off dirt and muttering how disgusted she was, feeling nauseous. Mora was clearly furious and replied that now she would have to buy a new cloak because she was unlikely to wash off so much blood in she took off her cloak. Shailene asked where Gale was, and her comrade replied that he was lying there. The man lay upside down, leaning against a pile of stones. The girls shuddered. Mora stepped forward and could not believe that this was happening. The man woke up, got up, and asked what that trembling was. The boy shyly looked surprised, understood, and said that his mind was bursting at the seams. The girls shouted angrily in chorus that Gale was to blame. The boys rushed to the exit. The mine was slowly collapsing. Heavy stone blocks were falling from the ceiling. The mine was completely blocked. The boys barely got out and fell joyfully, repeating that they had been saved. Shalina hit the adventurers on the tops of their heads from behind. Shalina shouted at the boy and scolded him because he was destroying the mine. The task was only to clean it up. Gale stood up, shook the dust off himself, and said that they had completed the quest anyway. Shalina did not understand this boy. Moreover, Hala even got upset and declared that they had defeated all the monsters and now had the right to a generous reward. Shaylin flared up with indignation at these words. The girl almost lunged at the boys, saying that no one would pay them because they owed her. Gale replied that it was cruel, since she had said she would order a good word in the merchant guild so that there would be a place for his stall. Mora was also furious. They risked their lives and deserved a reward. Shaylina cut in, saying that she had taken the greatest risk she remembered, standing at the forefront, covering people like a living shield. Shalina pointed her finger at the boys and indignantly said that they were criminals and imitators of the mines. Then the girl grabbed her head and began listing her troubles, saying that she herself had used the cursed equipment, and then lost the hammer, and the mine exploded. At the entrance to the mine, Shalina burst out screaming, not understanding what kind of day she had just lived through. The boys made faces and teased the girl because of this. They were forced to be silent. Not far from the mine, where the main passage from under the pit was fenced off by columns, a hand appeared. Lavashka hoarsely tried to break free from there because she thought death awaited right there. She pondered how harsh the master of cursed products Gale was. At first, Gimli intended to watch him from a safe place, but from there he blew up the mine and Lavashka could no longer escape. The girl ran along the platform and kept her gaze above the heroes in observation. She saw with her own eyes the true power of the boy, and it exceeded all her expectations. Gimli wondered if the boy could be useful to her. She looked at the boy and decided, he just does cursed things, but their effectiveness was at the level of artifacts. A little later, the boys returned to the mine together with the girl. They approached the petrified image of the boy. Gale dispelled the spell and the stone began to fall from the boy. He did not understand where he was until the girl with a ponytail and tears in her eyes rushed into his arms. The boy asked Penelope what she was doing here. The girl replied that he had disappeared, and she was terribly worried, so the travelers brought her to him. Shali was shedding tears while looking at the couple, and said that it was hotter here than in the forge. Mora joyfully declared they would restore the mine and save the remaining travelers. The lovers thanked the guys for the rescue, and said that if they managed to get out of this quest, they would get married. Gale put his hand in his pocket and extended his cursed instrument as a gift. The man began praising his shop, and the girls told him not to try to pass off italic things as a gift. Mora whispered to Molly personally. She didn't want anything for free either. The couple listened to the travelers' discussion and rejoiced. Gimli opened the door without looking at the visitor, greeted and responded with words of greeting. Seeing Shali, she immediately asked sadly what she needed. Shali already aggressively threw at the girl what her problems were. The blacksmith sat by the bar counter where Gimli was already standing. The girl noticed how empty the tavern was. Gimli spread everything out in front of him, and with a feigned smile asked if the visitor wanted to sell something or just wanted to be punched in the face. Shelley happily replied that she would sell something if only she could raise the price from the tag. Shalina placed on the table a spear dart from the mine, the very one they once used to defend themselves from the cockatrice. Gimli asked what was wrong with the dart, and she replied with a warning, to get closer to the artifact. The girl looked through the monocle and asked in surprise what was there. Shalina responded with a counter-question about what she noticed in the darkness. The girl replied that it was a genuine artifact. Shalina said that Gale gives away such things for next to nothing and asked if the interlocutor knew about it. The girl added that that guy was simply incredible and asked what exactly she knew about us. Jeremy smiled contentedly, nodded as if pondering, and said that she only knows. This guy is from the capital and previously played in the Team Sirang. Shalina looked at the interlocutor with despair, who was smiling. The girl resigned herself and asked why some guy like Gale would come to Forgotten Outback. Shalina rested her head on her palm and said that he found travelers turned to stone by cockatrices in the mine and healed them all completely. He was supposed to involve the church in treating the curse. That's what Shaley added. Gimli squinted, repeated the word, and asked which specific curse Shalina was talking about. Shalina replied that she herself had almost turned to stone. In that mine deep down, petrified travelers were found one after another, and Gale healed them all, Shalina explained. The girl said that now only the church manages the only sanatorium in the city, and such a thing could not have happened just like that. Shalina decided that she was definitely deceived somewhere. Gimli remembered that the girl told him about the dispersion the boy used. Shalina listened carefully to the words of her interlocutor. With a satisfied smile, Shalina clarified whether the interlocutor was interested in the guy she had received an ambiguous but affirmative response from. The girl explained that this clearly did not compare to the average level of dispersion, and if you consider the calcification of the basilisk, it dispersed instantly. The girl said that the boy did not use any potion and did not seek help from the church. Shalina thought it all over and then swore. Shali did not understand why he became a wandering adventurer with such abilities. Gimli agreed. After all, a newcomer is a newcomer. And also, considering that the corruption related to Salt and the rescue of adventurers were completed in one sitting, the girl asked if he wanted to apply for a rank promotion himself. She herself, Shalina, replied that she does not change and asked why she should do it. Gimli asked Shalina what she was going to do, and in response received a thoughtful look. The girl turned around. Shalina replied that she accepted the boy into her smithy workshop to find out if he really had high abilities and felt the craft. Gimli replied that he was 100% sure of this and added, "There is no rule that would force a person to be immediately in two workshops." The girls looked at each other and smiled, then fell silent and turned in different directions. At that moment, Gale and Morrow were discussing something together in the mine when suddenly the boy sneezed. The girl stepped away from the boy and answered sloppily. She warned him to look away when she sneezed. The boy apologized, excusing himself with dust underground. The boy noticed that Shalina behaved quite rudely with her people. The girl replied, if she forgives them for what they did, then maybe they can benefit from it. The boy decided that his interlocutor was too optimistic about things. The girl hurled accusations at the boy. She said he was to blame for everything because he activated all the curses at Onsind. It turned out that now he was both the hero who managed to save the travelers and the villain because he destroyed the mine. Gale remained silent. Mora asked the boy if he had joined the Guild of Blacksmiths and he, hesitating, nodded. He showed the bandage on his neck with a tag stating that he was a member of both the Adventurers Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild. Gil replied. He and Shala agreed that she would help him with the shop. The girl, recalling the blacksmith masters, said that it was so strange because the guild only took true professionals in their field and did not take ordinary adventurers even for ore mining. Mora asked the boy what exactly he was supposed to do here. The boy answered uncertainly that nothing special, it was just borrowing a few cursed items he had made from the guild. The girl asked again if his work had been approved. The boy nodded uncertainly, recalling how his work was immediately sent back for revision. The girl reminded that when the boy gave Shalina the cursed sword, she got angry. The boy replied that he thought, her request is an internal element, and he did something similar in that spirit. The man handed Mora a vase shaped like an upside-down skull, with flowers inside. The girl, horrified and confused, asked how he had turned the skull upside down and made an ikebana from it. Mora asked the man not to carry such things with him. The man was offended by the girl's cruelty. He had worked on this vase all day. The girl sharply asked how he managed to spend the whole day turning the vase. The man denied it, saying he was trying to achieve a shining shade and had polished it for several hours. The girl responded aggressively that he should not polish other people's skulls and added that he had made a ridiculous homemade item. Elle pressed the vase to his face and asked if it was beautiful, was following the design. The boy added, if you decorate the room with the vase, it will give the effect of constant mono regeneration, and if you drink from it, the effect of rapid healing. The girl said that this was the dream of any mage, because for them the speed of regeneration is a matter of life and death, and the boy simply turned the artifact into decor. He did not understand the uniqueness of his creation. The girl threw her head back and exclaimed that it was not as simple as the boy thought. Mono regeneration is similar to stamina regeneration. Everything depends on the quality of food and sleep. The regeneration speed also varies depending on how often alcohol, sweets, and other food industry products are consumed. Sometimes, due to physical condition, such as illness, it is difficult to restore mana, so mages pay special attention to their health. The girl clenched her fists and remembered that despite everything, to restore mana, she had to drink tasteless potion, meditate in a gloomy room, although she could simply put it in a vase. The girl covered her face with her palms and sank to her knees, thinking that this was completely impossible. Moore replied that Shalina definitely does not like such vases. Shalina approached from behind, carrying a bag, and asked what the guys were doing. Shalina noticed that the shaft mountings began to fall apart from the boy's screams. He replied that he showed Mori his new experimental product, and the girl felt nauseous from it. Mora, leaning against the wall, decided to go and rest. Alina looked at the vase in the boy's hands. The girl replied, if he tried to sell it in the city, he would be kicked out. The boy said he made the thing as she asked and handed his creation to the girl. Shali shouted at the boy in response. She asked for an item that would be useful to her and threw a bag at him. El sat on the ground, pressing the bag between his legs, and asked what was inside. The girl replied that inside was the head of the Tsakatrissa he had killed. Shaylee replied that he could sell Gimli's head and warned that the monster's body was not buried. Gale turned to the girl again because she killed him herself. Shalina replied that she killed the monster's small offspring and the chicken, asking him not to pity her. The man reminded the girl that he had not yet received a reward from her. The girl was stunned. Shalina grabbed the boy by the collar and pressed him ominously, as if a simple thank you was no longer enough. He replied that he took on the quest because she promised to help with the store. The girls shouted at the boy, what have they done and now have to fix everything? The girl cheered up the boy. After the mine is restored, she will help him with the shop. The boy had already started talking about the future shop, but suddenly he was interrupted and asked to look ahead. Shaylin turned to the trailer, removing the cover from the monster. The girl intriguingly asked if the boy guessed what was there, and grabbed the edge of the canvas. The boy understood what was there and was surprised. The girl replied that inside was an organ with which the cicatrice could turn to stone by breath. Shelina explained that it was a stone breath, more precisely, the organ that released it, and reminded the boy that he himself said, "It is a type of curse." Gale pondered. The stony breath that the boy felt was identical to the Gorgon's transformation ray, and he was able to lift the curse and save Shelina and the Traveler, so they had strong evidence to consider it a curse. The girl delivered the verdict: this material can be used. She asked the boy if it would suit him and if he could make a magical instrument out of it. In response, he asked if his interlocutor was really sure that such an instrument was worth using. Shelina replied that selling such an instrument could fetch a huge sumen that suited her. The man reached for the object, but the girl interrupted him, saying a few words. Shelina came up with a way to thank the boy for the work he had done. The boy was not happy with this idea. The girl promised to teach the boy to understand what supply and demand is. The boy grimaced and showed displeasure. Impressed by the cursed things Gale had done, people dispersed from the farmer's corner to various places across the empire. In the center of the imperial palace, underground treasures. The first prince had no doubt that the artifact had foiled his attempt. The boy grabbed the girl lying on the ground by the chin. The prince told her that excuses were not enough and asked why false rumors about him had started spreading. He declared that he was the first prince of the empire and asked who she thought he was, cursing the girl the leader of the hired assassins. The girl asked for forgiveness. The boy grabbed her by the hair and dragged her across the tiles. He said she boasted so much that she couldn't handle it, and added that these worthless killers were a complete disaster. They only caused him problems. The man led the girl to the chest. The girl froze with fear. The prince declared that this was the most cursed tool in the empire, the devil's heart. The mere fact that someone had such a thing was once enough to plunge the whole world into fear. The artifact raised a terrifying miasma. The prince warned that the heart sucked human life and asked if he was satisfied with the new food. The boy said to the girl his favorite dish was people like her. The girl fell silent with fear. The man grabbed the girl by the head and pressed her to the devil's heart, asking if she knew why she had been brought here. The girl did not know and asked for forgiveness. The girl begged for it to stop. The miasmas were taking her life. The prince let go and said that it would stop here. The chest closed. The man asked to explain how it happened. The girl began to report that the operation was successful until she sent spies to the elites. The princess's goal, the girl said, was to obtain the very artifact mentioned, and she heard that it provides reliable protection against any techniques. The prince ordered to repeat. The man asked if she said that the princess managed to personally repel a whole series of his attacks, and he answered himself, that could not have happened. The girl said that the artifact has resistance to instant death and several other effects. The man looked at such an artifact in surprise. The girl agreed that it was hard to believe. The prince could not grasp it, but even if the princess was killed by mercenaries, it would change nothing. The problem was that they did not know which artifacts existed in the empire. The prince realized that everything was bad and inquired about the consequences the artifact brings. The man was furious. The kingdom had managed to get such a valuable artifact into its hands. The prince had nothing to do with Carla. If his brother married her, he would be in trouble. The girl wanted to report more and asked for permission. The girl replied that the artifact was actually bought from a young merchant. One night in a distant corner of the roadside inn, where adventurers from the capital gather, the S-ranked team sat and wondered why Gale had to go so far. Melissa noticed they speak too loudly, need to be quieter. But the black mage raised his mug and asked what would happen if someone heard them. The reward for his capture would be taken away. Luke suggested the team return to the conversation. There are interesting rumors among the taxi drivers. Cash immediately asked which rumors Gale had not paid for. The paladin placed his mug on the table with a clink and roughly called the waitress to come to him. With a displeased face, he waited for the girl, who responded and ran to the cash register. He barked threateningly, slapped his palm on the table, indicating he wanted ale, and noted the extremely rude slowness of the employee. The girl apologized, but he was not going to quiet down. He demanded a whole barrel, despite Luke's remarks. The man continued, telling that one of the carts was going straight to the village, and on the way it was attacked by orcs. They say someone killed everyone, and that one, supposedly, was from the rear guard. The paladin jumped up from his seat. He was outraged. This simply could not be. In his opinion, if people from the rear guard could hunt monsters, then there would be no point in dividing into groups in the vanguard and rear guard. The thief interrupted Cash Balboa with annoyance. He wanted to finish speaking because he had learned something else. This man was a boy in primitive rags. They say he was swinging a dagger blindly and destroying everything around. Judging by what I heard, he used a cursed artifact. Finishing the story, he asked the team captain if this tale resembled Gale. But the man chewed his dinner to the end, indifferently, and said he was not capable of such tricks even they barely managed with the orcs. And he started hunting them. It was impossible. Luke, not sharing Cash's opinion, replied that then they would listen to what others had learned. After that, Melissa added that she also heard they saw a man resembling Gale. Cash suddenly twitched on the spot, slapped his palms on the table, and demanded more details. The warrior replied that at first, as expected, this guy started trading goods in the shop. He probably sold his cursed things for next to nothing, and then on the trading street sold his tasteless trinkets as interior decoration. And then Melissa let out a doomed sigh and explained. After that, the security quickly closed his shop. The paladin snorted with laughter, admitted that it was definitely him and his disgusting cursed things. Probably, they applied debuffs to the monster and caused a bunch of complaints. But one thing gnawed at him. It seemed that Gale had made a good profit from it. Norris confirmed that he had also heard his goods were in high demand, and somewhere in the hotel there was the same person. He also noticed, moreover, that man was in new clothes. Then Luca decided that at least he had money to ride in the cart. They began to reason. Even if the royal troops search for him with impressive persistence and throw all their forces to capture him, the group still will not find a trace of him. According to Melissa, he earned a decent amount, so he had to do something with that money. Cash had no idea how to put all this together, but it seemed the Black Mage had already guessed something and suggested, if you combine all the facts. Norris realized that Gale had changed the location of his activity and it was not limited to just the capital. The team wondered if he had a hidden motive. Gile always did some strange tricks, and this one definitely had something to sell. And then everyone agreed that probably he was not really in the city. Then the fighter added that, apparently, he is somehow connected to a person in the trade guild probably. He applied for a permit to trade in the shop. When the girl showed him the document and the order of Princess Carla, the man from the trade guild reluctantly, unwillingly, spilled a crumb of information citing that it was confidential. He even asked if she was his friend, how things were, how she was feeling. Then Luke summarized, it turns out he has experience in trading. Maybe he even trades simultaneously in different cities now. Kesh looked into the empty mug. He said it didn't matter what exactly he sells. If he had money, he would open a shop with his damn trinkets. The man grabbed the mug with both hands and announced that everyone must drink. The paladin loudly barked that he was tired of waiting for his ale. Then the footsteps of the waitresses rustled, and all eyes fixed on her. While Kesh was saying this supposedly, in any case, these are all expenses of Princess Carla. Behind him Melissa, and Luke froze in amazement. While he was shouting that they had to drink to the bottom, behind his back stood a girl with 2 huge barrels of beer. The waitress, laughing, slammed the huge barrels on the table right in front of Kesh's face. It slammed so hard that all the plates and mugs jumped along with their contents. Sudden anger, the sexton angrily scolded the girl and shouted, asking what the hell she brought to this client. But she had already run away, only cutting one phrase, "This is your order." Luke looked at her in surprise, thinking that she was incredibly strong. Such a barrel is hard to carry even alone. Turning the corner, she exhaled with relief because someone finally spoke to her, saying the team is figuring out where Gale is now. The girl with tired eyes turned to the young man who spoke to her. 3 waiters stood before her and thanked her for the work. The girl's name was Liznit. She took off her wig and asked why she had to work part-time in the suburbs of the capital, gathering information and conducting surveillance. Silence, one of the guys asked if these were really the guys they needed, to which Lisnik confidently replied yes. She sat on one of the barrels and continued. Her behavior matches the information she was given. One of the guys asked if they were hired by Princess Carla. They said something about a farming town and a man named G. The Wolf's Fangs are watching a man named Gale Hamilton, and Princess Carla is trying with all her might to find and contact him. Intact, summarizing, the girl said he is the creator of that artifact. It turns out he is the author of the artifact the S-rank team is hunting, but it is completely unclear who he is. But Lisnet noted that he was incredibly cunning even in such a team, and still left no traces behind. She was sure all this is a fabrication to hide the true identity of the artifact's creator. This guy was like a ghost. They didn't even know what he did before this. They could track the Wolf's Fangs as much as they wanted, but at least they should determine Gale's approximate location so it wouldn't be in vain. The girl ordered the guys, who bowed their heads, that they needed to make sure. the adventurers would leave quickly, and they themselves would continue to watch and simply take Gale by force. And as soon as the manager appeared, he immediately shouted for the guys not to dodge. Orders mean nothing, and the dishes still weren't washed. Liznick grumbled and pulled the wig back onto her head. At the same time, Gale was in the smithy workshop, and at that moment, some girl entered one of the heavy doors of this building. The man was fiddling with the new device, and Mora Glara stood by the entrance. She watched Gale's work intently, without saying a word. But the boy himself interrupted the silence. He said he wanted to say something more, and as soon as the girl heard this, she immediately became interested. She was waiting to find out exactly what Gale wanted. He returned to the girl and thanked her for help with the quest to reassure the mine. He knew it was he who got her involved in all this. Gale extended his hand to the girl and said he was very grateful to her, because with her in that mine, he felt much calmer. They were together. After this confessional phrase, the girl blushed and stared in surprise at the master of cursed things. Mora shook his hand and said that this time she helped him so he could open a shop in a place where it would be profitable. She is one of the best support mages. There is no situation in which she could not help. The boy happily beamed. Thanks to Mora's help, his dream is about to come true. So the girl, still confused by everything she was told, added, if he insists, she is ready to continue helping. But the boy suddenly sneezed right at the girl. Mora asked the young man to sneeze as soon as she turned away, and he apologized, having no idea why he sneezed so often or whether he was really remembered that often. Often, Shelina appeared next to Mora and explained, the whole problem is dust from the mine. Gale noted that he was fine thanks to the rented workspace. Then Shelina noticed that he had managed to do something and began to study it. The man noted that he did as he was told, but in his opinion, it turned out tasteless. Then the blacksmith replied, if he thinks so, society will definitely have a different opinion on this matter. Shelina joyfully grabbed the device and asked how to use it. Then Gale stretched out his hands and asked to give him his device. When he lifted his device, quickly turned it on, twisted the handling, the device rumbled and emitted bright light. It was a device for causing instant petrification provocation, made from cockatrice organs. Shelina immediately ducked, hiding from the beam of this device, and asked not to use it against people. The blacksmith jumped back and asked if Gale really wanted to turn to stone a second time. He replied that in any case he would be able to lift the curse, but the blacksmith was not sure if there would be demand for it. Then Shelina said that it was functional design, and that she had already talked about supply and demand. Around were only meadows, mountains, and forests, and there was very little stone for construction. The girl put on glasses and began to explain in detail. By stones, she means building materials, depending on the locality. They could have significant value. For example, what would children do if they wanted to build a building in the desert? Would they compact the sand and make bricks from it, dig it directly from the ground, or maybe bring materials? Most people use these methods, but digging the soil is too exhausting. Water is needed for compaction, and the option of bringing it in is not worth considering at all. Moreover, the brick may not have sufficient strength enough, and then it turns out that if you use this invention, you can form sand and process it with a stone beam and nothing else needs to be done. Then the inspired boy realized exactly how they would get the building materials. Shelina noted, Gale has golden hands, he just hasn't learned to use them yet. The boy grunted contentedly, while Shelina continued her instructive story. Getting or transporting from the mines is one option, but the farmers constantly lack the material. The girl hugged the boy and said that with the help of this innovation, they would quickly get the building materials. This thing solves the problem, so she is ready to generously reward for it. The boy could not stop wondering whether she really liked his invention, but the girl somewhat calmed him down by saying that he completely lacked common sense about such things. Shelina wanted to make him understand that she used to be indifferent to the cursed objects, but Gale opened her eyes. The man smiled contentedly and chuckled again, while the girl sighed heavily and remarked what a simpleton he was. She hadn't even praised Himanly, that damned object. Shelina stopped and asked if he could make another one like that with the leftover materials, but the craftsman replied that it would most likely be impossible. An organ that produces stone breath is not yet fully developed in the young ones. The snake's tail is also poisonous, but this does not relate to the curse. The girl thought it would be nice to have a machine that produces poison. Gale did not expect that a machine producing poison could really be useful. Then Shelina explained, they have a serious problem with pests and insects here. Kovalov suddenly blurted out a question. Is it true that he does not know the active components of the poison? The man took the bait and asked if she wanted him to do it. To the young man, it seemed easy if he had the materials often made amulets with deadly poison. The girl eagerly rushed to him and asked what materials were needed. If it were a matter of a runny nose, one could use the poisonous glands of ghouls or stomachs. Moreover, the talisman would be easy to attach to the mummy's bandages, but such materials are not sold. Shelina said that she was overwhelmed by a wave of inspiration, and she would definitely tell Hemley to gather the materials. The girl is ready to buy everything at a fair price and use what he gives. Then the boy extends a bottle of rotten fragrant oil made from ghoul. Mur assumed that the thing had frightening properties, but decided not to ask about it. Then Shelina ordered Gale to simply do what she said and gave him some papers. Grabbing onto the moment, the boy dashed off and said on the run that he would try to do something right now. Koval said he would take the tool to check if it was convenient. The man agreed without even turning around. Mora decided to help the girl and escorts her to the destination. Shelina decided to ask while they were walking what Mora was doing here and received an awkward excuse in response. Supposedly, she came to check everything. Thanks to their temporary team, the number of abandoned orders decreased. Gimli was glad about this, and if Mora and Gale felt comfortable here, then Shelina was extremely happy with their company. A little later, Kesh's team stood next to the cart that was heading towards the agricultural town. They settled into it and, laughing, discussed the store bill. It came on time from the royal family. The money arrived in time, so he was able to buy himself a sword made of mithril for as much as 500 gold. The warrior bought herself a sword made of wyvern bones, the mage a new grimoire and staff, and the bandit armor made from the hide of a magical creature. Now they were certain. Gale with her curses was definitely no match for them. But their captain found it strange. Although they were recruiting people for such a cool team, there had not been a single application with a support class yet. And the doubts quickly dissipated. There were simply too few adventurers of the required level. But someone, sitting on the floor, muttered, "No one wants to join their team." At the request of the team, the girl took off her hood and said that their task was to replace the support in the Wolf Fangs group and also carry out their belongings. It was Liznit and her subordinate. Kesh said that they should be grateful to them for fulfilling their pitiful wish. It was the most convenient way to observe everything, but Lisnik could hardly tolerate such rudeness. The captain pointed to the sack and ordered to bring it to him. While they had not yet reached the destination, he offered his team something to eat and drink. The boys were having fun, devouring delicious food and alcohol at Carla's expense, and admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. Lisnit noted that they should not drink too much because they had taken on a quest to protect this caravan column. The money did not appreciate this and ordered the girl to be silent, then ordered her to cover herself with fabric along with her clothes so as not to look at their gloomy faces. Even the wine seemed to have lost its taste because of them. They, the Lisnitsa team, incurred many expenses and did not always have money, but Kesh and the guys did not even intend to share food. The income from the part-time job at the tavern was clearly better. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Lizette and her team responded to this. When the monster appeared, mercenaries and travelers jumped outside already to defend every wagon, but no one saw it. Only sounds came from the forest thicket. A crowd of various evil spirits woke up and rushed at the column. One of the guards assured, "After the recent orc attack, the defense was strengthened, so there is nothing to fear." But the monsters scattered the horses, travelers, guards, and even carts in different directions. The man rushed to the guard and reported that they had already identified the monster leading the squad. It was a huge hippopotamus. The security chief quickly realized this was an S-rank monster. It had to be on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Then the Lisnitsia team discussed that monsters were not their specialty. They were specialists in humans. There was no doubt, in a head-on collision, the team hardly stood a chance to win, because in the pack there were killer wolves, huge snakes, and red grizzlies. One of the guys suggested to his boss to run away. In a normal situation, they would have done so, but they have an important task, and the only key to completing it is the Kasha team. The forester could no longer wait, and he told his team to prepare for the attack and take defensive positions. This surprised them because the Empire had issued a mission for extermination. In Kingdom 2, there is probably a quest of this type, but they say that the S-rank team that took it suddenly surrendered. The girl quickly realized that these could be their allies. They were negotiating among themselves what to do and decided the money and the company would handle the hippopotamus. They would force them. Lizet demonstratively shouted that the enemy was attacking and that it was a hippopotamus. The S-rank adventurer team shifted their attention to the cry for help. Still, they looked at each other, asking what it was and where their companions had disappeared. But Kesh only said that Liznit's voice was disgusting. her entire team held Furious Girl tightly. When the guys noticed that the cart was standing still, the street was too noisy, and the driver was not visible. But when the bandit peeked out of the cart, the only thing he saw was the mouth of a huge monster. The guys screamed in horror, and Liznit analyzed the situation. The orc attack happened because the hippopotamuses drove the orcs out of their homes, and as a result, they ended up on the road. The power of this giant is so mighty, cruel, and incredibly strong that only a few are capable of handling it. Kesh looked at the street and could not understand what was standing before him, but the monster did not give him a second to think. With a roar, it smashed the cart with the S-rank team. Liznit's team acted more cautiously and managed to jump out of the timing, dodging the monster's attack. They flew right over this terror. The girls' team carefully landed on the ground, and behind them, like a pile of stones, the money team collapsed. But the hippopotamus turned around and with a menacing roar made it clear to them it was not going to retreat. It seemed the air split. Everyone froze in horror and did not understand what kind of creature it was. It had not only monstrous strength, but also super speed. Liznit firmly assured that it was definitely a hippopotamus, and that it was a target for Kesh and his team, who only exchanged fearful glances with each other. The warrior stood up. They did not understand how she identified exactly which monster it was, but that was not so important. She proudly took a fighting stance and assured, even it was no match for them. They were noticed by people from other taverns. With them was the S-rank squad, Wolf Fangs, so they could not retreat. The whole crowd enthusiastically shouted the team's name, and Liznit and her assistants also decided to help. But Kasher and the team decided to attack together, proudly declaring that they were the strongest travelers. Even Liznit felt their spirit and was inspired because she saw the true power of the S-rank team. But with an angry wag of its tail, the hippopotamus swept away the entire Cash team. Just then, as the adventurers scattered in different directions, the spectators froze in shock, and the girl jumped up in disappointment. She could not even imagine such an S-rank team. People began to panic and run away, and monsters started to emerge from everywhere. Liznit knew they could not stay here, but her team was ready for anything. They could not just flee. Having failed the mission, running away was simply foolish. The girl thought how ridiculous it all sounded. She pulled a pistol from behind her back and shouted that they were #1 among killer organizations. She led her assistants into battle, and everyone rushed at the monsters. They had to destroy those monsters that were in the way, cover each other, and at the same time not reveal their appearance to others. The team fought bravely, and Liznit told the boy to prepare something. The girl had to take the hippopotamus herself, and the assistant wished her to take care of herself. The girl hid in the shadows of the forest, and, jumping from branch to branch, from her cover she was to quietly attack the hippopotamus. But nothing worked. Had noticed her. Animals, especially sensitive ones with night vision, cannot be caught off guard. There are no other options, only an open attack with fast-acting poison remains. The hippopotamus knocked down the dagger flying at him with its tail, and at the moment when a chance appeared, another dagger was supposed to cut his throat, but it never managed to pierce. Liznit realized he had set himself up. Now even greater harm could be done. The girl managed to stab the dagger right into the eye. She liked the job done, and she mocked the monster. But he grabbed her with his tail and released a poisonous fog from his mouth. It turned out that the hippopotamus was immune to the poison, and this was extremely bad for the girl. Then she realized it was time to use what Prince Belian had given her, a fragment of Devil's Heart. She knew that as soon as she used it, she would become its blood and flesh. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Princess Carla was taking a lesson in tea ceremony etiquette at Duchess Melina's. The Duchess explained that raising the chin is not allowed, it must be parallel to the floor. Letting the chin drop is excessive modesty, and raising it means expressing contempt. For Carla, this was incredibly exhausting. So when sitting, one leg should be crossed over the other at the ankles. The left should be in front, this symbolizes friendship, and the right on top, hostility. Carla noted that no one will notice this. Melinda also said that when serving tea, you cannot take 2 pieces, only 1 or 3 are allowed, even if 2 suit someone well. Numbers divisible by an integer symbolize separation. While holding a glass, one must elegantly raise the pinky. The princess covered her ears with her palms and, overwhelmed by despair and fatigue, screamed. Adjusting the diadem so that it was at a 45-degree angle, the Duchess assured Carla she needed to become a true Lady Flawless in everything and always. Carla's thoughts darkened. She remembered her duty. She said that she married the second prince, whom she did not know, and that the first tried to kill her. How could she think about all this without anger at all? But Melina noticed, the princess's behavior directly affects the world and the development of the kingdom. As one chosen from birth, she must think about her place and act accordingly. Princess Carla de Glucken exhaled heavily and was about to say something about her life as the chosen one. She said it was important for her to choose how to live her own life. It may seem like she got more than others, but it is a burden for her. The weight of those privileges makes her feel like she is in chains. The girl had felt the curse since birth. She looked at the birds and wondered if Gale could take it off her. But suddenly, the butler tore the princess away from her thoughts. He noted that the absence of disputes with the neighboring empire guarantees that citizens will not shed blood. He said it is worth asking about the empire, but the only thing that truly interested the girl was the devil's heart. She said she was curious whether a creature that threatens people really exists, but Vivian replied, "Those who have suffered from the devil tell stories that they consider fabrications." Then Carol asked if it was true, and Vivian replied that no one knows for sure. But from these stories, Devil's Heart is the darkest cursed artifact in this world. Meanwhile, the fight near the capital did not subside. Lisnett held the girl tightly with his tail and was already preparing to throw her into his mouth. But her assistants noticed this. One of them called to his mistress and threw her a bright, shining ball. Bright light flooded the entire territory, blinding both monsters and people. People, and listen, it seemed she had regained her strength again. She dug her nails into the monster's tail and tore it off, ripping the flesh with amazing ease. The tired girl flinched because the flash grenade did hit the monster, but that short moment was enough to put on the bracelet. It had 1/6 of Devil's Heart. The girl suddenly jumped aside, and the hippopotamus, even more enraged, rushed straight at her at full speed. The boys were worried about their mistress. Such a giant moves at a crazy speed, and his horns become weapons capable of piercing anything. But the girl put her hands forward. Lisnett stopped the furious roaring monster with her bare hands when it crashed into her at a crazy speed. The boys could not help but be surprised. Even though they had known her for a long time, they did not expect this. The bracelet with the Devil's Heart seemed to infuse her with incredible strength, such that it is simply impossible to convey in words. The girl's eyes turned black. The monster did not retreat, it pressed and let out a threatening growl, but it was clear it would not last long. The girl, confident in her strength, grabbed the monster's horns more comfortably and lifted its entire impressive weight off the ground. Then, with all her might, she threw it down and tore off one of its horns. The hippopotamus was bleeding, and the other monsters froze in fear. Even Lisnett's helpers stood petrified in horror. Before the lady's power, she burst into ringing laughter. The monster's hippopotamus minions panicked and ran away. Now it was unclear who the real monster was. The influence of the Devil's Heart was incredibly frightening. The girl noted that the monster paid for underestimating her. But as soon as she was knocked down, she was covered by the relentless god, and his jesters rushed to remove the curse. The girl's hands were covered with bulging veins, but the supporters reacted instantly and spent a lot of money. They bought a church ritual to remove the curse in advance. Tears of the God King magically formed a shining circle around the team. The girl winced in pain, and the bracelet, which had already grown into her hand, fell to the ground. He went mad from hysteria and screamed, and the girl remembered the words about how she was to be made flesh and blood, and swore that she would not allow it to happen to her. She trapped the monster in a jar. This artifact cannot be completely removed by any means, but Lisnett knows. A piece of the Devil's Heart got into it. Now she understood why the prince did not give her a talisman to lift the curse, and the girl herself was shocked. How did she even dare to resort to such a terrible thing? But now she felt better. The attack was repelled. The hippopotamus was pushed back so he could calm down a bit, although, of course, the column suffered significant losses. Among those who remained alive were travelers and mercenaries, but most of the wagons had already sustained such serious damage that they simply could not move further. We would have to wait for the patrol. The lady asked her assistants how badly they were hurt, but they were only thinking about the girl. At the same time, it was important to note that Kesh and his team were very exhausted. When dusk fell, the artifact was securely sealed. The guys were amazed. With such power, even the most powerful artifact creators can be tamed. But only Lisnett understood that all this had cost her life. The girl clenched her fist and hated Gale Hamilton more and more. On the other hand, in the smith's workshop, Gale could not stop sneezing. Mora was laughing. He sneezed so often that the remains of the undead stuck to his face. But the guy showed the girls his work. He did everything according to Shelina's drawings and instructions, but it did not turn out as bright. It was a lantern made of bones. The guy raised the lantern and asked if this ghost lantern generator in the shape of a skull would work. The energy source is souls flying in the air, even the souls of insects and plants. Shelina explained, ordinary street lamps run on firewood or magical stones expensive, and ghost fire can be maintained continuously. It does not waste and is safe. Mora whispered if it was not shameful that they were skulls, but Shelina assured that she would focus on the practical. But the girls said nothing to the guy and only asked him to replace all the lamps. The blacksmith asked if the boy had done anything else, then pulled out another cockatrice, a stone emitter radiator. He also forged several new agricultural tools. He began listing his creations: the cursed crackler, the weeping grinder, the saw of sorrow, the trembling sieve of souls. Shelina was surprised only when he managed to make all of it. Koval asked if Gale and Mora would go to look at the commercial premises. The two of them instantly turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. Beautiful girl, the man hesitated but still agreed, and Shelina told me this is simply the perfect option for him on a small street a little off the main one. Gale asked joyfully if his shop would be in place, to which he answered affirmatively. At first, the building belonged to an alchemist stand. It suited the theme of Gale's shop, so they will make a deposit by selling his cursed items. Mara and that guy decided that this was the perfect space. Shelina added, after cleaning, rearranging the goods, and changing the sign, the store will be buzzing with laughter. The boys laughed cheerfully, and the blacksmith said, as long as this boy is here, he can freely use the guild's forge and feel at home. Everyone already knew that anyway. And a little later, the exhausted column of carts was still moving forward, a whole 10 days after the behemoth attack occurred. But almost half of the wagons heading to the agricultural town were damaged. The travelers were saved by a patrol group, and they set off again to their destination. And the most impressive thing was that Kasha and his entire team were now considered heroes. They defeated the hippopotamus and other monsters, saving everyone from death. The team happily laughed, basking in praise and already anticipating mountains of money, while the mage and the bandit confidently declared that they were excellent support for the paladin and the warrior. Melissa noted that without their help they definitely would not have managed, but she herself did not remember it. The guys were furious. Kesh and Melissa also did not recall how they had done it, but in any case, it was obvious that without the help of Luca and Nora they would not have done it. Cash solemnly declared that, in the end, they deprived the hippopotamus of an eye, tore off its tail, and even its incredibly strong horns. All this treasure-laden loot travels with them in one of the carts to the village where they engage in farming. The team decided that the eye was cut out by the wyvern dagger belonging to Melissa, but the tail and horns were clearly cut off by the same buckshot, who still remembered those blows. Almost no one remembered what exactly happened to the behemoth. Adventurers and mercenaries had been so brutally beaten. Lesnit noticed that there was not even a trace of blood left on the sword. How could this have happened? When the girl dealt with the monsters, Kesh and the team came to their senses. They got up and, choking on hysterical screams, cried out in fear. They looked around and could not understand where all the monsters had gone. Suddenly, Melissa found her dagger, the very one she supposedly stuck into the hippo's eye, and Lucaith's cracked horn. They also found a chopped tail. He decided that they fought while losing their heads, and therefore their memories are a complete fog. Later, they concluded that they did all this, and, replacing their memories, rejoiced in the victory. The Lisnitz team decided not to tell the heroes that their mistress had done all this, as it was not their main goal, and for the killer, extra attention would only harm. When the Cash team arrived at the farmer's corner, everyone greeted them with joy. It was a great honor that these guys accompanied them, saved the cargo and people, and Cash said that hippos were like nuts to them. The tired Lisnit team stood aside and sadly realized, those who talk a lot and do nothing gather all the glory, while they remain in the shadows despite their fear. When Kesh's team was thinking about what to do next, Melissa suggested searching in while the mage and the rogue wanted to go to the tavern. Lisnik got angry, coughed awkwardly, and asked if it wouldn't be better to visit the guild first. At first, Kesh reluctantly agreed to go to the reward exchange so that the poor souls he had commanded Lisnit would not escape with their loot. The girl's patience was wearing thin, but she stubbornly held on. Team Cash stopped and looked around in surprise. He did not understand what kind of city this was. Instead of lanterns, terrifying skulls were lying everywhere. The boys were surprised. The residents were completely satisfied with everything. Norris asked if the boys had seen anything like this before, and everyone looked at him with understanding. They realized that this was Gale's cursed offspring, because it was simply terrible, disgusting taste. And in their opinion, all he could do was create cursed instruments that looked disgusting. But the guys were even more shocked that the whole street was strewn with. Then Dark Mage asked if he was the only one feeling uncertain here. It seemed to him like the atmosphere of a small provincial town, and Cash noted that this was only to their advantage. Probably the Gale shop was somewhere nearby. Cash and his team snickered maliciously because they considered that man a fool for leaving so much evidence. But they were not the only ones laughing. Lisnit was too. Meanwhile, the guys decided to start their search with the guild, as they had been advised. The girl dressed in a hood noted that they were on the right track. Her assistant added, "It turns out that Gale is indeed in the city, but Cash's assessment seemed strange to him." Yet the killers simply decided that Gale did not trust his team and concealed the true level. At the guild, they were met by a short girl with a wide smile, but the money did not behave so politely. His team noted, "This place is just a barn." They passed by tables and people, talking that, judging by everything, there were no decent quests to be found here. Kesh proudly leaned his elbow on the counter, where the owner of this guild stood. He looked detachedly at the girl who was smiling at him. The boy said that they are an S-rank team and that she needs to immediately call the guild leader. She replied that she herself is the guild leader and asked what they need. They tore the cloak off her and at that very moment threw her to the floor. The boy asked proudly, throwing the loot in front of Gimli. How did she like it, but she didn't even shrug. Without changing her expression, she asked what it meant, and this made Kasha even angrier. The girl ran her hand over the tail and asked if it was really part of a hippopotamus. Then the team replied that it was an S-rank monster, and they would be well rewarded in the kingdom. But Gimli said they should bring back his whole head, or at least the heart, to count it as a killand in the capital. They would be told the same. The whole crew turned away when he sharply asked if they had fled without finishing off this behemoth. Himat, the guy sneezed, remembered this girl and clicked his tongue. The guys headed for the exit. Gimli smiled and asked to reliably kill the hippopotamus next time, and Lisnita's team began packing all these things with them. Suddenly the master turned to Lisnit and asked which organization the girl was from. This frightened her greatly. The girl froze in place, and Gimli asked why she pretended that they had done everything themselves if it was SH. Who is she? If Lisnit really wanted to deceive, she wouldn't have left such a delicate clue, but it was already too late to think about it. Lisnit hurriedly led her people away from the girl, who was working with them in the same field. Gimli happily thought that these guys probably came from the same capital as Gale, so something really interesting wouldn't be long in coming. It happened that Gale and Shalina were already heading to inspect the new small shop. It was already ready. Gale lowered the sign and asked the girl how the work was done. She noted that it again turned out tasteless, but even that suited the calligraphy master. The guy thanked the girl, calling her a true professional, and it was clear that she did not like it. They stood right in front of the shop decorated with skulls and horns, and the sign read, Gale's Cursed Items Shop. Gale announced that the shop would open tomorrow and suggested celebrating this event today. The man said he would call Mora, and the girl meanwhile was already running behind them asking if the guys had finished. It turned out that Kuznets added, Mora arrived just in time because the shop was already ready to open. It was possible to see how the work was going. The girl also wanted to help with the opening but was late. The shop once belonged to an alchemist, so the reconstruction turned out to be simpler than it seemed. The man asked if Mora was gathering a team for quests again. The girl answered affirmatively and noted that he was too busy with solo quests. The young man pouted and said that he needed materials somewhere, but no one wanted to go with him. But who would agree to get involved with the master of cursed things? Gale, of course, was very happy about the opening of the shop, but his plans were not limited to this alone. In the long term, he wanted to hire a seller, gather materials, and create new things. But right now, he did not have such an opportunity, and Mora, it seemed, had a plan and wanted to tell him about it. She offered help as a saleswoman and to work together as a team again. The girl noted that although they were both rear guards, they handled the quest excellently. She blushed and shyly looked away, sure that if they were together, they could definitely handle anything. Meanwhile, the girl quietly waited for an answer to her request. The boy turned around and it seemed he was about to go to her. But still, Gale rushed to the showcase with his invention. He noticed that the bandages on the mummy had come loose. Mora covered her face with her palms in shame. She realized he was not listening to her. The hero again. The mage spoke, assuring that they would meet that very evening as soon as it got dark. The blacksmith began preparing strong drinks, and the young man set the table with food. The girls stayed to talk among themselves. Mora asked if Shalina had come up with a name, and she nodded. And they added to the blacksmith that if a person has no special purpose, they are unlikely to come here. And Gale was glad that he opened the shop together with true friends. Now he had a place where he could be himself, and it is hard even to express in words how happy he was. On the shop door hung a bell of coolness. They say it belongs to a guardian who comforts the souls of children near the cemetery and sends them to another world. Its chime can be heard from afar, and as soon as it rings, unique cursed artifacts appear on the shelves. When dusk fell and stars lit up in the sky, Gale's attention was drawn by a rumble outside. The man heard people coming and met them, saying that the shop was not yet open, but these were not ordinary guests a paladin. Kesh confidently entered, looked around, and immediately greeted the owner of the cursed items, meanwhile insulting him. Gale stepped back, not understanding what the team was doing, but Cash accused him of ruining the lives of many people, and now he's enjoying it. The door flew off its hinges from the impact with the sturdy cage. Tear apart the entire Cash team and 4 other unknown people, and they burst into the room. Gale asked what they needed, because his shop wasn't even open yet, and the Black Mage asked them to go out to Lisnet Street. 4 of them left, and Gale couldn't understand why they needed so many newcomers. Norris interrupted his thoughts. He said that now they could talk. The master shuddered. They themselves had driven him out, saying he could open his own shop. What business did they have with him now? The man spoke with a trembling voice, and he couldn't even move his leg. Cash explained that they came for Gale to remove the curse from them, and this surprised the boy even more. Meanwhile, outside, one of the assistants asked if the lady was really Harley Hamilton, and why they left him with the Cash team. The girl explained that this way they could see what this boy was capable of, but she still doubted that he was the one who created the artifact. Gale decided that Cash was talking about a curse placed on the equipment. The negative effects of curses should not affect the team. He used the skill of placing a curse on equipment so that the effect applied only to Gale himself. But he did it out of a desire to help his team, especially since he had once already removed this curse. Gale never figured out which curse it was about, but Cash was sure. It was placed out of anger and hatred because they were expelled, and he grabbed one of the goods from the tree. He threw this cursed mummy on the floor and crushed it with his foot, while Gale shouted that it was his main product. Melissa said that the destruction of such goods is only for the better, and Luca, drawing a knife, added that he would do everything so that no goods suitable for safety remained. The sale fell through, daggers flew at the goods on the shelves, and the Dark Mage immediately began to use offensive magic, not caring at all about the likelihood of a fight. Fire, the boy rushed to stop them, but Kesh grabbed him by the collar and demanded that he immediately remove the curse from them, because he was already tired of the talks. The master said, even if all their possessions are returned to their original state, they will not become higher than Cash if he is asked again. Does this mean they are weak? Weak, he pushed the boy against the wall and threw him to the floor, slowly drawing a sword. He no longer cared about the princess's task. He threatened, if Gale does not want to remove the curse, then he can simply kill the one who cast the spell, and all members of his team supported this. Kesh thought they were stuck in a wild desert among losers, and he was itching to break free. The master asked again what exactly the paladin said, and then he punched with all his might, and the other flew back. Gale did not know all the details. What he did was simply a reflex. In a tight space where it is impossible to freely swing a large weapon, fists quickly put an end to the enemy. Standing before Cash, the boy declared that he would not allow the store set up for him to be broken. He demanded that the team of travelers stop all this. Gale could endure insults directed at him, but not at his friends from the farm corner. Threateningly looming over the captain of the Wolf Fangs, the master declared that it was time to put an end to this, and tightly clenched his fist. His rage was unrestrained. Everyone went outside, and Lisnet thought that after this fight she would decide either to kill Gale or kidnap him. In any case, everything went according to her plan. She simply called the Wolf Fangs and allowed them to complete the last mission, calling them predatory smiling dogs. Cash assured that he would not give up, and Norris added, if such audacity happens, they simply will have no other choice. The captain pulled out a bottle that he had prepared in advance for such a case, and since the team was going smoothly, he bought himself an expensive buff in the capital. The whole team drank, and Melissa responded with arrogant boldness that it was a pity to waste such an expensive thing. Suddenly the space flashed with light bursting from the floor, so Gale covered his face with his hand. He squinted and surveyed the situation. This thing allowed enhancing the power of all abilities, but the boy was most troubled by its familiar smell. Hit by the smell, Cash boasted that this was a high-class item from the Adventurers Guild, a very expensive thing that enhanced abilities. He laughed that a person of Gale's level had never even seen anything like it. The entire squad rejoiced. Thanks to this potion, they returned to the state they had before the curse. And although the young man denied that he had cursed them, everyone immediately rushed into battle. They surrounded the boy from all sides as if he were one of the monsters. Norris explained, as long as he stayed behind, he did not manage to join the team tactics. But now he will see everything their main trick, wolf discharge strategy. Gale, being a former team member, knew, as long as you look in one direction, you are immediately attacked from the other, and if you focus on one, you are immediately squeezed from all sides. The young man decided, Cash is the main threat and strength of the team, so he cannot be taken out of sight. But as soon as the boy focused on Cash, Melissa jumped out from behind and pestered him with the question, "Where is he looking?" He noted that her stats had increased, and her movements became faster than he thought, but he managed to deflect the first blow. He knew that fighting style. And then the second blow came. Gale precisely slipped away from the sharp knives of the bandit, who promised to stab him. He realized that the Cash and Melissa duo was tolerable for him, but Luca's attacks became a problem. He threw knives, and on the tip of each sat an unknown poison. Even a small scratch could prove fatal. Gale, but the young man again, precisely, darted to the side to Kesh's surprise, as if he had calculated every move in advance. The most important thing for Gale was to watch Norris's flame during the spells, because it was necessary not only to dodge, but also to prevent him from entering the city. Kesh did not like how brazenly Gale dodged. He used a summer rain slash and ordered others to surround him to prevent escape. Melissa and Luke rushed forward after the quickly fleeing Gale. And then he finally managed to do what he intended. The whole team was within reach, and he unfurled the cursed scrolls. The young man not only dodged their attacks but also lured the enemies, and they froze, overwhelmed by anger and fear. If Kesh and others use enhancement items, that is enough to even slightly reduce the power of their effect. He made them feel the power of the cursed artifacts they so hated by applying a debuff against buffs. Gale threw the amulet of the innocent prisoner above the team's heads. A large grate grew, and something dark grabbed them while they tried in horror to understand what was happening. This amulet is a single-use item. It activates after selecting a target and has a short range, but the weakening effect is applied to a target located a few meters from the moment of activation. This interesting artifact was made from the ashes of a prisoner who spent his whole life in prison. He was unjustly convicted long ago, still in his youth. Although the area of effect is not very wide, all the bitterness, sorrow, torment, and burden of the prisoner fall upon anyone who enters this zone. In one of the houses abandoned because of monsters, Gale came across an undead creature walled up in the wall. It touched him, so he could not just pass by. She uttered an especially fierce curse, but clearly could not move, and then Gale began to guess what exactly caused this phenomenon. He reached out his hand to the skull and asked if it would come and tell the undead his sad story, then cast Dispel, and the corpse seemed to dissolve. It was an old man who honestly admitted this young man was the first to come to him to talk. Tears rolled down the cheeks from the closed eyes of the elderly man, and he told his story himself. And when he became undead, he merged with the wall because he always leaned against it, no matter how cold it was. Compared to the effect of boosting all abilities, which both Cash and the whole team provide, this amulet can give an effect of weakening all abilities threefold, although not as strong. While Cash and others shouted that all this and the curses were complete nonsense, Gale was already quickly running in the opposite direction. He called them to follow him to continue the fight. The plan was simple. The residents could not be allowed to suffer, so the fight had to be moved to another place. Although he had not stayed here long, he knew these places much better than Cash and his team, so he considered where to lead them: to the catacombs, to the abandoned church, or to the hospital. He turned around and saw 4 silhouettes there. The wolf fangs were really chasing him, so he ordered them to keep pace and not fall behind. But at that very moment, someone was speaking near his shop. It was Cash's team. They could not even walk properly. Their bodies became incredibly heavy despite expensive boosters. They had boosted their stats, but something was wrong. The captain angrily racked his brain why Gale's curse was not working as it should, and turned to Liznit to ask about an antidote or something that could help, but she and the others had already disappeared. While Kesh raged over where their assistants had gone, they themselves had long been rushing after Gale through the night forest, not letting him hide. A little before Gale Liznit's escape began, he saw an amulet on the neck of an innocent prisoner and was convinced this was exactly the person they needed. Gale Hamilton. He had many artifacts. The assistant asked what they would do next. Liznit replied that they could not allow a commotion because even though it was a village, guards could appear at any moment. They needed to act quickly and not let people gather. It seemed they were already late, as the footsteps of the guard could be heard from afar. Liznit ordered her assistants to take care of the spectators and was already moving, but suddenly froze as if seized by a stone disease. Her whole body looked as if wrapped by a snake, not allowing the girl to take a single step forward. The girl grabbed her shoulders. She felt the presence of the devil's heart but could not believe it. It was as if it was all complete nonsense. She immediately ordered her people to retreat, and it did not matter what would happen to the people. The main thing was only one: to save themselves. It seemed the seal of the devil's heart was removed, and the girl, falling to the ground, coughed greedily, gulping air. The assistants surrounding her waited cautiously to see what was happening to her. Although the seal she left for her subordinates was securely hidden and sealed, and removing it was not so simple, she still could not get rid of the strange feeling. The girl turned to Cash's team and realized the Devil's Heart responded to Gale's artifact, so she considered him equal in power. The dark magical substance again reached out to the girl. She ordered her assistants even more strictly to flee, because it had reached them too. Listenet managed to break free from the chains, and she horrifiedly stood up, convulsively thinking about what to do next. The guys felt something. It was a debuff, an area attack. It immediately gave a sensation of a sharp drop in stats despite such a light touch. This was the power of Gale Hamilton's artifacts. The girl felt, trembling and sweat pouring all over her body did not stop. It was not just a debuff. There were also other stat anomalies. Listenet managed to identify several of them. Slowing down, reduced defense, increased fatigue, fear, and perception disruption. Among experienced killers like them, who were specially trained to be highly sensitive to stat changes, almost no one knows this better, but even Listenet had never heard of such a complex debuff. She felt exhaustion already from a light touch of that black light. If it had hit directly, she definitely would not have been well. No one knew how many more of those were sitting there, in the hideout. The girl ordered the guys to disperse and not touch the black light. Yet it kept catching up with them again and again, and especially fiercely held on to their mistress Listenet, whom she was trying with all her might to break free from. But she immediately saw the target disappeared. Hamilton used the artifact to weaken Cash, so why was he running away? There was little time, so four of them, without further talk, rushed into the forest after the young man. The man did not even keep those powerful artifacts he had set aside for escape. It was definitely the same Gale. And it seemed he headed to the outskirts of the city, so his accomplices would not be there. Listenet was happy that there would be four of them against one Gale. No retreat. And when asked what they would do with Cash's team, Listenet answered without thinking, they do not care at all. Gale was making his way to an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of the village. Once, they buried those who died from the epidemic there. The girl laughed. He was ahead of them, living in darkness, rushing to the grave himself. What a fool. The guys seemed to have regained strength again and quickened their pace, preparing for an uneven fight. But soon they could no longer catch their breath. Their pursuit speed was not as usual, but to not lose him from sight, they had to exert incredible effort. The killer hinted that he was using a booster, although it was quite likely that his base characteristics were simply tuned for speed. Moreover, Listenet was very close to him. Although she did not get a direct hit, the girl was still affected by his artifact. She knew in the fight between Gale and Casham she had been too careless. If because of this she missed him, it would be a mistake for life. After all, he was a man capable of shifting the balance of power in the state. They could not let him go at any cost, and had to capture him dead or alive. They anxiously realized that they were falling further behind, but made every effort to complete the mission. Yet, striving not to break off the pursuit, they did not notice that they had forgotten the usual precautions and vigilance towards what was around, not in their style. They had not yet figured out what exact danger they had brought to the outskirts of this city. Meanwhile, Kesh and his company slowly made their way to Gale, until the captain announced that now they looked more like a gathering of turtles. Suddenly a girl appeared and asked if it was their fault all this noise and what happened to Gale's shop. Then Kesh angrily asked if this lady had any problems at all. By posture and appearance, the wolf fangs understood. Mara was standing before them. They stared at her outfit and asked how she dared to appear, the one who abandoned them after Gale's exile. After all that had happened, they had indeed come together to the farmer's corner. The dark mage, realizing that things had not gone as he thought, hit his forehead and declared, now everything was clear to him. He thought that finding Gale in such a wilderness was impossible, but Mora was there too. Could the others really believe it was just a coincidence? It turns out Moragliris was an accomplice of Gale from the very beginning. This was the accusation the mage made against the girl. Luke, Melissa, and even Cash froze in shock and surprise, while Mora just pretended it was funny. She asked if Norris was a bit slow, although she always thought he wasn't very bright, but now he had crossed the line, and explaining everything was a waste of time. Meanwhile, the guys nodded as if they had always thought so. The mage raised his head and said that such deep thoughts were clearly beyond the young lady, with the neckline down to the very bottom. He believed he could read her thoughts like an open book. He asked Mora if he had hit the mark. The angry girl declared that they were all terribly wrong. Cash wanted to say something, but the sorceress interrupted him. She stated that it was they who had driven out Gale, and that she had joined their team only at their invitation. How did that make her an accomplice? The girl really wanted to find out about this and what exactly she had done against them. Cash could not utter a single normal word, and the girl kept insisting. She asked if he had brought a curse upon them and how it happened that she became Gale's accomplice. When the man fell silent, she stood up, letting him breathe a sigh of relief, and when she turned away, she addressed her former leader. He came to such a remote place, destroyed someone else's shop, and after all that, still dared to insult a deceased team member. Mora sternly asks this guy if he was taught in childhood not to do anything that could hurt others. After that, she begins to recite some kind of incantation ritual. She's standing in a fighting stance, assured that this must not be done under any circumstances. Team Cash decided to switch to wolf tactics and defeat the enraged Mora. Cash assured that although they had slowed down, ahead was still only Mara and herself. But the young man couldn't even hold the sword. The girl asked if this was an attempt to catch Impulse May. Then she said that thanks to the fact that they had stuffed her with a bunch of debuffs, she had increased strength and agility and was ready to show them the true pulse of May. More fiercely rushed to attack the Cash team. Grabbing their captain by the collar, she said she would do to him the same thing they did to Gale's new shop. Then they might understand what it's like to be in his place. But Melissa rushed at Mora from behind and raised her hand to strike. She confidently noted that the girl was looking the wrong way. And Mora was not even scared. With one sharp move, she hit the rough woman in the face who attacked from behind and didn't even turn toward her. Then the sorceress noticed that Gale had placed serious debuffs on the team, which meant this fight was no longer 1 against 4. The girl said that they would lose this fight 2 against 4. Luke told Mora not to be arrogant. He also emphasized, the main thing is not to let her get close because they have long-range weapons. The robbers shouted that her pathetic tricks would have no effect on them. Norris and Luke were preparing to attack from different sides of the girl. The robber promised to confuse the girl with riddles, but when he tried to draw even one knife, it turned out he had already used them all. And while he was remembering that he left many in Gale's shop, Mora had already sneaked up to him and waved her hand to strike. She hit Luke in the stomach. With all her might, he bent in half with a painful scream. Then she flew back several dozen meters, and the mage prepared a strike meant to kill her, a hellfire bullet. Yet his magic shone brightly. Then the girl thanked the mage for glowing, and threw a bottle of alcoholic drink at his head. It hit the target directly. The bottle smashed into his head. From the blow, the dark mage fell to his knees. Mora replied that hitting him was very easy. The entire Kasha team lay like trash on the ground. They could not even open their eyes and look through their enemy. Nearby, the sorceress froze ominously. The gathered crowd watched as the girl continued mocking the team, begging her to stop, but Mora laughed. Their end was not yet. She turned to the bottle she carried as a gift, and sighing sadly, said it was a pity this wine was for the opening ceremony, but now it was more important to find Gale. The girl squeezed into the crowd gathered near her friend's shop. As soon as she managed to enter, she wandered with surprise among the display windows until the mummy on the floor caught her attention. She carefully picked up the figure that had fallen to the floor. With the same diligence, the girl also carefully took it in her hands, remembering how Gale persistently corrected her. The man insisted that this item was special, while Mora was meanwhile occupied with completely different thoughts. The girl carefully placed the mummy on the table, but suddenly a noise came from behind, and someone asked what had happened here. Blacksmith Shailena carried a heavy barrel on her shoulder. The girl had come to celebrate the opening. Mora shuddered and realized she urgently needed to go and find her friend. But the blacksmith grabbed her by the hand, not letting her escape, and demanded an explanation of what had happened here. Gale disappeared and he needed to be found as soon as possible, although Kesh's team clearly could not defeat him, but Mora was still worried. She understood, most likely that boy, who did not want to cause problems for the locals, was trying to lead the enemy out of the city. Then Gimli appeared at the door and reported that the boy had gone to the other edge of the city, to the abandoned cemetery. The girls were pleasantly surprised to see the craftswoman and asked how she found out where Gale was. She replied that she was told this by chance. Then, averting her gaze, she awkwardly noted that the wolf fangs are very strange people. The girl herself came to deliver the materials she was given. These were animal organs that emitted an utterly inhuman stench. Gimli said that the Master of Curses was being pursued by some group, clearly more experienced than Kesh and his team. Frightened, Mora thanked the girl and, despite her outfit, decisively rushed to save her friend. There was no time to change clothes or take weapons. Everyone understood this. The blacksmith's wife asked to wait. It seemed she would go with Mora. The girls took weapons from Kesh and Norris, cheerfully assuming that at least something was already better than nothing. After that, they proudly set off on a special mission to save Gale Hamilton. Gimli volunteered and went to accompany the girls, then said, "Now is exactly the moment when every second is worth its weight in gold. Probably, Shelina is not yet used to this." Moreover, the girl said she felt an unpleasant sensation. Mora asked if it was about those hunting Gale, but the master explained. She felt the presence of something inhuman. The story and the horn she brought were part of a hippopotamus, she explained to the girls. And then she added, those who are now hunting Gale came here from the royal capital. They failed to kill the giant and let him slip away. But the beastly monsters are stubborn, and those in the S rank are also smart. Therefore, they can conduct strategic attacks and give commands to the herd. In other words, it is not surprising that they followed them for so long. They relied on their sensitive sense of smell and waited for the right moment. It turned out that the girls had a chance to encounter a hippopotamus, so the task rose to level AA. But after the cockatrice, the girls no longer really wanted to deal with such monsters. Meanwhile, Gale had already reached the abandoned hospital, which was also a cemetery. He stood on a tree and tried to catch his breath after such a run. The man jumped down, sharply turned around, and took a fighting stance as if inviting opponents to come out and show themselves. The killers slowly emerged from the bushes and asked him to wait a little while they caught their breath. He obediently complied with their demand without any hesitation. Gale had no idea where she had seen these guys before, until suddenly she realized. These were Kesh's comrades, and Liznit immediately had a negative reaction. She was angered and shattered when she heard that she was an accomplice of these pseudo-heroes. The girl pointed with her hand and asked what his problem was. How could he run so fast? The boy explained that he was sure Cash and his gang were chasing him. Then the angry Liznit declared that they would never catch him. The girl's voice was hoarse from shouting, and then Gale said he understood her, so she could calm down, and offered her a drink. He had no water, but he didn't have time to explain what he was taking out because the lady greedily snatched the liquid from his hands. She drank it all to the last drop, then asked what it was. It stuck to her throat and smelled strange. The young man replied that it was a prototype potion for removing petrification. And then he added that it was the amniotic fluid of the cockatrice, which made Liznitz instantly freeze in shock. The girl tried to spit out everything she had managed to drink, and the young man did not understand at all why she was doing it. She asked angrily why he gave her that to drink, and the assistant explained that the girl should first check what she was given before swallowing, but she did not want to listen to the remarks directed at her. Gale was confused and angry because he did not understand why she was spitting out the medicine that healed petrification. Although these were bodily fluids of the monster, there is a saying, good medicine tastes bitter. Besides, she herself said she wanted to drink. Liznit raised her head and, grabbing a weapon, ordered all the assistants to immediately seize Gale, was already completely confused, not understanding what was happening here. The girl ordered to surround the boy and capture him dead or alive. The young man raised his hands and apologized, asking if the potion was really that terrible, but it seemed it no longer mattered. The killers rushed to attack the man who, it seemed, had not yet managed to understand how to defend himself. The boy managed to slip away from Liznit's well-aimed strike, and the girl immediately ordered him not to even try to run. When the boy fell, she hit again, but he dodged and swept the girl with his leg. Then 3 blades of the girl's assistants flew at him, but he calmly dodged, making sharp movements. The girl noticed he perfectly dodges all their attacks, but the young man replied that the matter is not in him, but in what is beneath their feet. The entire detachment bowed their heads. The whole land was strewn with piles of bones of all kinds, and in some places there were still wooden crosses standing. The girl clearly did not like this sight, and Gale noticed. Even more bones were hidden underground. The forester concluded that he was, after all, an adventurer accustomed to cemeteries, but his legs were definitely in good shape. The boys reasoned. Yes, there were more of them, but there were too many obstacles. They were separated and could not come together. The young man decided that they would soon surrender. Neither powerful blows nor well-planned team attacks would help Harith. Cracking of bones and various sounds of debris immediately exposed all the team's plans. The girl threw the knife. It flew incredibly close to Gale's face, but what surprised her was not how he dodged it, but that the boy was in no hurry, as if waiting for the right moment. Around stretched only graves piled together long ago, apparently hastily, and the rain and wind turned the hospital building into ruins. All this made me wonder what awaited Gale in such a terrible place. The man cut off his thoughts and said he did not want to seem rude, but would still suggest leaving. It seemed the team was already used to wandering here, but that was not the point. He chose the cemetery deliberately. For him, this place seemed perfect to set an ambush for Cash. Good trophies could be gathered here. That is why he truly comes here. He knows the area very well, and something started that clearly pleased the young man. The Master of Curses was indeed here among scattered bones, remains, and lost souls wandering everywhere. The reason the Listnitz team had to get out was simple and already emerged from the ground. The man assured that the team was being led out, and at that moment, all kinds of undead began to rise and crawl out from all sides. The man, unafraid, joyfully spread his arms to the sides, as if prophesying his victory in advance. Listnitz and her team decided there was an ambush ahead, but quickly understood from the smell of dirt and appearance the dead walk here. Princess Carla lay in her chambers, admiring a postcard about the search for Gale, thinking how soon this boy would be brought to her. Vivian asked the high priest to look at the princess's condition, because she only thinks about Gale Hamilton all the time. She did not understand what was happening, because this was a man the princess had seen only once. The high priest noted that he saved her life. The priest and his assistant decided the princess had fallen in love with this young man. Vivian asked again, so instead of preparing to die during the attack, the princess fell in love. Then, dismissing the question, the man remarked, Carla and Gale, with their peculiar tastes, complemented each other. Although they could not meet, the brain itself completed the image of the perfect person. The men vainly tried to calm Vivian. Meanwhile, in the farmer's corner, Listnit and her team were guarding against the undead in the cemetery where the hospital used to be. Then the girl understood. This was part of the plan of the master cursed objects. He made them think they were being watched and surrounded the rivals with undead, setting the trap right here. The boys, pressing their backs against each other, noted that it was the first time they had seen so many undead together. Avoiding the flying monster, he replied, if you fight 1, 2, or 4, the chances of winning are almost none. And those 4 he was talking about were supposed to be Cash and the rest. Gale did not understand what was wrong with them. Listnit cut him off sharply and said that they were different, not like those fools. After all, these are killers who live in the shadows, which means they never lose in a fight against the undead. After these words, the whole team rushed into battle, and the master was amazed. And the undead were not going to lose at all. They swarmed the Listnitz team in number, surrounded the opponents, and clung to them without letting go. The boys fought with all their might, desperately covering each other and trying not to leave blind spots to avoid losing. Listnit ordered to form and tighten a circular defensive ring to trap Gale inside. They were going to kill him right there on the spot. And just as he took a step, a giant monster suddenly appeared right in front of him, which the girl quickly and mercilessly chopped down. She gladly noted that this was clearly his trump card, and he was indeed close to victory, but in any case. Listnit had a trump card. Moreover, the trump card was called Heart of the Demon King, but it had too many restrictions and he couldn't just waste time. Then she realized, the moment they destroy all the undead will be the only best chance to use this artifact. Meanwhile, Gale's reinforcements were rushing through the night forest. The girls discussed that experienced killers had taken on Gate, and there were about 4 of them. Mora noted that they needed to get there as quickly as possible to even the odds. The blacksmith said without slowing down, only when a person leaves do you truly understand how important they are to you. She shouted that Gale was under her protection, because they still had to create many cursed things and bring the agricultural revolution to this farming town. And he is her partner. The guild master bowed his head and noted that she agreed. Without Gale, she would have many more problems. And Mora thought that next time they meet, she will say that even the master of cursed item Somion as foolish as him is needed by someone. She promised herself that she would tell him everything exactly like that. Shalina, running with all her might, asked what they would do if a wounded hippopotamus appeared. Mora remarked, killers and a hippopotamus is already too much, and Gimli pondered this. She said that the master of cursed things is capable of mastering unique skills that cannot be compared to an ordinary profession. Mora asked which skill exactly, and the master told about the transformation of failure. It is the perfect evasion skill called surprise luck. The girls asked in amazement what kind of miracle luck this was. They noted that changing bad luck is a very strong skill, and if it allowed one to avoid death, of course everyone would want it. Unfortunately, this is an incredibly rare ability that cannot even be activated at one's own discretion, so the girls can only hope for the best. Meanwhile, Listnit and her team had already managed to topple a huge pile of undead, still holding on to the mission. The girl noted that they somehow managed to destroy all the undead, but she did not have the strength to even approach Gale. Gale, she raised her hands and admitted that she was giving up. There were too many undead, and Gale was still effortlessly calling them further. Listnit admitted her defeat. The captain of killers extended her hand to her, a gesture of acceptance, and Gale, without much thought, hurried to meet it, to return the outstretched hand. When the boy approached, Listnit said it was just a joke and ordered him to throw her the jar. She definitely caught the sealed curse. and she explains that this is their trump card. She opens the jar and releases the creature outside. Having gotten rid of this creature, she decided to tell the boy about it as a gift for his life. She displayed the artifact on her palm and explained, "It maximally enhances physical abilities, taking life force in return. It is the most terrible and powerful artifact." But Gale noticed something behind the girl. She turned around and saw a hippopotamus rushing straight at them from the forest thicket, the same one, missing one horn and one eye. Liznit did not understand what this monster was doing here, but there was no time to think. It was already flying straight at them. And Gale, preparing for the best possible circumstances, decided, "Kill her." The boy pushed the hesitant girl and prepared to take the full blow himself. The heroine sharply turned her head, and her eyes immediately widened with surprise. Her lips twitched before she breathed out the name Gale. She was truly shocked. The giant creature strikes Gale with its horns. The blow throws him into the air, and dust rises from the ground. Liznit watches, stunned by the force of this impact. The girl clenched her fists and looked at the clouds of dust rising from the place of impact. She whispered, "With this very blow, he ground him to dust." Her voice was torn by rage and the cold awareness of the enemy's power. Among the roof debris broken by the falling body, Liznit clenched her fists and watched. No matter how eccentric and talkative he was, now there was no denying it. He had saved her life. A gloomy grimace still frozen on her face. She thinks that this man, despite everything, was quite unhappy. She stands confidently before a gigantic opponent with horns. Her back is straight, her gaze focused, no fear. The heroine admits, he stubbornly followed them and showed persistence. The ruins and debris emphasize that the situation is incredibly dangerous. The girl took out the artifact, carefully turned it in her hands, and then began to tell her story with intrigue. The artifact in her hand flickered as if echoing her mood. She did not even resort to direct threats, only an icy gaze, and the phrase that she liked, persistence, spoke for themselves. Black whirlpools or streams of energy flow from the artifact. The heroine, with a mad smile, raises the hand in which the ominous artifact flickers. Emphasizing triumph in her voice, she orders it to consume her and the heart of the Demon King. The artifact rapidly begins to absorb the girl's body. Dark magic envelops her from head to toe. The power of the artifact clearly went out of control. The space fills with chaotic, frightening energy, and Liznit is visible as she tightly presses her lips in pain. The heroine is enveloped by numerous dark tentacles. Various abilities activate simultaneously: instant resistance to stun, resistance to fatigue, and enhanced strength. All this showed how her combat potential was increasingly growing. The tentacles did not stop covering her body. Additional abilities appeared, an infinite supply of magical power and immunity to pain. The power of the artifact reached its peak, turning the girl into an extremely dangerous opponent. Behemoth froze in place, his heavy body tensed like a spring. His yellow eyes watched every movement of the girl without blinking, and the phrase that the moment for attack was lost hung in the air. Now any movement was already too late. The heroine took a fighting stance and declared that the time for revenge had come. She added, this time Behemoth would not be able to escape. Her entire appearance radiated complete confidence in victory. On the battlefield, the two opponents drew close, the girl with the activated artifact and the gigantic monster resembling a rhinoceros. She lunged forward, preparing to strike, and the beast let out a threatening roar. There was a large hole in the roof of the building. It was visible that Gale had landed there after a strong impact. A dark shadow was cut out against the night sky and pierced through the leaves. Someone let out a short exclamation of surprise. Gale fell onto the bed and froze as if he had been stunned. He admitted that he actually thought he was about to die. Then, with relief, he noted that he was incredibly lucky. He landed right on the bed because he fell through the hole in the roof. Gale was sitting in a room where there were many beds. He settled on one of them, and above his head, right above him, there was a large hole in the roof. Looking around, he realized this could be considered a truly lucky place, but he thought that if he fell to the ground, he would get serious injuries. In the semi-dark room, he sits and thinks hard about what happened. Thoughts whirl in his head. He is almost sure that he did not have time to properly examine that creature, but he remembers how the monster in the form of a beast suddenly attacked them. Suddenly changing his facial expression, he recalls the zombie animal. A twisted dog flashes in his mind for a moment, but the next second he rejects this thought. He understands that it was something completely different. He continues to ponder and notices. The creature had one broken horn, was missing one eye, and its tail looked torn and damaged. With surprise, he realizes that he had never seen such a creature before. But despite this, its appearance perfectly matches the description of a zombie animal. With this thought, he falls onto the bed, lies down, and tries to comprehend what he saw. He continues to replay what happened in his head, recalling Shaylena's words about how the villagers were frightened. some creature is attacking the fields. Most likely, it was a wild boar that later turned into the undead. He suddenly stood up. There was no time to lose. Gale said that this monster might pose a danger to Liznet. With a confident smile, he said that as a master of curses, he must do exactly that. And he added, working with the undead is his direct duty. Carefully peeking from the door into the dark room, he said with anxiety that he found himself somewhere far away. It was completely dark around, and he had no idea where to go. Liznet did not stop fighting the monster, which froze with an evil expression on its face. She tried to hold on and not retreat, although the threat loomed too close. Meanwhile, Gale was quickly approaching to come to her aid, but the question arose, would he manage to reach Liznet in time? Gale confidently walked forward, shown from behind. A tense silence hung around him, and the question arose, would he meet someone on the way who could delay his haste? The frantic battle with the monster continues. The monster and the girl locked eyes determined, and simultaneously launched an attack. 3 observers watched the battle with worry and tension. Anxiety blazed on their faces, and fear and concern were read in every glance their eyes widened. The heroine swiftly descended from above, focused and preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Her movements were confident and precise, as firm as her determination in this decisive battle. The fight flared up, her sword fell to the ground and shattered. It was clear that she struck the monsters with an unbreakable horn. After that it flared up, and fierce evil was reflected on its face. After the blow, the girl fell to the ground, and at that moment, a piercing, fierce roar of the monster sounded. She managed to land on the monster's horn and not fall completely. The observers shouted at Liznet, and thanks to this she managed to stop, and instead of falling, smoothly took a fighting stance. She raised her head, gathered all her strength, and prepared for the next move. She said that she wanted to tear out the monster's second eye, but even for the heart of the Demon King, an artifact that enhanced her physical power in battle, it was too difficult. Observers said that Liznet needed a weapon replacement, but she replied that it was unnecessary. She insists that by her own strength, she tore off the monster's tail, an important and powerful part of its body. Power, the girl said that this time she would tear off the monster's head, reveal its face and her fist, but before she could finish speaking, a cough pierced her. The cough tore her chest more and more, and the girl lost strength, collapsing to the ground. On a dark background, they began to show the girl's heart, as if it was about to start beating with difficulty. She lay on the ground, lifting her head with incredible effort and barely audible wheezing. A dark spot was already visible in the heart, as if something black was beginning to spread inside. Others nervously asked what was happening to Mrs. Liznet, looking at the girl who lay on the ground and could not get up. She lay on the ground, could only raise her head, tightly clenched her fists and bit her lips, trying to hold back the pain. One witness said anxiously that it was impossible. Something black began to grow in the girl's heart, spreading more and more, and causing noticeable weakness in Liznet's body. The heroine turned onto her back and began pressing her chest in the heart area, feeling increasing pain and discomfort. She was short of breath, and others quickly approached, worried about her condition. Her eyes were wide open, her breathing became erratic and heavy. She was suffocating, unable to cope with the growing internal tension. The tentacles of the artifacts began to wrap around the girl's body. Effects disappeared one by one: death resistance, strength enhancement, fatigue disregard, and infinite magical power. The body quickly lost support. She was still lying there, eyes wide open, unable to breathe in, exhausted and confused, not understanding what was happening. The man who approached to lift her body said that the curse had gone out of control for the second time. It seemed that the action of the Demon King's heart had started to fail. He concluded that the artifact could only stop when it was fully absorbed by Ms. Liznet. From the opposite side, a monster began to approach them. One of the observers gave the order: 2 would stop the hippopotamus. 2 quickly approached the monster, took combat positions, and prepared for the upcoming clash. Liznet tried to stop them, insisting that they would not cope with this monster. A powerful blow from the monster scattered the 2 in different directions, and stones flew up and scattered around. She was half sitting, leaning on the hands of one of the observers, and they looked anxiously at what had happened. Her eyes were wide open, and sweat poured down her forehead, revealing the tension and fear of what she had seen. 2 of them broke away completely, and traces of blood flew like stones. Blood was hissing in their mouths. It seemed visible traces of bleeding, so it was clear the wounds were extremely serious. The monster roared madly, and Liznet shouted that it was enough. Enough, she shouted at one of those present to come to his senses. He replied tensely that nothing had worked. He cried out in despair that the tears of the Divine King were powerless. It was impossible because the artifact was considered a top-level church item. He cursed and threw the artifact at Liznit. The drop disappeared immediately, not even touching her skin, as if something inside Liznit repelled it. The girl looked at him angrily and said, "Could this curse really have become so strong that it can no longer be removed?" Liznit's eyes rolled back, her head helplessly tilted back, and blood spurted from her mouth. The man holding her screamed in horror, calling her, and his voice sounded like a panicked, desperate plea. Liznit, who had undergone quite extensive training and developed a high tolerance for pain and loss of consciousness, continued to endure. She clenched her teeth tightly, restraining the torment with all her might, not allowing herself to faint. Her body convulsed, limbs twitched. Somewhere deep inside, death cries burst out, and the cursed heartbeat of the Demon King hammered with uncontrollable fury, as if trying to break out. Around were scattered many bodies of fallen undead motionless, some lying in unnatural poses, and on their faces frozen, distorted grimaces and remnants of darkness. The battle grew fiercer, as if it had summoned not only the hippopotamus, but also another dangerous opponent for this royal duel. Battle, a dark creature began to manifest, its contours distorted, becoming eerie. It was believed to be closest to the underworld. Its very presence violated the laws of nature. The air around it thickened, and darkness filled the space with a heavy oppression. Darkness, from a high burial mound of the dead, a dark figure began to rise. Clinging to a mass of bones, decaying bodies, and the stench of death, the creature emerged. Its appearance seemed the embodiment of doom. The skull-speaking figure said that it was majestic, and that he already felt the stylish aura of death that was just beginning to unfold. Liznit heard a dry voice, like that of an old man, and turned her head in that direction to find where it was coming from. She noticed a figure that was even darker than the shadows falling on the dead bodies. The heroine noticed a lantern lamp glowing with a bright light, piercing through the surrounding darkness, faintly but distinctly. Darkness, the deadly reaper in the form of a dark figure, held a giant scythe. The blade was long, curved, and reflected the dim light of the lantern. Lysette's eyes widened with doubt, and she thought that this simply could not be. Somewhere something indefinite flashed by, and the silhouette slowly began to take shape. Gradually, the features of the dark figure emerged from the darkness. It was gloomy and inevitable. Behind it, the silhouette of its long and sinister braids slowly appeared, and it seemed even more terrifying. The figure of Shinigami appeared, the god of death, who comes into this world as soon as he senses a strong presence of death. His purpose is to take the souls of the living and guide them to the world of the dead. Liznit said that the hippopotamus is unexpected, but the appearance of this creature was even more unexpected. The figure of Shinigami appeared as a strange and frightening creature, from which everyone shuddered, surprised and scared by its mysterious power. This creature belongs to the type of gods or demigods who usually do not appear on the surface of the world. The world says that this creature rules death. Such creatures are extremely rare, and this time it appeared in the world of heroes, bringing horror and a sense of inevitability. The creature slowly unfolded its arms, as if greeting everyone nearby, or wanting to embrace everything around with its terrifying power. He opened his arms and began to speak slowly, in a low voice. He addressed all present, calling them children of people who hunt for life together with their companions. Liznit's eyes opened wide as soon as she heard the voice. The one who held Liznit in his arms could only say that he could not even move. His voice was strained, and his body seemed frozen by the powerful pressure of the mysterious creature. Liznit and her companions were completely paralyzed. Their bodies did not obey, as if pressed to the ground by an invisible weight. And all because of the terrible voice of death. It awakened primal fear and suppressed the will to move. The monster quietly smiled and uttered a short, terrifying, dreadful sound, but the decisive horror was not limited to only Liznit and her companions. Even the monster, which had been fiercely growling before, suddenly fell silent. No one could move. Even Behemoth, an extremely powerful, relentless monster, froze as if nailed to the ground. The creature slightly tilted its head to the side, as if listening to the silence. After a minute of thought, the creature slowly lowered its gaze down. Its empty eye sockets, hidden in the shadow of the skull, stared at Liznit. Half-sitting, the body trembled, breathing barely audible. Liznit raised her head, her eyes, full of pain and tension, fixed on the creature's empty gaze. The creature squinted and looked down at Liznit, as if weighing her will and strength. The tone of its voice was slightly ironic and cold. It seemed to play with words, testing whether it was interested in what they had here. The creature let out a low, ominous laugh, and looking toward Liznit's chest, thought about the heart of the Demon King, as if hinting at a hidden power or threat emanating from there. Even the heart of the Demon King stopped, as if it held its breath. The Shinigami glanced several times at Lisnet and then at the hippopotamus, carefully assessing each. The Shinigami, raising his eyes to the sky and spreading his arms, exclaimed that he could not contain his amazement at such a magnificent spiritual sacrifice, and called it truly wonderful. Did she not clutch her chest while thinking that the soul would be devoured by that reaper, and even if she managed to avoid his strike, the heart of the Demon King would still devour her? She thought if the curse of the Demon King is lifted, the hippopotamus will tear her to pieces, all while looking at that monster. She looked down and concluded, to lift the curse of the Demon King means to receive that the bison will destroy her. She began to understand the position she was in. The Shinigami bent over the battlefield, a hippopotamus lay nearby, and Lisnet sat on the ground powerless. Inside her, a thought crept in. Death was near, and she might not get out of here alive. God, he said that this mirror reflects people's thoughts. He turned to Lisette and said that now he would show her two important things. Then he began to tell her that this would become a memory from her life. Lisnet thought that she would first see all her memories, even before she died. She began to recall her life. She was born into a poor family and was sent to work as a maid to reduce the number of mouths to feed. She remembered how cruelly she was treated, as if she were an animal. She served in a noble family. She guessed that a girl about her age lived in that house. She saw her when she was drawing water from the well. Lisette recalled. The girl about her age looked at her coldly, and this made her a little scared. She remembered every time memories of her birthplace came to her. The well-dressed girl appeared before her eyes. The feeling that a person's birth determines absolutely everything returned to her memory wave after wave. Lisette's memories flare up again, how she lost patience and took a step forward toward freedom, toward a life she could choose herself. Her own feet touched the ground covered with dark liquid. Eventually, as the heroine recalled, her path to freedom led to involvement in a murder case. Her own frightened face surfaced before her inner gates. The memory was cut off and the scene returned to the present. Lisnet froze in place, silently, with her head lowered. The heroine remembered how she once stood on a mountain of corpses struck by pain and loneliness. And then she told herself, wherever and however she might die, she would have no regrets. Lisette, without raising her head, said with gloomy submission that her life had no meaning. Pointless, she turned over in her mind that this was karma, and she could not imagine that her end like that of a killer, whose job is to take lives, would end with Shinigami himself coming for her. He looked at her and said that now the second part had begun, and that was all. Shinigami continued to talk about what kind of life might await her in the future. At that moment, Lisnet, gathering her strength, stood up and took a fighting stance. She responded with surprise, saying that her life was being cut short here, and she did not accept Shinigami's words about the future. Lisnet looked at the demigod and pondered what he had said. She recalled that after the murder case was closed, noble families continued to use her, inflicting pain and humiliation as seen in the background, where a man pulls her hair. She added that she was sent to burial the first prince of the empire, and that since then the situation had not changed. Lisnet remembered how he ran away, always dreamed of freedom, and hated all restrictions. She climbed over the fences, recalling those moments and thinking about how it happened that she was driven back into the chains of restrictions again. She wondered what would happen if she ended up right here. She raised her eyes and wondered what had happened. It happened, the heroine remembered how she ended up on this farm. She stood by the tree and looked at the village from afar. Lisnet thought that although the farm was not economically rich, its nature was much richer than in the city. She recalled, people find happiness even in this simple, modest life. Lisnet glanced at the door with a tiny hope and the same measure of uncertainty. The heroine approached the door and pondered, what if someone there accepted her as she was? Since then she began to dream of a quiet life on this farm, reaching for the door to open it. Despite uncertainty and fear, she opened the door. The peaceful life on the farm she dreamed of is cut short in a pause, as if everything is shattered before it can even be felt. Her memory is cut off, and Shinigami shouts at her to forget everything. Shinigami said that thinking about the future and the past on the threshold of death is pointless. Lisnet looked at the broken mirror. At that moment the demigod remembered. The soul is like a dish to which the most exquisite spices are added, and he gripped his sickle tighter. He raised the scythe, spoke farewell words, and fixed his gaze on the small body of Lisnet before him. Lisette, torn by tears and rage, said that she was tired of it and would no longer tolerate it. She looked at the raised sickle, and her companion instinctively felt a thread rushed closer to protect her. No sooner had she raised her hands to defend herself than someone suddenly appeared nearby. It was Gale who stood between Shinigami and Lysnet, raising both hands to hold back the scythe. Without letting go of the scythe, he turned his gaze back and looked at her. Shinigami looked at him in shock, and the heroine shuddered. He was alive. Lysnet asked in surprise and disbelief how he could even move under such pressure. Gale was surprised and asked what tension there was. At that moment, the cursed bracelet activated. He smiled and said that cursed things are extremely convenient. Shinigami was very surprised and irritated. The demigod asked why the hero was here. The hero also got irritated and replied that it was him again. Again, his opponent got angry. Gale appeared everywhere there were undead. Dead, Shinigami raised the scythe and rushed to attack Gale. He looked directly at the demigod and raised his hand. The hero used dispersal magic against Shinigami. A strong splash occurred. At that moment, the demon guide began to disappear. It appeared all three looked at the dispersal effect. Lysnet looked around all this in surprise. The three of them watched for a moment as Shinigami disappeared. The heroine said that he dispersed the demigod in a second. Gale said goodbye to the enemy with a smile, and at that very moment, a bright light was seen gradually fading in the sky. The enemy's body fell to the ground, along with the fortification. All three looked at the place where he fell and did not move. Lysnet looked at the lifeless body with contempt and was surprised that it was a dead body. She looked at the Shinigami's body and asked Gale if it was possible to kill a demigod despite his status, adding that he had still defeated the Shinigami. Gale turned his head to them and explained that he had simply removed the spell. He explained if he kills the demigod, he will not be able to obtain quality materials while supporting his opponent's side. He grabbed the Shinigami's scythe with his bare hands, and everyone was speechless with surprise. When the hero raised the scythe, a skull creature with a spine began to grow around him, enveloping the space with a creepy and frightening aura. Looking at one of the skulls, he said that it always appears so suddenly. Lysette, confused, mentally wondered, why does this surprise him? She noticed that even the Demon King's heart was not working, deaf and silent. At that moment, the heroine coughed hoarsely. The man next to her called out to her, worried, and approached closer, and Gale looked at them with surprise. She said that she was fine and that the hippopotamus must be overcome. At that moment, she realized. As soon as Shinigami disappeared, the artifact inside her began to move. Gale looks at Lysnet with concern. She is clearly in bad shape. He noticed something that cannot be ignored. He feels or notices something, and it hints at a dark power inside her. Lysnet in the foreground. He is on his knees, pressing her hands to her chest. With difficulty, she straightened up and weakly asked how he knew that. The hero sat on the railing, looked at her, and explained that he could not see her curse earlier. Lysnet confirmed this with a bitter smile. The curse was indeed unique. She said that in the whole world, it was the only one of its kind. When Gale said that it was the heart of the Demon King, he himself shuddered at his own words. Repeating the name in a whisper, he could not believe what he had learned. He speaks with enthusiasm about the curse, calling it alive and powerful, and I listen in amazement as his admiration grows. The potion from the church, which lay on the ground, even it could not cope with the curse. However, she said that Gale could try. The heroine, with a stern expression, warned Gale, if he touches the creature, it may possess him. The hero answered confidently. He is ready to take the risk, but at the same time made it clear that he is taking the artifact for himself. At that moment, Lysnet was suddenly overcome by a coughing fit, and she barely managed to stay on her feet. Seeing that time was running out, Gale immediately got to the point, focused, and began to dispel the artifact attached to Lysnet's chest. From Lysnet's chest began to emerge a dark, smoky substance. Gale did not stop scattering until the very end. Lysnet looked at her chest with surprise and confusion as the dark, twisted energy of the curse slowly began to rise from within. Her eyes widened as if she could hardly believe this was really happening. The curse completely left the body and rose above them. The dark cursed rune that tore from Lysnet's chest clenched into a tight ball and smoothly rolled into Gale's hands. The curse on Gale's hands began to rage wildly, and he smiled, impressed by his agility. This dark reward revealed its energy. Gale spoke with interest about his desire to break the curse into small pieces and create things from them to study it thoroughly. Lysnet, sitting on the ground, marveled at how quickly the cursed darkness dissipated. The heroine looked at him and thought how stubbornly he resisted the heart of the Demon King. He held a vessel with liquid in his hands and handed it to the heroine, asking her to drink without taking his hand away from the curse. She said irritably that she spat out the liquid too foolishly. He explained, This liquid enhances physical parameters, and its main effect is to remove petrification. He smiled and said that living beings contain nutrients. This is something that cannot be ignored. At that moment, something external distracted him. At that moment, the monster hippopotamus was looking at them, and Listenet drank what Gale gave her. She began to get up, thanking him for the help. She stood up and warned Gale he must run away while he is still alive. When she approached the monster, she hoped it had not yet recovered from the pressure of the Shinigami. She looked at the monster with determination and said that ultimately she was its target. He spoke as if a hideous monster was shown behind his back. He explained that the beast took the body and that it was a miracle she survived. Gale enthusiastically called the monster a zombie animal, and Lysette responded with boredom and confusion. She asked why he thought so, glancing over his shoulder irritably. Gale promptly replied that these were the main traits of the animal, but he lacked body parts, so he was a zombie. She thought, has he not come to his senses at all? Seeing how he suddenly begins to rise, she loudly ordered Gale to run away. Seeing how he gradually gets up, she decided that the hippopotamus was already starting to recover from the pressure of the Shinigami. Holding the Shinigami scythe, Gale said he could handle it himself. The villagers constantly complained about the beasts, and he did not want anything bad to happen to them. He took a fighting stance, raised the scythe, and declared that he would destroy him here and now. He rushed into attack as soon as the monster got on its feet and prepared for battle. Listenet cautiously tried to stop him and said that she could not touch it with bare hands, it might curse her. But Gale calmly replied that everything was fine and began to speak. After all, he was. With the intoxication of his own dignity, he declared that he was a master of cursed clients, and Listenet looked at him with wide-open eyes, surprised. The hippopotamus approached while Gale took a fighting stance, preparing for the clash. They look each other straight in the eyes, the tension rises, and the fight is about to begin. The hero said that the Shinigami scythe was so sharp that it could cut through flames, storms, and even waves. There was nothing it could not slice. And with these words, he put it into action. With one powerful swing, he cut off the hippopotamus's head and watched as it, stunned, fell to the ground. Looking at the ground where the hippopotamus's body lay, Listenet thought that Gale was a true master of cursed things, capable of defeating even the Shinigami god. She was still thinking about exorcising the heart of the Demon King. Looking at the head of the hippopotamus, she thought that Gale had defeated it too. Looking at Gale, she decided that she had already saved him 3 times, and loudly shouted his name. He looked at her with a smile and turned his head in response. She suddenly fell to her knees. She thought with admiration how wonderful he was while looking at him. He approached her with a worried look. The severed head of the monster lay on the ground. At that moment, the head suddenly opened its eyes wide. He came up to her and called out, "Hero." When he called her, she sharply looked at him. He lifted her in his arms, and she apologized and said she was fine. She said with admiration that he defeated the monster, and looked at him through it with wide-open eyes, as if she noticed something. The drool-covered head of the hippopotamus began to rise right behind Gale's back. Listenet shouted him a warning, let him look at her from behind. With a scream, Gale again grabbed the scythe and smashed the hippopotamus's body. The body split into 2 parts. Standing by the body, he thanked Listenet and said that the monster almost caught him by surprise. She looked at him in surprise. Listenet, looking at the monster's body, thought about its unbreakable strength and determination. Despite being beheaded and dying, it still continued to attack with only its torso maintaining fighting spirit and relying solely on its sense of smell. Looking at its body, she thought that it deserved admiration, even as an enemy. After the fight with the monster, she recalled. Then, in the first encounter, it ended in a draw, and the second time Gale saved her. She thought if they fought 10 times, he would probably survive 9. Looking into the lifeless eyes, Listenet said goodbye to the fallen beast, calling it a fierce fighting creature that lived to fight and wished it peace. The heroine thought bitterly, if even one had failed, she would have immediately lost her life. Holding her hand, Lisette was confused, wondering what to do next, while Gale calmly distributed the liquid from the Kakajur and other potions. Watching him laugh together with the others, Lisette felt relief. She felt calm at the thought that he was alive. Looking at him, she suddenly realized she had completely forgotten about her mission. After all, she was supposed to kill him. The 3 who had just helped each other to stand up stood side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and beside them Gale calmly observed. Lysy, who were examining his smile. The heroine looked at the 4 and reported that Prince Burial's mission had failed. Gale's eyes widened sharply when he looked at her, and she said that they were surrendering. After these words, the three people bowed to the hero. At the very moment when he was suddenly embarrassed by the unexpected bow, someone called to him from behind. Gale exclaimed the name Sharina in surprise, and in response heard that she was not alone here. The girl looked at them with surprise. She looked from Gale to the other girl, wide not believing her eyes. The girl, tears in her eyes, mentally rejoiced that he was safe, and longed to see him as soon as possible. Gale looked at the girl in surprise, and she, looking at him, felt that the time until their meeting stretched into an eternity for her. Without holding back her emotions, she rushed to him and ran to immediately shorten the distance. Having run up to him, she was eager to hug him. Enthusiasm was boiling inside her. Now she would never let go again. He was near, alive, and that was all that mattered. Looking around, she saw the body of a behemoth, a pile of undead, wounded mercenaries, and bloody traces of the Reapers scythed from the battle they had just survived. Mara barely restrained her excitement, was already ready to hug Gale, but stopped somewhere nearby hung a terrifying atmosphere that seemed to twist her, and she froze. The two girls exchanged impressions. What was happening around them was incredibly tense and spectacular. Gale, showing the scythe, told Sharina that it was a very sharp tool that could be used to make good agricultural implements. The girl with the sword, looking at the chopped body of the monster, thought that everything has its limit of sharpness. Gale continued explaining to Sharina, adding new details to his story. He began talking about Sharina's history, and she listened to him attentively. Gale admitted that his former comrades destroyed the girl's shop. He managed to prevent further destruction in the area, but he could not completely avoid the consequences. He said he was sorry, and the girl smiled in response and said she would just take something from her workshop. The hero calmed down upon hearing the girl's reply, and she smiled back, confirming her words. Sharina and the girl with the rapier greeted Gale, noting that he managed to revive that creepy style, and were surprised at how quickly he handled such a scary look, even supporting him with pats on the back. The craftswomen watched Gale, who could not understand whether they were criticizing or praising him. Then two girls explained. In fact, it was both criticism and praise at the same time. She turned to Lysette, noting that they had met again, and called out to her, "Miss Killer." She replied that her journey was already over. The girl began to tell that recently an event happened that completely changed her views on life. At that moment, her three comrades noticeably lowered their heads, as if feeling the full weight of what was happening. Although Liznit admitted that her outlook on life had changed, she, lowering her head, added, "This does not mean that she has any new prospects or plans for the future." The craftswomen listened attentively to her, showing genuine interest and understanding. The girl informed the guild master that they would not stay there long. They needed to rest because she and her subordinates were seriously wounded. In response, the craftswomen promised to provide them with clothing, food, and shelter until they fully recovered. Gale offered her and her team temporary work at his shop so they could recover and not feel like a burden. The girl asked doubtfully if he was really sure. The hero smiled and replied that the shop was currently in a difficult situation, so until it started working normally, he would hardly be able to pay much. Gale explained with a smile that Liznit will heal over time, and that working as a saleswoman will not harm her wounds. She looked at him with surprise and hope. Hope, she thought, if someone in the city accepts her as she is, then she will want to spend peaceful days with him. And now she could not help but wonder if her wish had really come true. Lowering her gaze to the ground, Liznit could not hold back her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lip to keep from crying out. Seeing her tears, he instinctively stepped forward, and looking anxiously at the girl, froze. His hand rose slightly as if he wanted to support her, but he stopped, not knowing what to do. He hesitated a little and began to walk in circles around her, carefully asking what had happened and if she was in pain. She wiped the tears from her face and watched him fussing, explaining that he had run out of cockatrice fluid. She smiled at his kindness. Wiping her tears, she laughed and said that he was so silly. Sharina watched their interaction, quietly smiling. Quietly, she thought, she had always known that Gale was kind and smiled. She remembered he was one of those who listens attentively, even when it comes to stories about the undead. But it seemed a bit strange to me. She began to frown. It was obvious that she was a little hurt because of some thing. She decided she would tell him everything a little later. Nearby, the girl with the sword laughed in response. She smiled and turned to the mistress, noting that everything is good when it ends well. The mistress nodded in agreement. Gale approached the three of them and tried to show something. Noticing this, the mistress's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The mistresses began to question Gale and Liznit whether this was really the heart of the Demon King. She confirmed it. There they also explained, the heart of the Demon King was divided into 6 parts, each belonging to different empires, and that part was hers. The girl said that Gale helped her get rid of a piece of the Demon King's heart before it completely devoured her body. The master listened attentively to her. The wives' mistresses, looking at the thing in Gale's hands, realized, even 1/6 of the cursed equipment, filled with the essence of the demons of Palad, is deadly dangerous. An ordinary warrior would die, and a priest would not cope with it. With it, the mistress continued to think, holding serious faith. She decided that Gale was a true master of curses, capable of removing even such a dangerous power, looking at his surprised face while he still held the artifact in his hand. Night had already fallen, and the mistress thoughtfully went over everything that had happened in her mind. With the first rays of the sun over the village, an indignant cry rang out. Someone loudly, almost irritably, exclaimed that they are an S-rank team. Because the guilty men sit in a cramped cell, and they are extremely outraged, they boil over and pour out their indignation with all their might. One of the prisoners tears at himself in anger, and unable to contain his emotions, asks what unbearable and unacceptable treatment is happening to them right now. For a moment the girls, calmly seated at the table, engage in a measured conversation. Morosely, deeply, and wearily, she says that today this place is very noisy, but hopes and believes this unpleasant moment will soon pass. Her interlocutor, leaning back and resting her elbows on the table, quietly agrees. The girl understands and realizes that Wolf Fang, which became the source of this fight, cannot be let go just like that without punishment and consequences. She is certain of this and feels the seriousness of the situation. She also knows and understands exactly that it was for this reason in the city where the trial was planned. An important meeting was organized, and suddenly an unforeseen stop occurred right from the royal capital, and it sharply changed the course of events. She reflects on how, due to accumulated debts, requests to postpone the punishment of Kesh and his entire group appeared in the city. She agrees with the decision made, but truly deeply understands that they had no obligation to obey this order unconditionally. The girl concluded that this was an incredibly amazing, absolutely urgent, and completely unexpected message from the royal capital. Therefore, although extremely reluctantly, they agreed to a forced reduction. The girl understands they had the opportunity to refuse to carry out the order after all. The official statement said that all damages would be compensated. She warmly recalls how Sharina, the farm representative, briefly tamed her anger and calmed her down. He tells her, "Do you think Gale is now doing something important in his workshop?" She replies, "He spoke about a moment of inspiration and that he is hurrying to use it." Noticing that the interlocutor seemed not to be listening, the girl called him by name. Galem, lightly poking him in the nose with her finger, jokingly asked what that serious expression was. She wondered if maybe it was because she couldn't see Gale right now. The girl blushes, denies her words, and awkwardly asks why she is even talking about it. Her interlocutor at the table says not to worry because he understands what she means. Mora becomes even more embarrassed and, changing the subject, says that this adventure turned out to be interesting, so she will now go and kick him out. Now Gimme smiles, clenches the paper in her hands, and understands. In such situations, things are not so simple for a girl. Both women agree with this and have no doubt that there will be people who will not be outraged even by the very heart of the Demon King. The girl says that it is quite common. If a person has outstanding skills and special talents, they inevitably become popular and attract attention. She honestly admits that to some extent she understands why Mora and Liznit are in love. Her face lights up with a sincere smile, then she looks a little sad. He raises his head and looks confidently, says that the woman who truly desires him is undoubtedly herself. She tells how their clan of dark elves was cursed by the Demon King himself, and how because of the terrible 1,000-year curse they are now on the brink of extinction. The girl realizes the time has come to be strong and not let their clan disappear. She remembers the shard of the Demon King's heart, which they so desperately wanted to get and, fortunately, which ended up in their hands. The woman thinks there is a person who can lift this terrible curse. Gale, immersed in exhausting work, says he has not slept or instead kept working without any breaks. The young man rejoices. The time to finish his work is near. The man proudly declared that he had managed to improve the heart of the Demon King, and it was truly a unique and rare artifact. He realized that the material that fell had the property of suppressing the heart of the Demon King, so it was quite natural to use a rather large amount of. The man explains that he managed to suppress the appetite through which the artifact consumed the life energy of its owner. Then the boy takes out the ready artifact and says, "This is the heart of the Demon King, an improved and perfected version from Gale." Gale, standing by the stove and smiling broadly, the boy is truly happy with his achievement. He says this is the newest and best creation he has ever made. The man brought the letter to the one sitting at the table. He read it carefully and flared up with indignation, asking what it was and whether it was really a letter from Listening. The letter stated that she was resigning due to personal reasons. The man, boiled with indignation, jumped up from his chair and loudly asked what had happened to the heart of Demon King that he had given her. But suddenly he reread the letter and noticed something. The letter stated that she took 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as an exit fee. The man fell to the floor in shock and could not understand what exactly she meant by exit fee. The man says, as soon as he read Lisnitz's letter, Prince Belial's face turned pale, and they say he looked worse than any undead in the air. Arya, the night girl, and the princess look at the bound culprits before them, angry and outraged. They are clearly ashamed, so they look away. Wei, the princess, addresses the group of Wolf Fang rank. She admits she suspects they have not yet grasped everything despite their happy and unhappy faces. She says she has been keeping them under surveillance all this time. The girl admits that she knows everything that happened. She says she does not understand who they are to smash a personal shop and summon all the guards. The girl says that the knight is outraged and declares it was an official order, and what they did on the farm is a matter of the kingdom's incapacity. The girl says that on the farm's side she has already settled all issues, and they decided to consider the problem solved and provide the information. The guys look at them in surprise. She says she does not need to consider their feelings because she cannot allow such disgrace to stain the history of their magnificent kingdom. The guys protest. They say they did nothing wrong. They admit they only wanted to break the cursed things that looked like junk in the shop. The girl looks at them in surprise. She covers her face with her hands, lamenting Gale's wonderful works, and asks him to hold on. Suddenly she turns with a stern look and says that if they think with such logic, she does not understand what punishment they deserve. The men were frightened by what they heard. The one who was worried nervously asks if they have already been pardoned, and hopefully asks if they will be released. In response, the girl knight quietly approaches, waves a stack of papers, and instantly gives him a loud slap. The girl says she opened an account in the name of Princess Carla and bought everything in the shops. The princess replies that after calculating expenses and payments to the farm, they need to pay 2310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. The girl admits that all these expenses were covered from the state treasury, but they will pay for them in full. She says she knows they will not be able to settle because they spent all the money and have no savings. To this, the man replies, it was all expenses. The woman begins to get angry and shout, asking where on the paper it says that expenses are covered because, by the way, it was investigative cooperation. The girl predicts that they will be taken away. The boy is outraged and asks where exactly they are being taken. The girl replies, if they cannot pay, they will work off the debt with their own hands. She says they will perform unpaid work exactly to the extent that they indulged. The woman says these are harsh conditions, but given their bad behavior, they were lucky to find a place that would take them. The man looks at them in shock, understands they were forced to work without pay. The boy indignantly stands up and asks how much they have to pay for everything. The girl, with a cold look, replies that they will need about 10 years. The boys are afraid of the sentence they understand that it sounds like life imprisonment. While the girl watches, they are forcibly taken away from the place. Suddenly, a man approaches her and says that from today this task will be for them too. The man snorts indignantly and asks what kind of task this is. He is curious about what kind of work they will have to do. The girl, smiling, replies, for starters, she will give them a bit of silence and peace until they begin working. She assures them there is no need to worry. The boys are frightened by the girl's face and behavior, and she replies that they should not pay attention to her kindness, and the guards take the culprits away. At this moment the princess peeks out from behind the door and asks the girl if they have already left. The knight confirms. Then the princess turns her head to the side and shows displeasure. She sits by the window, and I turn to the girl and say that these boys did terrible things. The princess closes her eyes and, smiling, admits, after all, they really were useful, so she spared their lives. The girl opens her eyes and looks out the window. The girl raises her palm up, nods and agrees, because she thinks that Gale Hamilton is standing in the farmer's corner. The girl insists that she has finally found him. She clenches her fist, a sign that he is now in her embrace. The princess smiles and says that she was just thinking about where to go on an expedition. The girl turns to Vivian and says that she needs to contact her father, and the woman looks at her in surprise, not believing the words. The girl turns back to her, smiles broadly, and places her hand on her heart. She admits that it is time to pay more attention to agriculture. Gale is at the farm, in his workshop, busy crafting something. Suddenly something happens to him. He lifts his glasses, worried. The man looks at the door and calls Listenet. The girl peeks out from another room and asks what happened. The boy apologizes. He got carried away with work and didn't notice that it was already time for her to take over. He thanks her for her work, and she replies, "No need to apologize, it's even better if she doesn't interfere with his work on the artifact." The man wipes the sweat. He is very grateful to the girl and says that she helps him a lot when she is on duty at the store. The boy understands. She serves customers when he is unable to. And smiling, he honestly admits that even during this time he managed to craft a laughing turtle. The boy looks at the skull. It is an interior element made from a skull that grimaces crookedly and eerily at guests. The man turns to the girl and asks if something is wrong with her. He looks at his beautiful new girlfriend in uniform and admits, it is still better when a living person greets the guests. The girl blushes with shame and anxiety and admits, this outfit is from the bar where she once worked as a waitress. She says when it was deducted from her salary, she was furious the salary was already meager, and there was still the uniform ahead which she thought she would never need again, but in the end she had to buy the uniform. The girl admits, back then she was very angry about the violation of labor laws, but who could have thought that the uniform would be needed again? The girl smiles widely, looks at the boy, and says that then she will accept the offer and go first. Listenet says goodbye to her friend, saying they will see each other tomorrow. Gale stands up, exhales heavily with relief, raises his hands, and exclaims that the artifact is finally ready, and it is simply amazing. He says that now it improves all abilities without debuffs, because, moreover, those tentacles that previously harmed the human body are now aimed at enhanced stimulation of points. The man presses himself to his work and admires it. He admits that the most important thing in it is the cool design, because the idea with the tentacles is brilliant. He looks closely at the artifact and says that, of course, it is cursed. Unlike ordinary curses, this is accompanied by a musical solo, and sometimes it quietly addresses the owner. The man dances like a skeleton, admits. When he is alone, he never gets bored of solitude. He is impressed that this ability is only 1/6 of the whole. He understands, the world is so huge, and there are probably a lot of more interesting things there. He leans back in the chair, looks out the window, and smiles widely, realizing there are still many wonderful artifacts unknown to him. The man decided for himself. Now he will look for new materials and create more and more artifacts. The boy looks at the monster's head and understands that after finishing the improvement, he needs to make something new out of it. The young man, lost in his own thoughts, carefully examines all his ingredients, slowly selects each one, and has no idea what exactly he will use to refine the mysterious and tempting heart of the Demon King. From this question in his head comes the next one, what he will do with it next, because he will need other materials as well. But he understands, if someone wants to buy it, he needs to think about selling, but for now to display it. The boy wonders if the Demon King decided to improve something similar, because ordinary dangerous things like this are either destroyed or sealed. And he did not immediately realize why he thinks so after all. This is his hobby. Suddenly the man, completely absorbed in thought, notices something behind him. He sharply turns around and shudders from surprise. A girl stands before him, clearly lost in thought about something. This moment of shock and anticipation covers the tense atmosphere. They look into each other's eyes for some time, absorbing the situation, not daring to make even a step, as if time has stopped, and remain alone with their thoughts and feelings. The man, having come to his senses, suddenly becomes frightened by her sudden and completely unexpected appearance. The girl, slyly smiling, looks at him and, as if greeting, joyfully welcomes him. The man was scared, quickly leaned back and asked the girl why she appeared here so suddenly and unexpectedly. To this, the girl replied that it would be better if he asked when exactly she managed to appear next to him. She began listing all the words he had said earlier and which she had heard. The man was embarrassed, covered his face with his hands, and then admitted with surprise that she had really listened to everything he said. The girl, with a barely noticeable smile, admits that she actually heard his conversation and decided, there is someone else here. And then, seeing what is happening, she hesitates a little before speaking, waiting for the right moment. The man becomes even more embarrassed, admitting that her words sounded terrible to him. Suddenly the boy came to his senses and, standing up, asked the girl how she ended up here at all, because all the doors were securely locked, and he had no idea whether Listenet forgot to latch the lock. But deep down, the boy understood. This, of course, is impossible. The girl, laughing with a slight note of mischief, hands the artifact back to the boy and honestly admits she came here without permission and even decided to steal the heart of the Demon King himself. To this, the man, smiling embarrassedly, takes the artifact back and says he understands everything without unnecessary words. Until then, the elf girl closes her beautiful eyes and smiles slyly, and the boy replies to her, "Don't smile so widely," because he understands sexually. Everything that is happening now is an illegal intrusion into someone else's territory. Gale, a little puzzled, asks Gimli why she came here and wonders if she might like his artifacts after all. She couldn't during the day because she works as a guild master. He looks at the girl with a barely sly smile and asks what exactly interests her. Nervously, a little shyly, the girl admits she doesn't need artifacts at all, she only needs him, Gale himself. The boy, surprised, turns to her and asks what she means, and then suddenly notices how the girl bowed before him. He looks at the girl's actions confused and puzzled, not understanding exactly what she means. And the girl in response only remains silent and lowers her gaze to the ground, as if searching for the right word. Gimli, addressing the boy formally, says that he highly values his skills as the greatest master of artifacts, so she boldly asks him to listen to her. The boy looks at the girl's actions in surprise, not fully understanding what exactly she wants from him now. Now the girl begs him to listen to the request of her peepled dark elves. She slowly, as if gathering courage, approaches the boy and asks if he will refuse her this important request. The man, embarrassed, pondered how she, without her usual arrogance, with a sincere expression on her face, uttered such touching words that moved him to the depths of his soul. Girls leaving the bar cheerful and drunk, one of them staggers and turns to Gale, while her friend, holding her by the shoulder, says that his shop is still very far away. The girl, with a barely noticeable smile, replies that she accidentally met Mora in the tavern, and they never celebrated the opening of his store. Humming to herself, she says, then probably, they just need to drink with Mora in his wonderful artifact shop. Stop, she confidently says that Mora's modest heart will not allow her to appear to overhear this, because, in her opinion, the stupid artifact creator is to blame for everything. Her friend quickly and firmly supports her, saying that thanks to alcohol she is not afraid of anything, and she is ready for any risky steps. The girls approached the door of Gale's shop, knocked and asked to be let in. Suddenly one of them lightly pushed the door and they realized there is no lock on it at all. The friends, embarrassed by their behavior, began to laugh foolishly, not believing how lucky they were. Mora, still laughing, confidently declares that she will definitely come in, and then, from the bottom of her heart, loudly shouts, asking if he is home. She joyfully asks if they can drink and talk about life, and her friend in the background also joyfully and proudly picks up. Frozen by the girl's actions, Gale appears before them, standing and tightly hugging Gimli, pressing him warmly and gently. The man still does not understand what is happening, so in confusion he asks what is really going on. To this, Gimli slyly looks at the girls who just entered the room, and Mora in response is stunned and embarrassed, not knowing how to react to such behavior. Beginning of the form. Mara, with obvious surprise, and without any understanding of this whole complicated situation unfolding now, with a note of anxiety turns to the boy and asks to finally find out what is really happening here. He, clearly worried and a little tense, replies that he would like to know himself. No, the guys, gathered together, sat at the table to have dinner and discuss all the truly important and exciting events that took place. The boy looked around and noticed that in the room where they were, it was almost suffocating. Literally, tension was in the air. Gimli gathered his thoughts and began to speak, addressing the guys. She says that the dark elves have been under the curse of the Demon King for over 1,000 years. And then the girl interrupts. Because of this conversation, the wine they bought for the celebration might become tasteless. Not daring to drag it out further, she orders her to continue. The girl continues her story. She says the creature that brave heroes defeated a millennium ago was almost immortal and incredibly, unbearably strong. The girl gathers her thoughts together and says, in the last battle they could not completely destroy it. Then the ancient heroes dismembered its body and turned it into artifacts scattered all over the world, so now no one knows exactly where they are. Mara, having grasped the entire meaning of the story, asks if the heart of the demonic queen is not just a name, but actually the true heart of a demon. The man, not hiding his surprise at what he heard, reacts with amazement. The girl, however, smiles warmly and confidently and confirms her words. She says that the Demon King seeks to be reborn and is gradually restoring his powers to their former state. But to do this, he must gather the scattered fragments of his own body, parts of the Demon King over years, and through long, arduous trials. Now these fragments have become artifacts. Gathering her thoughts, the girl admits, for this dangerous mission he used them, the Dark Elves, who were once close to the demon race and had little choice. She tells them, although the seals are locked, they still have colossal magical power, the kind they received from the Demon King, so he forced them to choose, either cooperate with him or be destroyed. The boys sitting at the table are shocked by the girl's words. Gimli, lowering his head and acknowledging the inner struggle, says that this is exactly why they could not give up this fateful fortune. When the parts of the Demon King are gathered, there is a chance that he will be reborn again, as once in ancient times. The boy admits that this is indeed a serious problem. He asks if it would be better to turn to those called heroes as they did 1,000 years ago. The girl objects. A significant part of the artifacts has already been collected in the village of the Dark Elves, but because of this very village, a strong curse has fallen, coming from these places. She looks at the man and is sure that that is Wybside searching for Didelsthy, were also looking for someone who could lift this powerful curse to save them. The girl continues to insist that it was then that Gale Hamilton appeared, master of cursed artifacts, who could lift the curse from the heart of the Demon Kingand, brought a ray of hope into the conversation. The boy listens to her attentively. The girls, noticing the boy, look at him and do not believe what they heard. The man first thoughtfully, then glances at the sad Gimli, tries to figure out what to do next, and asks what they should do. Noticing that Gale looks very thoughtful after their meeting, she sinks into her own thoughts and puzzles over whether she made the right decision by telling him this important information, or if it was all completely in vain. The girl thinks that what is feared and avoided, even the Empire considered the heart of the Demon King a weapon of self-destruction. She hesitates. Maybe it was reckless and insane. And will there be someone to fulfill this request? The girl is disappointed because, it seems, there is no hope. Suddenly the boy can no longer hold back his emotions and, shouting loudly, asks Gimli, "In the village of Dark Elves, are there artifacts that, according to rumors, rival the power and might of the heart of the Demon King?" The girl confirms the boy's word, says that all the artifacts collected in their village from parts of the Demon King are comparable in power to the heart. The man, jumping up from the table with enthusiasm, joyfully declares that he definitely has to try using them. He clenches his fists and says that these artifacts give him a feeling will be able to create something great. Suddenly he jumps up, declaring that he has been hit by a real wave of inspiration. The girls, opening the door, notice. For him this is incredible. The power of these artifacts surpasses even the horror of the Demon Lord. Gale says that for the hero this may not be just a typical walk. The girl says that they, the Dark Elves, did not swear allegiance to the greatness of the demons, because it feels more like they once joined humans and demons in the war against him. She claims that for them it was just one of the interracial conflicts in the past, but now, after the defeat, they live without great hatred. The girl says that people live shortly, so they quickly forget everything again because of this. Almost none of them have negative feelings towards the Dark Elves anymore, as many have even forgotten that they themselves are from a demonic race. What stone does Gale bring to the girl? Moore says that the very existence of the Demon King has already become something like a fairy tale for the non-human sand. Her interlocutor agrees with this. The elf says that then her relatives will be glad to see him, when suddenly some guy approaches, and with a smile, happily agrees with her. Suddenly the girl asks to wait for a minute. She stands up and angrily says that she does not like this story at all. The boys look at her in amazement. She raises her gaze to Gimli and speaks with cold severity, not trusting these elves, while the girl only slyly smiles back at her. Sharina admits that they have known each other for quite a long time. She asks why she was silent all this time. If she hadn't accidentally wandered here tonight with her friend, she would never have found out about it at this very moment. The girl bares her teeth, but the interlocutor does not stop telling her story. She says that information about the parts of Demon King is a complete secret outside the village, and threatening him is strictly forbidden, so before telling Gale everything, she carefully tested his abilities. Sharina begins to get even angrier, baring her teeth. Suddenly the boy standing nearby felt déjà vu. Sharina couldn't resist and took a sip from the glass, asked him how he was doing, and if he liked Farm Edge. The man, understanding nothing, asks, "What are these sudden questions?" She says that she only meant how good life is here. "Has he already settled in?" she asks. The boy replies, "The city is nice. There is tasty food and several suitable dungeons, and no shortage of materials for the undead because that is very important to him." The girls just look at him in surprise. The boy says, if only the goods from his shop sold better it would already be not bad. Sharina replies, despite the sale of goods in the shop, thanks to Gale the infrastructure of this city has become more interesting. She admits that over time she has seen many masters, and she has no doubts about this man's work, and this confuses the man. He asks if it is true. The girl continues. They worked together for some time, but he is the first master of cursed things she has ever trusted. Gale says that this profession is usually treated without much attention, because those who have talent usually quickly reach a certain level of skill and switch to another profession. The man admits, there is no craft that is so worth perfecting, and the girl, looking at him, agrees with him. With him, she says she does not think she is useless, because every profession has its place, and they deserve respect. Mora suggests, maybe she means that when you see her among travelers, you understand how really hard it is for her. The man understood this and said that it must be admitted, this profession is simply useless, because the master of cursed things actually plays a support role, but is not capable of fighting alone. To this, the girl replied that he fights on the battlefield. The man gloomily lowered his gaze and said that Kesh and others constantly told him this. Gale recalled how that man said, he is completely incapable of fighting because he is just a craftsman and nothing more. All he can do is throw knives without debuffs from behind. Back, the man says he was ordered not to move forward and not to behave like an advisor. Mora claims, as soon as they said this, she could only silently apply stat buffs to their equipment, to which the boy replies that he does not think he was supposed to leave until he was kicked out. Gale suddenly began to feel sad and said that he became so reclusive that his gaze narrowed greatly. Suddenly, Sharina appeared behind him. She patted the immunologist on the head, cheered him up, and said that he should not listen to such idiots. She says it is clear, when self-esteem is broken, it is not easy to restore it, but now that he is a resident of Farm Edge, he must stay here forever. The girl smiles broadly and says, if he wants, she will take care of him. The boy stumbles over the girl's words when suddenly Gimli says what she thinks. Sharina also sees potential in Gale, but as soon as the girl stops them, she says they need to return to the conversation. And she adds, the boy is needed not only by Gimli, because she also does not want him to leave. Leave? The girl asks if it is not better in such cases to turn to the church, and the interlocutor objects. Ordinary priests will not cope, because they themselves had to go for help to churches, no matter how shameful it was. She admits they were kidnapped and forced famous priests to try to remove the curse, but it was all in vain. Mora asks if this is not a violation of the law. The man replies, is it true that they were let into the law? Alive, the girl asks why it is simply vital to take Galev to the village of dark elves, and Gimli replies that there is no other way. Sharina notes, this guy is a very valuable specialist, so he cannot be put in danger. She addresses Mora saying, then there will be conditions, to which the girl agrees. With her, the girls stand behind the boy. Mora says she will join the mission as support too. Sharina, catching the situation, confidently declares she will become a vanguard fighter. The boy froze in surprise at the girl's words, and turning around, asks what it means. To this, Gimli quietly laughs and clarifies, could it be that they really want to gather a squad of 4 to lift the Demon King's curse? The man sighs, closes his eyes, and says that it still pleases him. Then Sharina, gathering her courage, asks to be allowed to present their new group again. Group, the girl names the members of the band, Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale. Sharina raises a glass and makes a toast, wishing them success in their new endeavor. The newly formed company clinks glasses celebrating a new beginning and future events. The guys smile broadly, now they are too close to each other. The boys spend the whole evening at the table, laughing, eating, and drinking various beverages. Seeing the happy girls, the boy notes, when he was in the squad with Kasha and others, he was rarely invited to drink just like that simply and calmly. Suddenly Mora sneaks up behind him, and with a stunned look asks the boy if he hasn't had too much to drink. She is worried and asks how he feels. He barely sighs and says he is fine. The man suddenly realized. It felt as if an eternity had passed, although in reality very little time had gone by. Maybe he should have gone back to the girls and said that some things needed to be taken on the road, and some left in Raqqa, but in any case they needed to make new dam items. After that, Mora states that she is counting on him. To him, Gimli returns home late at night. She climbs the stairs, heads to her room, lies down on the bed wants to rest after a hard day. Suddenly she feels like someone is talking to her. The girl apologizes for this, says she is very tired, and asks to take it with her. The neighbor turns around and looks at the chest. He imagines there is a whole fortune inside, but she radiates a terrifying aura and seems to curse everyone who touches this wealth. The girl looks at the lady lying on the bed and asks if she is sure. Gimli admits, he heard that she made great efforts to accomplish this, to take it out of the village. To this, Gimli replies that all her efforts were in vain. The girl says that the master of cursed items, Gale, is truly a strange guy. She adds, if the girl wants to take these treasures, everything will go well anyway. She orders her to go further and prepare everything for the meeting. The girl replies that she has sent her usual reports to the desk and hands her a stack of papers. Gimli picks up the sheets and, as soon as he reads them, realizes the monsters have come to life, and he comes to the thought that this is somehow connected with what is happening. Soon after the girl finished reading the letter, she was overwhelmed by a blue memory. Gimli said she remembered the content so everything would be fine, because suddenly cockatrice attacks were activated, the behemoth went mad, and even death itself intervened and awaits its share, Demon King. King, the girl recalls all the early events that happened and understands. All of this is somehow connected. She says it was meant to be, because the king could not sit quietly for 1,000 years, and there is no doubt something stands behind all of this. Gimli understands. She needs to find the best solution based on data from the guild network and intelligence from the Dark Elves. Gale is a master of cursed artifacts. His abilities are top level, but he is too unpredictable. The girl writes that his combat skills are close to zero, but his curses can destroy even extremely dangerous creatures, because he is both weak and incredibly strong. After writing this, Gimli breaks his pen in anger. The girl, curled up with anger, says that this is a contradiction. She understands. Alone it would be unrealistically safe for her to spend time with Gale himself, so she realizes that it is good that she managed to add Sharina and Mora to the group. She understands their entire journey mostly lies along roads, then by river, then they will have to cross internal seas by ship, and after that pass through a dense dark forest of real horror and danger. The girl understands. If they go there unprepared, they will die on the way. Even before the millennial cursing, there will be nothing strange about it. Gimli returns to his mistress, Minerva, and swears that he will definitely deliver Gale to her. Gale approaches Lysette and says it's time for him to leave. She replies that if her wound had healed in time, she would definitely have gone with him. He explains that it takes some time for the Demon King's curse to completely leave her body, so she should focus on recovery. After that, she sincerely thanks him. The man looks at his artifact and says he made an improved version of the Demon King's heart from the artifact that Liz once wore. Now it will no longer accidentally attack its owner, although he admits he still hasn't fully mastered it. This guy says that an ordinary person only needs to touch him, and the curse will destroy both soul and body. Gale understands. This is truly a terrible curse. Gale turns to Lysetta and says that the shop is his soul, and for him it is as important as life. He says he will be calm if Liz is there, but admits his only worry is that all the goods might be sold out before he returns. The man returns to the girl and says that in that case she just needs to take pre-orders from customers and promise to make additional batches later. The girl agrees, but thinks to herself, since she started working here, sales have sharply declined, so it's unlikely that will happen. The girl sees the guy off, waits for her, and leaves the room. She waves her hand. She understands. Despite the fact that he will soon have to face such terrifying curses, he is still so inspired. The girl admits that Gale Hamilton is truly an unusual guy. She looks at him with a sincere smile and wishes that luck is always with him. The man walks through the city streets, when suddenly the girls notice him and Mora calls the man. The one who recognized his girl waves to her, smiling warmly. Smile, Shalina says everyone is here. The man asks if she is really the master of the Blacksmith's Guild. He doubts that she is capable of managing the department for so long. The girl replies, the guild will not fall apart because one of them will be gone only briefly. She turns her head and notices Gimli coming towards them. There, the girl tells her not to forget their agreement. She convinced the Belgians to agree only on this condition. Then she straightens her hair and adds that she remembers it. The guy, understanding nothing, asks what they are talking about. To this, Gimli replies, she decided to supply ore from her village Shalina. Forge, she says that usually export is forbidden. The guys stare in surprise. Shalina gets angry and says that the girl can also lie, so she better check everything herself. Mora asks if this ore is so valuable that even Shalina wanted to go. The guy also got interested and asks what kind of ore it is. Gimli says, since they both are going, they might as well say. Mora throws a sly smile at them and the guys do not understand what exactly is happening. The girl shrugs and smiling says that it is orichalcum. Gale asks again what exactly this orichalcum is. Mora falls silent for a few seconds, then asks threateningly if it really is orichalcum. The man is surprised by the girl's reaction, asks why she is so shocked. She replies, why is he so calm? She understands Gale knows absolutely nothing about rare materials from which magical things cannot be made. Mora, looking at the man with admiration, is about to explain what auric alchemy is. She says this legendary ore from which a sword can be forged is so valuable that it is enough even for building a castle. And also, if you equip yourself with such armor, you will not fear any battle because the ore has unbearable hardness. The guy realized that this is for Gimli. He will get a valuable magical item, and Shalina a valuable. Gale says it would be great if Mora also got something valuable. The girl, having listened to the boy, turns away and with a smile replies that then she will definitely try to get something for herself too. She asks him not to worry. Gale was surprised by the girl's courage, but suddenly Shalina says it's time for them to leave. The boys get into the cart, and Mora adds that she hasn't ridden it for a long time. The boy looks at the girl and realizes, for him, she is more valuable than auric alba. Calcum, the boys sat in the carriage. Mara, looking intently at Gale, realizes it's time to set off with him. The wheels creak along the road from farm. Edge a caravan of several carts is heading northwest to a giant city far from the kingdom, to the trading city of Eblance, near the Empire. Gale and Mora are bored on the road. The girl asks why the measured shaking makes her so sleepy, and her friend says that on the contrary, the drink always tastes better. Mora replies that for some reason she is not surprised by her behavior at all. The man says it's okay because they took up the whole cart. Shalina replies that yes, half of it is under cargo, so you can't call it very comfortable here. She looks at her and says, does she really not know the norm? After all, the road is still long. To which the girl replies that that's exactly why she drinks, there's nothing else to do. Gale wastes no time and asks the girl where her village is. She says, in the dark forest. She stops as if realizing, it's still far, and even if they hurry it will still take a few days. Suddenly she stops and asks if this is the dark forest. Gimli nods. He doesn't understand which forest the girl means exactly, but she knows only one with that name, so it must be it. Mora grabs her by the head and leans in. The boy, worried, asks if she knows something about this forest. Forest, the girl bursts into anger and asks if this is not the same legendary forest thicket where the kingdom's army perished, to which Gimli replies, yes, and it really happened. She says it's not a legend but a historical fact. After that, the girl asks if this is still the same forest where once the ancient dragon SL slumber. Gimli replies that it's not true. They are not dozing, they are actively building nests. The girl, hearing this, starts swearing, asks if this is not the forest where only those who will not return alive enter, and asks if she really wants to lead them into the forest of death. Gimli says that it seems the kingdom's army was swallowed by ancient dragons, and admits she saw with her own eyes how they hunted people for their offspring. Mora is frightened and asks if she really saw all this with her own eyes. She hesitantly asks what level of difficulty this is for travelers. Shenli explains that the traveler's level can also indicate the degree of danger. Gimli replies, at least a C-rank task, maybe even higher. The girls realized that this was their end. Gimli replied that they would not take the road where ancient dragons nested, so they should not worry, because, as she knew, they were heading the safest way to the village of dark elves. The girls still looked at her with confusion. The girls get angry and say they will go to sleep to rest, but suddenly the boy comes to his senses and asks them to wait. Shenlina asks if he remembered something. Gale says that if they go that way, they will meet many undead from that dead army. Shalina starts to get even angrier, and Mora calms her down, saying, let him meet them in a dream. After some time, the boys fell asleep. Gimli says that, of course, she will lead them by the safest path she knows. She knows that relative safety does not guarantee absolute safety, so she asks everyone to be on alert, and this applies to everyone. The first stage of the journey ended. Gimli, full of joy, wishes the boys to wake up and orders them to get up because here they will change places. The boys jump off the wagon and see a huge ship. The girl says she has prepared everything for the journey and warns, when the cargo is unloaded, they need to sit as if in a car. The man wondered if she had booked the ship in advance. The girl gladly agreed, saying, unlike the cramped wagon, the ship will be much more comfortable. Mara and Gale exchanged joyful glances. Gimli says that they will sail further along the river of Kaksha, large river that flows near agricultural towns. The boys, approaching the ship, shout that they are happy to start new adventures. Gimli shouted that they quickly board the ship. Shalina asked not to push because she will not run away. Gale set off on his first journey. Mora did the same. Having boarded the ship, the young man said that he was being shaken well. The dark elf replied, that always happens at first, but as soon as they sit in their places, they will stop feeling it. The sails filled with wind and the ship smoothly moved away from the shore. The ship majestically untied from the pier, and it set off on a long journey. Mora said that sailing is much more pleasant than traveling under the scorching sun. The master believed that the measured noise of the waves has a special calming effect. It helps to relax and forget all worries. Gimli said that it seemed they would soon reach their destination. The crew gathered around the map and carefully studied every corner of it. They wondered if the map was made by the guild. The girl replied that it was not supposed to be shown at all, but an exception was made for them. The mage pondered that obtaining such information from the guild must be very expensive. Gil noticed that there were various markings on the map. Gimli explained that these markings were made by hand. The man was truly amazed to find detailed information about underground passages and valuable artifacts on the map. His suspicions were immediately confirmed. He was impressed that such valuable information was shown to others. He was explained that this is strictly classified data and is provided only for a separate fee. And the magician expressed admiration for the opportunity to at least get acquainted up close with such unique knowledge. Knowledge, she solemnly announced that this map contains almost all the information the guild had about the surrounding regions, and even more. Moreover, Shelina noticed, the map is old and contains territories she herself had never visited. Her companion nearby raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing such a confession, because it turned out even such an experienced explorer does not have all the information. She began to explain to Gimli, and repeated what she had said earlier in the wagon. There are several routes to the Dark Elves' settlement. She emphasized that the squad must choose a relatively safe path, even though it will take significantly more time. Shelina asked the girl which route she would choose if she went alone. She unexpectedly replied that she would just go straight ahead, and this caused genuine surprise among everyone around. The girl added that she intends to quietly pass by the border fortress. The team immediately realized such a trick is beyond their power. She pointed on the map with her finger, explaining that they would float down the river to its mouth, then transfer to another ship, cross the bay, and disembark at the port. Then they would go into the dark forest. Shelina added that there are difficult sections there, so they will have to go around. They will enter the village of dark elves through the back door. For the mage, the chosen path turned into a truly difficult trial. Gimli calmly noted that it would be so. Mora continued to explain. As soon as the boys enter the dark forest, they will have to leave the main transport because the main wagons and ships will remain behind. In fact, they will have to walk only a little greater part of the route ran along the water and roads. The girl also said that now it is convenient for them to move along the route that Dark Elf had calculated in advance. She confirmed the correctness of the chosen path and emphasized that thanks to this, the journey is easy and pleasant. Gimli concluded that this expedition offers a unique chance to lift an ancient curse that weighed heavily on generations. Her companions supported her view, acknowledging the historical significance of this mission. The girl looked at Gale and decided, he must lift the ancient curse, so he definitely needs to reach the place in the best physical shape. The boys began to examine the symbol of the castle depicted near her village, and noticed that something unusual was happening in the very heart of the forest. The dark elf replied that this was the Demon King's castle. A heavy silence fell on the ship. Everyone began to look at each other anxiously, realizing how serious everything was. Himi quickly walked among those present, trying to calm everyone. The castle has already been destroyed, only ruins remain. According to her, the builders dismantled materials from the building and used them to erect new houses. The boys exclaimed in surprise that this was an incredibly brave act. Mora noted that the village of Dark Elves stands at the foot of the ancient Demon King's castle, and due to the close connection between the Demon King and the Dark Elves, this circumstance should not be so. Gale noticed that if you look at the map, it becomes clear. The sea is truly vast. The mage fully agreed and emphasized that this is a long-known truth understood by every child. After all, the sea is so big that no one can deny this fact. They noticed on the map the center there, where a giant squid was depicted. Shelini was amazed that squids live in those waters. She suggested catching squids, adding that they can be cooked and served, enjoyed with a good drink. The young man wisely assumed that a sharp knife could come in handy in daily tasks, so he carefully took it with him, relying on his own ingenuity. The girls sincerely rejoiced at this decision because they knew he skillfully prepared delicious dishes, turning ordinary ingredients into true culinary masterpieces that could please any gourmet. Appetite, Gimli noted that assuming the knife would be useful is quite reasonable, but such a large squid is unlikely to be suitable for a regular snack. The rest of the participants became interested and asked her to clarify what exactly she meant. Mark, she said it was a sign of the Kraken. Mora was afraid that this sea demon could sink ships. Shalira asked if she had compiled a dossier on all sea monsters. The Kraken is a giant squid. It often attacks, and those who stand in its way are doomed to die. The boy cautiously asked what to do if they suddenly had to face this terrible creature, and if there was any shelter that could save them from inevitable death. The girls trembled as soon as they imagined. The magician loudly screamed that she did not want to die at all, and insisted on returning immediately. Gimli tried to calm the others, insisted not to panic, while two only kept asking aloud whether they could somehow bypass Kraken, and how well everything had been planned even before the start. Journey, the dark elf added that it was a usual trade route, regularly traveled by numerous ships, and almost always without incident. She hoped their ship would still slip through everything. Gale noted, it's just an attempt to escape reality, a dream of returning home, but the dark elf emphasized that you can't just disembark from the ship. Others shouted that she had considered absolutely all possible circumstances. Gimli knew, the meeting with Kraken would leave them very little chance to break free, but their crew had no other way to get to the village of dark elves except by sea. Moreover, they have a curse master with the ability Stunning Luck, and if the enemy is not defeated, it is better to avoid meeting him. At all, she placed great hopes on the Master of Curses, believing that his abilities would be the key to the success of the expedition. Meanwhile, the owner of magical powers was completely relaxed, warming himself in hot springs and completely forgetting about all the dangers lurking ahead. Voyage, the girls warned Gale not to try to peek at them in the women's bathhouse. To this, the boy calmly replied, even if he wanted to, the high walls made such a trick impossible. He called it pure bliss and did not expect to come across a hotel with hot springs on the way. The men noticed that the young man really liked it here and added, here you can sip alcohol and wash up without interruption. They still insist that where people gather, money and resources concentrate. It is here that boatmen mostly stop the river goods crossing. Along the Cactus River, many inns are scattered. They asked him his name and where he was from. Gale replied that he was from the agricultural town Farm Edge. The men explained that they were traveling merchants. They travel cities and sell various goods. The young man replied that he recently opened his own shop under his name and added, trading is not so easy. In his shop, rare items are displayed in the windows that cannot be found anywhere else. But so far things are not going well. Sales are not impressive at all. One of the interlocutors noted that a real product does not always find its buyer. He also emphasized, good products and the skill to make them are not enough by themselves. The main secret of successful trade is the ability to properly present your goods and attract buyers. Gale said that the advice was really valuable and promised to take it into account in his work. Then he clarified that the shop is currently looked after by a girl with health problems. On the one hand, it is good that the girl is not so overloaded with work. They said that the boy left his wife for the sake of trade, hinting at difficulties in family relations. But he explained, he said he went for goods, but the woman is not his wife. Woman, he thanked them for the useful advice and asked their names. The men replied that they were just ordinary people and that he did not need that information. The young man confidently declared that they were free to do as they pleased. Others, hearing this, quickly began to chatter among themselves, talking about goods and admiring this wonderful place. They firmly headed to the young seller on the outskirts of the farm to look at the goods in his shop. Gale did not yet understand. At that very moment he came across the bandit brothers who, disguised as merchants, prowled various places and engaged in robbery. The men decided to make the store, which Liznit took care of, their next target. Shelina admitted that she has serious doubts about the relationship between Gale and Mora. And also, having provoked the indignation of her companion, she added that talking about romantic stories late at night in a hotel room is a true classic of women's conversations. Even then, when the girl first saw them together, she thought that before her was a couple in love who had secretly fled the capital, but she was told that it was all just a coincidence. Mora explained, Gale simply transferred to a new team because the old one was so bad that he decided to leave in search of a better life. And it happened that they accidentally ended up in the same carriage, and just as accidentally reached Farm Edge. Chance, a friend, called such events too frequent suspicious coincidences. And she added that supposedly they really ran away together, but Meg stubbornly denied it. That guy, supposedly, turned out to be a decent person and repeatedly came to her aid. Gimli said that they had survived mortal danger together, and an honest feeling inevitably arose between them. But still, Mora was extremely outraged by such assumptions and insisted that her friend was talking nonsense. She continued on her point. If the nature of their relationship had to be described in detail, it would mean that they were simply faithful comrades. The water mage burst out and loudly exclaimed that they were simply brothers in arms. But her friends looked at her strangely and felt the mood changing. Gimme noticed this, so the other girls had a certain chance to win the young man's heart. And Shelina said that Gale was very talented and probably capable of becoming a worthy successor in their guild. Mora shuddered at such words and knew perfectly well what it meant to become the heir of the blacksmith's guild. Essentially, it was adoption. Realizing the full weight of what was happening, she turned to the last participant in the conversation and asked if she wanted to become a M. Mother. Shelina exclaimed that there was no mother here at all. The mage explained, elves and dwarves live longer than ordinary people, and she was worried about the noticeable age difference. Then the first one roughly ordered her to be quiet, and turning confusedly to Gimli, asked what was the reason for her. Her joy, the girl continued to repeat that this young man was attractive, even to the eldest of them, especially recalling the night when they entered his shop, emphasizing that it was then he was about to make some move. Gimli said that she found Gale an attractive young man, but if the other girls openly expressed their clear intentions towards him, she would not object. After all, she had long been used to patiently waiting for her happiness. Can this be compared to the burden of a millennial prohibition? It happens, Mora insisted that she and Gale were just friends. Friends, then the girl suggested taking advantage of the minutes spent in the hot baths and enjoying alcoholic drinks, although drinking during bathing should be done only in moderation. Majinya sat with a glass of sake and thought about her own words said earlier. Supposedly, she and the young man were just friends. And she thought it would be so until he himself showed interest in her, and they would remain friends. While the young man was on a long journey, no customer crossed the threshold of the shop left in Liz's care. The girl was expressionlessly bored, emptiness all around, the shop wide open, but the clients seemed to have evaporated. Suddenly a loud noise thundered, and Listenet was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of pain. Panic, the skull suddenly burst into laughter and broke free, quickly falling down. To the girl, what was happening looked extremely strange. It was unclear why the statuette fell by itself, and on top of everything else, it turned out to be damaged. Damaged, her heart told her that things were going badly, and troubles were already approaching. She was worried whether something bad would happen either to Gale himself or to her, or misfortune would fall upon them. Oh, I didn't understand. In what exact context is this excerpt? Shalina complained that after 3 whole days of sailing, the young man still hadn't managed to catch a single fish. And he added that the misfortune affected everyone. No one was bitten more than 0 times. Gimli reassured them, saying that in such a situation there was nothing to worry about. The main thing is that they avoided an encounter with Kraken, which means fortune is clearly on their side. Laura added that there was enough food. Supply, the dark elf asked Shaylin if she was not hungry at all. She proudly replied that catching a fish herself, cleaning it, cooking it, and eating it with her own hands is a special pleasure that one should not deny oneself. Gale admitted that he also dreamed of trying out the new knife in action if only he could catch at least 1 fish. Hearing this confession, the whole team froze in surprise. Their eyes opened wide, and everyone looked straight at the blade. Shalina said that with such a knife it is easy to handle even a huge fish, and then asked rhetorically whether this tool was an artifact. Mora confirmed. She felt a strong déjà vu, as if she had seen something similar before. Those gathered were puzzled by the question of whether this unique item belonged to the legendary weapon Scythe of Death. The young man calmly explained. He had converted it into an ordinary agricultural tool, and the remaining parts he turned into a convenient knife. Gimli was truly glad that no one managed to catch that fish. With such a powerful tool, they could have accidentally cut even the hull of the ship. Shalina disdainfully noted that such adventures seemed simply incredible, and said that she noticed something in the distance. She was interested in the exact moment when the small river was able to grow to the size of a full-flowing river. Mora noted that the banks were almost invisible, and Gale added, the landscape now resembled a real sea. Gimli agreed, saying that one could feel the salty sea wind and hear the quiet, muffled murmur of the waves. The team was treated to a magnificent view, a boundless expanse of water, stretching far beyond the horizon. Shalina felt the soft breath of the sea breeze, and Mora enjoyed the pleasant aroma and emphasized how close they had come to the real sea element. The girls felt joy from the light, refreshing scent of the wind, which filled the air with pleasant notes of freedom and adventure. But very soon the pleasant impression was spoiled by a disgusting smell of rotten flesh. It was coming from the box where the mysterious object was kept. Gale guessed the foul smell came from the material he had just taken from the killed and undead and delivered. He was immediately ordered to close the lid at once and stop babbling, as if it were wine to avoid creating a false association. From somewhere far away came the melodious ringing of the ship's bell. It announced the inevitable departure of the vessel. Against the backdrop of the usual city bustle, it was clearly audible out of rhythm. The measured rustling of the sea waves slowly rolling to the shore was clearly. In the intervals between the shouts, it was heard how fresh fish sellers interrupted the lament. Their cries drowned out the chaotic and rough shouts of sailors wandering the day before. Gimli was asked to take a closer look at the huge river harbor, where many ships quietly lay at anchor, waiting to be loaded with cargo and set off further. Their final stop, Riverport, was already very close. The boys, with admiring surprise, watched the huge ocean liner passing by, impressed by the size of the ship. Meanwhile, Gimli, laughing, asked the boys to watch their own facial expressions, genuine surprise and sparkle in themselves. Shocked, she asked the boys to wait a little longer, jumped up from her place, and said she would go look for a suitable trading ship so they could relocate and their friends stay close to the pier. The boys were unhappy that she left them alone in an unfamiliar place. This place, filled with the pure sea breath and the rumble of numerous seagull cries, is called Nonanport. It is here that a large inner bay connects with other countries, forming an important trade hub. Returning to her friends, Gimli joyfully announced that she was lucky to come across a trading vessel that was about to set sail, and that fortune was on their side. She also had pleasant news that the friends demanded she reveal. She continued, rumors circulate about a recent Kraken attack on a military ship of one of the countries. Shelina wondered what positive side could be found in such an event. Gimli added that the captain of the trading ship claimed, Kraken rarely attacked, destroyed one ship, and then disappeared from the scene for some time. Mora joked that maybe it was a way to relieve stress after a long rest. The first sympathized with those who became victims. Victim, the dark elf said that because of this circumstance today, one ship would wait for the right moment and go out to the open sea. After that, she pointed her finger at the ship standing nearby. Next to it stood a vessel, very worn and battered by time. Time-pressed people hurriedly loaded the ship with heavy bundles and boxes. Each sack was placed with special care, as if it decided the fate of the upcoming journey. Captain Nick sat, smoking a cigar and spreading a self-satisfied smile, which immediately caused obvious irritation and hostility among the crew members. Morris sarcastically noted that it was as clear as day. The captain intended to get rich at the expense of desperate passengers, taking advantage of the convenient moment to cross the sea even before Kraken appeared. Shelina philosophically added that any crisis situation is a chance to prove oneself and benefit. Gale interrupted the conversation. She suggested first loading everything onto the merchant ship and began helping carry the luggage. Shelina proposed to stop the senseless quarrels and move on to a constructive conversation about further actions. After all, despite everything, the sea route remained the only available option, and as a guildmistress, she knew the principles of organizing transportation. Mora frankly admitted that she still did not see the whole picture of what was happening, and Shelina decided they would have to go over the details of the recent conversation again. She explained no one in their right mind would cross the border if not for Gimli's persuasion. Even if they had officially submitted a request to cross, it would hardly have been approved, especially since the specified destination was the Dark Forest. The kingdom's army has noticeably grown recently. Rumor has it that the soldiers behave strangely, preparing for large military operations. Nervously but still, she was questioned about the consequences of such tension, and her friend tried to calm her, emphasizing that so far these are only rumors whispered around, and there is no reliable evidence. The guildmaster added that rumors are spreading in the capital about several failed assassination attempts on high-ranking officials. It seems that a serious political conflict is growing between the empire and the kingdom. Shelina concluded her story by saying that at the very heart of political intrigues lies a powerful artifactone capable of overturning the foundations of the state. It is hard to believe that such an object truly exists and that it could have such a colossal impact. Asked her friend more excitedly, let her speak more simply and directly. Is it true that this unprecedented artifact is now being passed on to other people? Asked her to be quiet. Shelina added that they say the kingdom and the empire had a colossal fight. Gimli concluded that the sunken ships are strong evidence. Maru was worried that the situation was so serious that the fleet intervened. The dark elf noted that both sides are trying at all costs to prevent the spread of any information. The girls explained that this is why they have strengthened security at the border. These are the security measures taken, and now the fleet faces the task of preventing the possible leakage of valuable artifacts. This is not just a hint, the problem is real. It is already impossible to transport cargo overland across the border. Therefore, this trading ship is the ideal option for the upcoming journey. Shelina detailed the situation, emphasizing that under the current circumstances, the only possible way out is to travel by sea. The girl also said, on the way to the Dark Forest, it will be necessary to cross the borders of several countries. According to her, there should be no obstacles for the movement of ordinary citizens. Otherwise, this situation will inevitably stop the exchange of goods between countries. Mora, deep in thought, announced her position and, even she found it incredibly strange. After all, she had heard that relations between kingdom and empire had remained fairly stable until recently. Gimli agreed. The arguments of her friends sounded convincing. Perhaps there really were secret political games, and states concealed their true intentions even from their own subjects. From the outside, it could easily look like an attempt to maintain a balance of power. She continued the thought. As soon as the balance was disturbed, valuable artifacts suddenly began to appear on the market. Even the military potential of both states, previously equal, can now tip in any direction, and this fundamentally changes the strategic situation. Now it can be said safely, two mighty beings are fighting for the dominant position in the world. And one of the key players becomes the Demon King, striving to regain lost influence and establish full control over all nations and territories. Another key player is a mysterious being who stubbornly distributes artifacts among the peoples of the world. Shailina was confused and could not understand who this unknown player was and what his motives were. Mora categorically refused to get involved in the conflict between states, and Gimli confidently stated that all three were interested in only one figure, the formidable Demon King. Even these three, who had witnessed the power of Gale's magical items firsthand, could not believe that such a figure could seize power. They could not even remotely compare the global threat with the mage, whom they knew only for his complete insignificance and failures. As it turned out, the hero of this conversation, whom the girls were talking about, was Gale. Gimli realized it was time to pack up. Shailina said that forcing the boy to run back and forth was wrong. Moria added that they needed to load all their belongings before the ship sailed and asked them to wait a little. They froze in complete amazement, looking at the young man who was dragging an incredible number of huge sacks with him. Two companions could not figure out how he managed to carry the luggage of 4 people at once and endure such a burden overall. Wait, Mora explained. The young man wore a homemade bracelet artifact, specially made to lighten the load. She further noted that Gale was increasingly ceasing to be a human carrier and was literally becoming a mobile storage unit. Each new departure brought more and more luggage, and this process was continuously expanding. Shailina noticed that this journey was continuous, from morning till late evening, and jokes about the young man were already starting to tire her. She was warned by how irritated the boy became because his friends laughed at him, and then Gimli noticed how impressive even the most ordinary artifacts were. She knew the very same boy who looked like a funny weirdo to others could turn out to be the one who would turn the whole world upside down with his cursed item. Gale anxiously asked what had happened. The girl was extremely puzzled. She did not believe her own thoughts. She immediately decided that her imagination was running wild and tried to get rid of these troubling thoughts as quickly as possible. Gimli quickly apologized, admitting that she had been lost in thought, and assured him she was already on her way after him. The soldiers complained that the day before they had gone too far, and standing on guard under the scorching sun turned out to be a real trial. The commanders ordered the team to carefully inspect the luggage once more before the ship set sail. Gimli grumbled irritably that she would have to go through another check, although it was the last thing she wanted. Shailina suggested that the soldiers start the inspection with her. The warrior appreciated her blacksmith craft and sincerely expressed gratitude for her understanding. Next, they checked the young man. Gale shocked them with a composition of dead bodies. The soldiers wondered whether Gale was a master of creating terrifying curses or a dangerous serial killer. But soon the anxiety subsided. The boy's strange artifacts were securely placed on board the ship. From now on, the well-being of the entire crew depended only on the power of those same incredibly mysterious and dangerous artifacts created by Gale's hands. The rest of the crew expressed dissatisfaction. They asked to remove the dangerous items, but he himself took such a demand as Rudenessen was offended. Gimli politely greeted her and noted that they had not had the chance to talk before. The stranger introduced himself as the bosun of this very ship. Captain Bosun explained that the merchant ship has been at sea for a long time, and it is a true veteran. It has managed to pass many sea routes. Although the sails are noticeably worn and have seen a lot, they still do a good job of catching the tail of the wind. Moreover, skillfully adjusting the tension, the crew successfully withstands the impact of side gusts. In addition, there is plenty of space for cargo transportation, and the very presence of cargo noticeably increases the ship's stability even during a storm. The young man showed the girl an impressive crossbow, expressing hope that they would not have to use this weapon on the road. Travel, he was urgently called, and he apologized and left, and Gimli concluded that the ship looked much better than it seemed at first. Mara and Shailina began to feel seasick. The girls complained that the sea waves rocked them twice as strongly as the usual river ones, and they openly longed for the calm of their native river boat. The love-struck girl anxiously asked the young man if he was feeling well in the middle of the sea. Gale explained that he was wearing a special choker with a magical effect. It prevented seasickness from sneaking up. She thought that the ornament resembled thin, bony female fingers, as if they were trying to squeeze the throat with an invisible grip. The man said that this accessory was made from the bones of the hands of a sailor's wife who became a legendary hero. According to legend, she stood on the shore of Capo every day, despite bad weather, and fervently prayed for her husband's safety. Mara immediately realized that the ornament was made from the remains of the one who was worshipped. He added that his girl was right from the very beginning, and the story has a continuation. This sailor lost his salary in every port and accumulated huge debts. The girl believed that he went to sea only for another chance to gamble again. Gale continued the story and added, among everything, that sailor had a passion for having affairs in every port he visited. Rumor has it he had several official wives. Shalina quietly giggled. This guy loved to drink, gamble, and have funnel at the same time. Even when mistresses came to their house and creditors demanded debt repayment, the woman finally learned the whole truth. When the husband returned again, his wife squeezed his neck with all her strength. Mora quickly asked him not to tell her any further details. Shalina clarified that it is not just an accessory, but a choker imbued with the feelings of anger and despair of a grieving woman. Gimli also added that regardless of how strong the deceased's emotions are, the stabilization effect during seasickness really works consistently. The man apologized to the girls for having only one such item and was worried that he had left the team behind. However, his girls reassured him. They did not want to experience the feeling of wearing such an ornament they preferred to endure seasickness. Gale aloud wondered why no one appreciated his miraculous treatment for seasickness when suddenly unexpected sounds cut off his thoughts. Chaos began on the deck. Sailors were bustling on the deck in panic and chaos, shouting incomprehensible orders to each other and trying to understand what was happening at all. Shalina asked if they had already arrived. Gimli replied that it was impossible because it would take at least 3 more days to sail to the marked point. Meanwhile, the first quietly said that she saw something suspicious. Suddenly, a small mound emerged from under the water. Gimli did not understand what was happening and said that he still saw nothing, but it looked like a ship. Mara, recalling those ships, added that it was nothing strange, this was a trade route, and other vessels often converged at this place. Gale smiled and guessed that most likely it was a pirate ship, a play on words. One of the girls burst out laughing, noting that the chance of encountering real pirates was practically zero. On the ship, suddenly a loud alarm siren wailed, and Shalina impatiently asked to stop the signal. This noise was already giving her a severe headache. One of the sailors loudly announced that they had spotted a huge suspicious object and decisively gave the order to immediately take combat positions. People on board immediately rushed to arm themselves, gripped by growing panic. Shalina shouted that there was definitely something wrong with that sailor. Mora asked if the giant kraken had sunk a warship and if pirates were now operating in the area. Gale insisted not to joke about such things, warning that they definitely would not cope with pirates. Gimli was in complete shock from what she saw and from the dark suspicions that overwhelmed her like a wave. She recalled recent news that monsters had become more active than usual. This news caused her great concern, as such events rarely end well. The sailor, armed with binoculars, noticed a suspicious object ahead. Looking closely, he realized it was the same famous giant kraken. In a moment, doubts vanished completely. Giant tentacles rose from the depths, confirming terrible fears. It was the kraken. The sailor continued to scream piercingly, warning the crew. The terrible kraken, who recently destroyed an entire warship, was heading straight for them. Gale knew such an attack did not fit the plan's scenario. Mora shouted excitedly that the plans were clearly going awry. Shalina, in response, tensely watched the rapidly approaching threat and noted the monster was moving incredibly fast. The crew froze in fear, mesmerized as the giant monster tore through the sea surface with a powerful movement. The crew froze in fear, watching as the giant kraken ripped the water's surface, shaking the ship's hull with powerful blows from its tentacles. The team exclaimed that kraken amazes with its size. He was not just big, he was almost equal in size to their own ship. Rumors that the returned Demon King affects not only the inhabitants of the mainland, but also the denizens of the abyss are spreading further and further. The sailors strictly ordered everyone to gather together. Then the young man commanded in a commanding voice to raise the sails and prepare to leave the dangerous zone as quickly as possible. Possible? Captain Nick nervously shouted in a trembling voice, and painful questions tore through his mind. Why have the monster's attacks become more frequent lately, and why has kraken started hunting ships again? Gimli irritably said that now is not the time to build theories. The main thing is to survive this ongoing critical situation. The girl emphasized that pointless arguments are futile and could cost the life of every crew member. Instead, they should focus on developing an action plan that could stop the deadly monster. The sailor confidently told the captain that running is the only sensible way forward. Otherwise, there was no chance of rescue. The captain agreed with the subordinate's opinion and loudly ordered to move forward at full speed. The ship gained speed and tried to break away from the terrible monster. The Krakens suddenly dived back into the depths of the sea and disappeared into the dark waters. The Kraken rushed straight toward the ship. The sailor screamed at the top of his lungs that the monster not only caught up with the ship, but also bypassed it. The captain realized in horror that the monster was moving too fast. Gimli reminded herself that octopuses are among the fastest sea creatures. This animal can hover motionless in the water, thanks to developed fins that allow it to instantly take off and accelerate sharply in any direction. Right in front of the trading ship surfaced a giant cart step-in. This caused wild terror among the passengers and crew. The sight of the night horror, its terrifying size and appearance, made everyone feel helplessness and despair. This monster stretched its giant tentacles from the depths of the sea and menacingly extended them toward the ship. It seemed that this endless movement of flexible limbs would never end. The monster began destroying the ship with powerful movements of its tentacles, and Gimli was filled with rage and indignation. At first, Kraken smashed the main mast and tore the sails, depriving the ship of the ability to maneuver and maintain speed. The sailor cried out in despair that there was no more hope until the captain called someone for help. Shelino exclaimed that the captain must continue to fulfill his duties under any circumstances. Mora, in response, reminded that the crew is armed precisely to repel threats, so they must engage in battle and drive out the enemy. The sailor emotionally replied that this idea was crazy. The ship's equipment was created exclusively to defend against small predators like sharks. It is unacceptable to imagine that a merchant ship would have the means to fight a giant like Kraken. Gale cautiously warned the others that someone fearlessly jumped right into the wavy sea waters. Shelina desperately tried to hold back the man, insisting that he would undoubtedly die of hypothermia in the cold water. Gimli sadly admitted the unfortunate man had gone mad with fear and was no longer able to perceive reality normally. It turns out the poor guy preferred to die alone rather than endure Kraken's cruelty, so now the friends will have to rely only on their own strength. The entire squad engaged in a desperate fight against the monster. Gimli announced that she would take an observation post at the top of the mast, from where she would transmit information about Kraken's activities. Shelina approved her friend's initiative and gave the monster a signal to prepare for the attack. She felt the heavy gaze of the monster aimed directly at her, and her heart pounded wildly from a feeling of incomprehensible horror and anxiety. The girl began to whimper in hysteria. She was paralyzed by the very moment. The huge and terrifying eyes of the monster and deadly fear overwhelmed her. Gimli quickly warned her friend. The monster was already ready to strike from the flank. Mora immediately activated a special enhancement skill and transferred energy to her partner. The guild master used a rare double activation skill, and the rest of the squad expressed sincere admiration and surprise. Mora realized that she had activated a new ability granted to her by a special quest evolutionary enhancement magic. Its effect doubled. The friend gained colossal strength, but energy consumption also doubled. Confident in the success of the operation, the girl put her whole soul into supporting her friend. Shelina turned to her friend and made her recall the glorious feat, the defeat of the cockatrice. Trusting her own experience, she activated the enhancement effects of her weapon and used the combat technique Scorching Heat. The girl boldly declared that together they would burn the hated octopus from the ocean, pouring the fire of her blazing hammer onto it. She got down to business. She triumphantly exclaimed that Kraken was mistaken in underestimating their strength. At first, Shelina set herself the goal of dealing with those annoying tentacles that hindered her progress. But that attempt failed. She had to face the incredible toughness of the skin, and the girl froze in extreme disappointment and complete confusion. The other participants in the battle froze in amazement. That mighty blow could not cause the enemy any harm. Gimli understood. The slippery skin of the monster's body effectively softened blows. She shivered at the thought that against such an opponent, any attacks might prove futile. Shelina vented her irritation on the monster, loudly delivering angry speeches. The reaction was instantaneous. Kraken immediately wrapped the girl's hammer with a tentacle and tossed her high into the air. Gimli anxiously called to his friend and demanded to drop the weapon. Otherwise, the next tentacle will easily grab the owner of the hammer. She added that Kraken's attacks are not limited to physical grabs and strikes. Reportedly, it can swallow prey whole. Shelina cheerfully encouraged herself with words that she was too muscular and tasteless, so she asked Kraken not to try to eat her. Understanding the inevitability, the girl mustered her courage and released the hammer handle, allowing herself to freely fly down. She realized that she had gotten into an extremely difficult situation, and her comrades, full of tension, were shouting as they watched her rapidly fall down. Shailina was timely caught by the sailor, and the captain did not let her fall. The girl realized that she was saved by an old, long-broken safety rope. The young man exhaled with relief. He was glad that even such a small thing could provide real help. Gimme said that although she had heard stories about such behavior from sea monsters, this was the first time she had seen such a confrontation with her own eyes. The dark elf realized that the main danger lies in Kraken's, the long, flexible limbs with which it skillfully grabs the victim, condemning it to destruction and death. The monster's tentacles act at lightning speed, instantly grasping and crushing its victim. Then the victim dissolves into fine powder, which disperses in the air and becomes part of the sea foam. The girl understood. If caught in the monster's embrace, the end is inevitable, and she fervently begged her companions to stay away and avoid any contact with its tentacles. Mora's legs barely trembled, barely supporting the weight of her body. They were gripped by panic fear. She clearly realized, ahead the enemy was much larger and more dangerous than the giant cockatrice they had already defeated earlier. The hammer of Shailin, which defeated the adult cockatrice, could not overcome the monster filled with incredible attack power, capable of turning any opponent into a cloud of powder. Moreover, they were in the open sea there. The monster felt complete freedom of movement, had absolute advantage, and defeating it seemed almost impossible. The Kraken froze, looking at the girl with its massive, saucer-shaped eyes, and she paralyzed by horror, motionless like a stone. Gimli knew, besides their numerous unique physical abilities, squids were extremely intelligent and had a special ability to learn everything new. She also understood the destruction of the mast and sails was not accidental. It was a deliberate strategy, backed by the monster's high level of intelligence. And judging by the fact that it met them for the first time, the Kraken already understood. Mora plays a key role in this group of boys. The dark elf woman shouted a warning, urging her companion to be as cautious as possible. The tentacles of the Kraken swiftly tightened around the delicate figure of the girl. Shailina knew well, her reliable hammer was no longer in her hands, so now she would have to rely only on her own wit. Moreover, she understood, any aggressive attempt on her part without a weapon would end with only one thing: she herself would be captured by the stubborn tentacles. The girl desperately tried to comprehend what decision she should make next. Suddenly nearby appeared Gale authoritatively, demanding that the monster immediately release the girl prisoner. Gimli noticed the blade of the knife and realized, even the cunning Kraken could not predict the actions of the most unpredictable member of their squad. Gale, with one swift and precise movement of the sword, cut the tentacles, instantly tearing the girl from the deadly embrace of the monster. Mora was extremely impressed. Small fragments of Kraken's flesh slowly swirled around her, raising a strange, threatening dance in the air. The girl's heart was pounding wildly, fear intertwined with relief. She was still alive, but now she would have to keep fighting. The man met her gaze and noted that this blade, forged by him personally for himself, turned out to be very convenient even against such a giant. The Kraken, accustomed to reigning in the abyss of the sea, was stunned and confused by the pain of losing a tentacle. For the first time facing resistance, he felt weak, and his dominance was threatened. The young man quickly ran up to the girl, looked carefully into her face, and anxiously asked if she was all right after the attack. She warmly looked at her rescuer and sincerely expressed gratitude for his courage and quick reaction. Thanks to this, she was unharmed. Mora could not believe she had lost her head in the middle of the battle, but as soon as the monster grabbed her with its mighty tentacle, adrenaline surged into her blood and clarity of thought returned. And at that critical moment, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the enemy's weak spot, and this could become the key to victory. She explained, "This knife is the blade of the most powerful reaper of death in the world. In battle, it must cut through absolutely everything." And even the giant tentacle of the Kraken, invulnerable to all previous attacks, was easily and instantly severed with one elegant strike of the magical blade. This demonstrated the true power of the legendary weapon. But there was a terrible drawback. To strike, the owner had to let the enemy get very close, risking an immediate counterattack from the giant creature. The mage looked at Gimli and firmly ordered her to continuously watch every movement of the huge Kraken, warning of any changes in its position. And she ordered Shailin to focus on the rest of the monster's active tentacles. The girl said that if he could hold back the other tentacles, Gale would have a chance to crawl closer and attack Kraken. She added that in response, she would cast supportive magic on Shailin and the young man, enhancing their combat abilities and increasing the chances of a successful attack. The sorceress explained that she could cast a spell on 2 people at once because she recently reached a new level of mastery, which allowed her to master such a complex technique. First, she decided to remove the effects of the water's rocking and the ship's movement on the boys, then activated a spell that ensured simultaneous adaptation to the surrounding conditions. She enhanced each fighter's abilities, gave additional protection, and improved reaction. At the same time, she reminded the team to switch timely between attack and retreat, slowly cornering the monster and exhausting its defense. Gale knew if the remaining 9 tentacles were cut off, Kraken would no longer be able to attack. Shalina added that, besides, they would no longer have problems preparing dishes from squids. Kraken regained consciousness, restored his ability to move and actively defend himself, preparing to repel another wave of attacks from the heroes. Gimli broke free with a terrifying scream, warning his comrades as the remnants of the monster's tentacles began aggressively attacking from both sides, forcing the team to instantly regroup and defend. The young man clearly realized how serious everything was. The situation sharply escalated, and now any mistake could cost the entire team their lives. Shalina made an obvious conclusion. The loss of a tentacle only made Kraken angrier, and his attack turned into a real storm of rage and destruction. Now he sought to destroy his opponents at any cost, becoming significantly faster and more aggressive, and this made it increasingly difficult for the guys. The guildmaster activated the blacksmith's kick technique. Gimli was surprised when she saw her friend skillfully deflect Kraken's flexible whip-like tentacle. Mara clearly understood. If several spells were cast at once, magical energy would be depleted much faster. The main thing that gnawed at her: what would run out first? Would the heroes gain the upper hand over the monster, or would she be the first to fall, losing strength from excessive expenditure of her own magical energy? Shalina smiled slyly and loudly called out to Kraken, disdainfully stating that it was nothing serious. She had lost only 1 tentacle and waved her hand as if inviting the beast to try to regain the lost advantage. But as soon as the monster tried to approach, the girl began to attack, taking advantage of the slow movements of the wounded enemy. While the young man was breathing heavily and trying to hold his breath, Gimli suddenly noticed. The magical enhancement was still active, maintaining his physical form and allowing him to endure this insanely fierce battle. She realized. Shalina was successfully distracting the monster, and her partner, who had just recovered from fatigue, was about to launch another attack, ready to unleash accumulated power for a decisive strike. In her opinion, the young man was desperately trying to come to Muru's aid, but hesitation was evident even in his actions. Gimli concluded that if the enemy does not belong to the undead, against whom the guy specializes, then such a development of events is inevitable. At first, however, placing a cover fighter in the vanguard was extremely unwise. Then the dark elf decided to join the support of her combat allies, tearing the air with a powerful burst of fire at the monster. Hatred appeared on her face as she looked at the terrible, swollen eyes of the Kraken in disgust, and a desire to end this nightmare as soon as possible rose in her chest. But the large, bulging eyes turned out to be an easy target, so Gimli took advantage of this. He tried to deprive the enemy of sight, making them less dangerous and useless in battle. And even despite the failure, the girl knew in advance. This method was unlikely to cause significant damage to the monster, because its body turned out to be tougher than it seemed at first. Moreover, she managed to decide to activate a special smoke grenade. Upon impact, it exploded with a thick cloud of smoke, providing temporary cover and the opportunity to maneuver. Gale rushed into the attack. Gimli's loud call, confident that now was exactly the time for the decisive blow. The man used a special skill turned on grinding mode, and this allowed him to deliver cutting blows with such force that monsters could literally be sawed apart, tearing their flesh into pieces. The dark elf realized, for the young man to succeed in the attack, the enemy must be completely deprived of sight by enveloping everything in a thick smoke screen. Otherwise, an accurate strike would be impossible due to the Kraken's quick reaction. Moreover, Gale was a paradoxical combination of weakness and strength at the same time. His fragility made him easy prey for powerful enemies, but his weapon mastery allowed him to deliver decisive blows that turned the tide of battle. From everywhere from above, huge pieces of torn tentacle flesh fall to the ground. The space fills with the foul stench of blood and entrails, and the scene of chaos and destruction becomes truly horrifying. Shalina exclaimed, joyfully proud of the successful series of strikes delivered by Gale. Mara, who was watching, noted, such talents resemble the skill of an experienced chef who skillfully holds a knife. Gimli counted the remaining tentacles and noted with satisfaction that the monster had lost half of its limbs. only 5 dangerous appendages remained, which greatly eased the squad's subsequent actions. The veil of smoke began to dissipate, and Kraken gradually restored visual contact, with the Geissance again becoming a threat to the entire team. The Dark Elf ordered the young man to immediately retreat to a safe distance from the reach of the tentacles to prevent the monster from catching him off guard. The man quickly rushed to run, constantly looking back, assessing the situation, and choosing the most dangerous path for retreat. That huge turtle shell appeared suddenly right after the passing hero. Its size and close distance caused genuine shock and panic in Gale, knocking out the remnants of his confidence and self-control. Gimli, a boy overwhelmed with anxiety, loudly shouted his name, drew attention to himself, and warned of danger. Kraken released a furious splash of Inca solid black whirlwind. The ink released by the monster formed a powerful wave and struck the ship's deck, washing away everything in its path and plunging the vessel into complete darkness. The wave was so strong that the sword slipped from the boy's hands, helplessly rolled in the stream of liquid, and fell onto the deck. The girls screamed as soon as they realized that Gale had fallen right under the destructive wave. The man convulsively coughed, vainly trying to get rid of the viscous ink remnants that clogged his throat and lungs, and he was twisting more and more painfully, lacking the strength to breathe. The boy realized that the ink had penetrated deep into his eyes. It burns the mucous membrane and temporarily deprives him of sight, making the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable. Gimli recalled, Kraken, like an ordinary squid, could release jets of ink as a defense and to confuse the enemy. The boy's vision now completely disappeared. He was blind to the edge and had to rely on someone else's help until this irritating fluid stopped affecting his senses. The sailors froze and looked at the blade, thrown back by a powerful wave of ink. Seizing the moment, he was about to grab that mysterious saber and use it against the Kraken. But his partner sharply stopped his friend, warned that the object emitted an unhealthy dark aura. Perhaps it was the very thing on which an ancient curse was laid. Gimli said that although the owner had modernized the blade, it was originally of the same terrible size of death, so it was impossible to predict what consequences awaited if someone else took up this knife. She further said that this blade was capable of cutting down everyone here, regardless of friends or enemies, even beheading oneself. The bosun measured everything with a sober look and concluded, this artifact was simultaneously the most powerful and most dangerous weapon of all the objects he knew, capable of bringing both great benefit and irreparable harm. Shelina tried to draw her friend's attention to what was happening, insisting, strange changes had already clearly begun with the Kraken, and immediate reaction was needed. His large body barely began to tremble, as if inside him convulsions were tearing apart, heralding a new stage of the battle, or an attempt to do something incredible. To the hero's surprise, the monster did restore the lost limbs. It returned a full set of deadly tentacles and greatly complicated the further clash. All participants in the battle froze in complete confusion and anxiety. They realized that their progress in fighting the monster had vanished into nothing. Gimli pointed out, although the Kraken really regrew its tentacles, the overall energy and life force of the monster noticeably fell. The team managed to properly organize the battle tactics. They lured Kraken to a strategically advantageous place, where he was restricted in movement and forced to fight simultaneously against several attackers. Shelina said worriedly that Gale was in an extremely difficult situation. He was completely blinded by ink, and no one else could wield a blade properly. Mora agreed, adding that the team had lost the only effective way to weaken the monster. The Kraken's wrath reached its climax, focusing on the young hero, whose stubborn nature and talent had brought the monster so much pain and humiliation. The boy continued to rub his eyes fiercely, and finally began to notice his sight returning, albeit foggy and blurred, but this slightly increased his chances of surviving the fight. Barely feeling that his sight had somewhat returned, the boy cautiously opened his eyes and asked with concern what had happened during his temporary blindness and what role he could play in the further development of events. Before he could finish the phrase, one of the long tentacles of the Krakens instantly wrapped around the young man's body, tightly squeezing him so that he had no chance to break free on his own. The Master of Curses hung high in the sky, tightly trapped in the nets, desperately trying to break free from the claws of the sea monster, using up to the last potion and magic he could gather. Gimli suddenly realized the Kraken had activated a special ability, Deadly Destruction. Since then, every movement of its tentacles became a potential threat to the life of anyone caught in the affected zone. Mora was horrified when she realized that the same thing would happen to Gale as had happened to that hammer. Shelina, overwhelmed with anger and anxiety, tried with all her might to outshout the roar of the battle and called on the monster to release her friend, whose life was in danger. But the kraken rudely cut off her outrage, sharply swinging one free tentacle toward the girl, forcefully throwing her aside, and Mora felt unbearable anxiety for her friend's fate. Gimli was overwhelmed by deep guilt and bitter remorse. She had lost herself in doubts, not understanding why she had ever involved her beloved friend in this dangerous journey, where unknown threats lurk, and there is a risk of losing a loved one forever. Her soul was further tormented by memories of the past, because it was she who dragged a young man, whom she did not know at all, into the secret affairs of the Dark Elf clan, leading him into a conflict where the stakes were incredibly high and one mistake could prove fatal. Fatal, the girl's soul was torn apart by heavy thoughts. If she had not insisted on his participation, the young man could have avoided the inevitable encounter with death that hung over all of them in this last, desperate duel. I would have continued to lead a quiet, measured life, spending days in a cozy shop, doing what I love, and enjoying simple human joy far from bloody clashes and the constant threat of death. Gimli quietly whispered words of forgiveness, sincerely wishing to atone for her guilt in the young man's fate, considering herself responsible for the tragedy unfolding before her eyes. Mara, overwhelmed by the feeling of unspoken love and the sharp injustice of fate, could not accept the cruel reality, hysterically shouting the name of the one she loved, as if she could stop the inevitable end that was approaching. The kraken unleashed its most powerful deadly destruction, streams of destructive energy capable of turning any living creature to ashes. The girl stood motionless as if frozen in horror, pinned to the spot by the spectacle of disaster unfolding on their ship, powerless to influence the fateful events happening right before her eyes. Suddenly, Gale activated his unique ability to reverse death destruction and directed the destructive waves back at the kraken, tearing the monster apart from within and weakening its protective barriers. The girls froze in amazement and tried to comprehend what was happening. They were struck by the unexpected twists of events. All of this happened thanks to the cleverness and bravery of their comrades. Gimli was especially shocked when she realized the effect worked in reverse. It flipped the energy impulse and turned the destructive force against the one who used it, something she had never even imagined before. Mora was shocked when the kraken instantly shattered into countless fragments, and Shelina could not understand what exactly caused such an effect and what consequences awaited their group next. 2. Return to the young man. The man slowly turned around, encountering the curious glances of the girls, and barely smiled, filled with confidence and the inner silence of a victor. Gale explained to them that everything happened because of the artifact hanging around his neck. Carefully removing the jewelry, he gently placed it on his palm. But as soon as he finished the phrase, the necklace shattered into small pieces with a crash that echoed across the ship's deck. Mora suddenly realized the destroyed artifact was the very legendary cursed necklace. Gale clarified, when you are hit by a devastating blow, the damage doubles and then returns to the one who delivered the attack. This gives a special effect called Wife's Revenge. It multiplies the effect of the first strike many times over. Shelina called the unusual amulet a symbol of great justice and revenge. It will repay any aggressor 100-fold for the evil caused by them. The man continued the explanation. First, Kraken restored the lost limbs, exhausting her own strength, and then returned her deadly technique doubled. And quite naturally, this led to her instant destruction. No matter how many ships this sea predator was famous for sinking, fate arranged his end. He became food for small fish, clearly showing the capriciousness of life cycles and the laws of nature. Shelina asked the young man if he expected such a development of events, and upon hearing a negative answer, emphasized the randomness of success and luck during the fight. Gale clarified he fully devoted himself to fulfilling his mission, saving the lives of his comrades, and achieving the common goal, and he did not expect such an unusual development of the conflict at all. At the same time, he emphasized, if Kraken's technique had been different, for example, a direct strike or pulling in the victim, then the artifact's activation would have had no special effect, and the fight would have ended completely differently. Nothing else could hide her joy and relief. She was sure that all her friends were alive and well, that the threat had passed, and this inspired hope for a happy future. Letting him come closer, she gently embraced the young man, and with words and gestures showed how much she loved and how happy she was about the successful completion of the trial. The young man reminded her she risked getting ink on herself, which would remain on him, hinting that she needed to be careful. However, it turned out that these circumstances did not matter. The happiness of being next to the loved one outweighed all the little things and inconveniences. With passion, she confessed to Gale That disgusting squeeze of the tentacles, which caused her discomfort and anxiety, made her replace unpleasant sensations with warm and pleasant hugs, and it was they who brought her peace and confidence. Touching the man's shoulder, the girl caused sincere surprise in her partner. He was disturbed by the frank displays of feelings and tenderness, especially in front of strangers. The young man carefully took the initiative, gently running his fingers through Mora's hair, trying to calm her and show his care and sympathy. Gimli joyfully announced, "The destruction of the leader means removing the threat from the trade route posed by other members of this race." It seems that Gale's luck and his unique skills will play a decisive role in ensuring the safety of future journeys along this route, helping to avoid many possible dangers and guaranteeing stable trade development. One of the crew members asked confusedly what caused the Kraken to explode, but the colleagues raised a noise in unison. The main thing is victory, and no one cares about the details. The team raised their hands in a triumphant gesture and joyfully proclaimed the salvation of the ship and the elimination of the main threat, emphasizing how important the achieved result was for the general welfare and well-being. Gimli knew well, despite their heroism and important achievements, no one would notice their feat and the authorities would not pay, because the world is arranged so that true heroes rarely receive the reward they deserve. Captain Nick asked confusedly and distrustfully whether there were any signs of life left on the Kraken. The girls tensed up from stress and excitement, and extremely cautiously began to watch the sea attentively from the ship's deck. The sailors enthusiastically asked the captain to return to the ship. The captain insisted that boats be sent after them to pick them up from the scene. They were told that once the ship was fully repaired, the mission would be officially considered completed. However, the bosun hurried to make a correction, apologized, and informed those present that he had an unpleasant surprise waiting for him. The blade with which they cut the Kraken was never found. The crew had to leave it on the deck, fearing possible consequences of the curse associated with using this weapon. During the powerful explosion, it was probably blown apart and thrown into the depths of the sea. The disappointed sailor added to the story. Even the giant mast, which the monster broke, disappeared without a trace as if dissolved in the ocean, emphasizing the scale of the disaster and the depth of the losses. However, the man admitted, the loss of property was incomparable to the lives saved, and he accepted this loss because the main thing was to survive and stay healthy. The boy agreed. Gale calmed the bosun, convincing him that there was no need to apologize, since materials for making a similar blade were easy to obtain. And very soon as he returned home, he would create a new weapon, and it would in no way be inferior to the previous model. Moreover, almost all negative effects of the material, about 99, had been eliminated, so the product could be safely used without risk of negative consequences. The boy was too busy cleaning sticky ink stains from his eyes, so he did not pay attention to the conversation, remaining deaf to important details. The girls froze in complete astonishment as soon as they heard this boy's statement that rare components for creating a new blade were still available, and that the curse associated with these materials was almost completely neutralized. They could hardly believe their own ears, so they suspected a prank. Shelina pulled the man towards herself and asked him to stop joking. His nerves were already on edge. The young man assured that he was not joking at all, but telling the truth. Meanwhile, Gimli came to the conclusion, this man could really surprise her with the most incredible possibilities and discoveries. She wearily leaned on the ship's railing, sinking into deep thoughts about the events of the past day and her impressions from meeting the young gentleman who had managed to win her heart. The girl was about to return home, waiting for the moment when she could introduce this man to Madame Minerva. This is how Gimli imagined the unique talent and wit of Gale Hamilton, proudly presenting him to her close ones and showing the world his outstanding abilities. The woman sat down to rest on a large gray stone nearby, turned her face to the warm rays of the sun, and enjoyed the silence of the forest. It was Minerva, the wise and majestic ruler of the Dark Elves clan, who had foreseen the approaching events. Moreover, as folk wisdom says, trouble does not come alone, and even such an experienced and insightful person as Gimli could not imagine what trials awaited her and the team ahead. It was a new maritime threat. This new danger was rapidly approaching the ship on which the heroes were traveling, promising to bring the young warriors face to face with the team very soon and force them to show courage and endurance. Spreading out the remains of the broken object before him, Gale sadly recalled the once beautiful artifact that had been his reliable companion and source of inspiration, now forever lost and useless. The girls cheered up the young man, reminding him the main goal to defeat Kraken had already been achieved, and the artifact had fulfilled its mission, saving the lives of the entire team. The man politely agreed with their arguments, but immediately clarified. For a master and collector like him, the loss of unique items is a special sorrow, comparable only to the personal loss of a dear friend. What upset Gale the most was that no one recognized the genius of the idea embodied in the creation of the artifacts, and that no one appreciated either the originality of the concept or the beauty of the product itself. Suddenly his face lit up. He realized a simple and elegant solution that could fix everything, restore justice. It often happens that an artist's creative vision remains incomprehensible to the general public, and recognition comes years, latter sometimes only after the author's death. The only one who truly appreciated the young man's refined tastes in selecting manuscript artifacts was one girl who also shared the boy's passion for studying forbidden sciences. So Gale felt a pleasant excitement when thinking about the upcoming meeting with the girl, eagerly awaiting news about her adventures and his own experience. Vivian approached Princess Carla and declared that she intended to accompany her during the inspection of Pharma Edge. The princess asked if the matter could be settled without the girl's participation, which Vivian responded with a categorical refusal. Brightly painted birds flew easily and gracefully high in the sky, gliding freely over the surface of the sea and illuminating the surroundings with flashes of their wings. Shelina was focused on repairing the ship, and from time to time she heard apologies from the sailor, was trying to ease the tension after previous quarrels. Although he told her that she was here as a passenger but would also help them with repairs, she replied. Although she had no professional ship repair skills, the girl decisively stated that as an experienced blacksmith, she would do everything to help the team complete the work on time and efficiently. So far, thanks to their joint efforts, the travelers managed to avert disaster. They plugged the leaks and reinforced the ship's hull so that it would not sink. The sailor sadly noted that the greatest misfortune was the damaged mainmast. It was torn out, hitting Kroken's tentacles, and it sank irreversibly, so restoring it with the available resources and what was at hand was impossible. Gimli correctly pointed out, without a repaired mast, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to steer the ship. Therefore, alternative solutions must be sought immediately to reach the destination. Thus, the situation was extremely unfavorable. The crew was effectively isolated on a damaged ship in the middle of an endless ocean, urgently needing help and supplies to continue. Gale said that their ship now resembled a much larger vessel more than a sailing ship, and Mora added, considering all the difficulties they had recently gone through, at least there was reason to rejoice that the ship was still afloat and had not sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Gimli, smiling and good-natured, supported her friend's opinion. She began to feel isolation and loneliness, and this spread to the entire crew. Everyone found themselves in the middle of an endless ocean, which caused anxiety and uncertainty inside, where they would move next and what rescue plans there were. Over time, this feeling would only intensify and be accompanied by increasing hunger, as the limited food supplies would begin to run out. Of course, when passengers and crew members find themselves in such isolation and also face a shortage of resources, they risk losing control over their emotions and minds, which threatens conflicts and riots due to the struggle for the last available supplies. Gimli fervently prayed to the gods, sincerely hoping that the situation would improve before open confrontation began, and that hunger would not drive the passengers to extreme measures for survival. Captain Nick appeared with an optimistic speech and reported, according to preliminary assessments, the ship was unlikely to sink thanks to the crew's successful actions and the absence of serious leaks. It was also time to show the captain's skill, who loved the sea with all his heart and received mutual affection from the water element. Mora hesitantly asked if it was really possible to steer the ship in such an emergency condition, but the man confidently promised. Now everyone would see true mastery of navigation and be convinced of the correctness of his decisions. It turned out that the captain's actions were limited only to releasing ordinary smoke signals. The man explained that they would be rescued by some random ship that would come across them, and that everything depended on luck. Mora advised against putting on a show with signal fires. Shelina wondered what the probability was that right now, in the middle of the endless sea, a suitable vessel would appear. Here Gimli added, the only consolation is that the sea is relatively calm now, but because the sails were heavily damaged and it was impossible to set a proper course, if a storm hits, the crew would have to endure the trials with patience and hope for a successful outcome. Shelina added that the hull repair was only a temporary measure and did not guarantee the integrity of the structure. In case of severe stormy weather, the damage could worsen, and it was impossible to predict exactly where the water would start coming in, so there was a real threat that the ship would sink. Mara looked cautiously at the horizon. A sharp change in the color of the clouds and the direction of the wind suggested that the weather was about to worsen and the situation could deteriorate rapidly. You see a strange phenomenon nearby. Soon it became obvious that the observed object was a ship. The observer confirmed. The vessel was heading straight to the accident site, and Mora breathed out joyfully and felt relieved. Shelina, smiling broadly, cheered up the captain. The ship appeared too quickly, which once again confirmed his reputation as a favorite of the sea elements. The heroes loudly and unanimously called for help, attracting the attention of the approaching ship's crew, and declared that they were ready to tell the details of the disaster that had occurred. Mora suddenly lost color, froze staring into the distance, and said that the approaching ship looked strange, abandoned. Shelina confirmed her friend's fears. The ship's appearance aroused very strong suspicions. It looked even worse than their own. Gimli was frightened when he realized. The force with which the old schooner was rushing straight at them seemed supernatural and broke the laws of physics, as if otherworldly forces had intervened. She said with horror that it was a ghost ship. There is an old superstitious belief. Encountering a mysterious ship that continues to sail despite severe hull damage is considered a bad omen, a harbinger of great trouble and possible misfortune. Gale's words pierced the girls with a chill of fear. Their hearts began to beat faster. And the young man, absorbed in discussing the details, did not notice how the atmosphere of horror and tension thickened around him. Kem, bosun, suddenly felt sharp anxiety and began frantically ringing the ship's bell. Panic swept through the crew. The voices of men and women merged into a single chorus warning after their victory over Kraken. They are pursued by a terrible ghost ship that hides an invisible threat and promises new torments and trials. Gimli suddenly recognized a familiar sign of the Empire. On the ship's mast, the official standard of the Imperial Army. He was overwhelmed by conflicting feelings and memories. Recalling previous conversations, she remembered that the ship sunk by Kraken belonged to the Imperial Army flotilla, so it turned out that they were talking about a real ghost ship. It came to life after the crew's death and continued to exist as a phantom. Captain Nick, carefully watching the events, pointed out that the mysterious ship turned its bow toward them, hoping that the mooring ropes would allow a meeting without risk to the crew and the ship. The bosun explained that a ramming strike is a maneuver during which a ship at full speed hits an enemy ship with its horn-shaped bow. Shooting, ballistic launches, catapults, and boarding are well-known naval combat tactics. Captain Nick added that if they are rammed, a huge hole will inevitably form in the ship's hull. Gimli immediately understood. Now the ghost ship intends to ram their merchant ship, and the saying came to mind, strike from all sides, giving no respite. She noted that on their damaged ship it is impossible to escape the chase. After the battle with Kraken, they had no strength left for defense, and the only way out is to try to negotiate with the attackers to stop the assault. The Dark Elf suggested that the ghost ship gathered the souls of those sunk by Kraken, so they have already taken revenge, and there is no point in a new attack. The captain asked her not to talk nonsense because it is impossible to negotiate with ghosts. He suggested she take a closer look at the figures on the deck of the ghost ship, insisting that they needed to verify the reality of what was happening and figure out the nature of their supposed enemy. The captain explained that the consciousness of these people had completely disappeared due to the horror they had experienced. These creatures are satisfied only with bringing others grief, sorrow, and defeat. They are not living people, but the embodied form of death, bodiless spirits of the drowned, who retain only the desire to sow destruction and chaos. The man could not even imagine that one day he would meet the undead in the middle of the sea. The bosun declared that the moment before collision was the last minute granted by God, and decided to write a letter to his wife and daughter, who remained in the port. He sealed it in a bottle and threw it into the sea, praying that the message would reach the recipients safely. Safely, burned by fear and stress, the man barely held the pen, crookedly writing lines, almost illegible. Seeing his despair, Shelina dryly noted, since there is no way out, they have one last sip left. Gimli mentally addressed Lady Minerva and complained about the hopelessness of the situation, and Mara, agreeing with her, realized the drowned are driven only by envy of the living and the desire to punish them for their very existence. Suddenly, an idea dawned on her. Gale exclaimed in confusion. The girl said they have someone who can talk to the undead, and no one expected to encounter the undead in the open sea, so Gale was surprised. The Dark Elf sighed theatrically, emphasizing that everyone repeats the same phrases, but only one person looks at the problem differently. Shelina turned to the young man in surprise and asked if it was true that he could even hold a dialogue with representatives of the world of the day.